is like a 5-second delay, just to let you guys know. Oh, my favorite people. Poppy and a red Mustang, wee Scottish mom, May May, Twisters in the house. Little Deb, you have been on time, girl. You have been showing up. Lenny, it is so good to see you. It really is. Who else we got so far? I don't see anybody else. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. If you're in the bushes, don't be afraid to come into chat. Give us a little wave, okay? I said seconds, not minutes, May. I'm sure Flies will be popping in here when she gets a chance. She is a busy critter today. Hey, Stephen, good to see you. Good to see you. Happy Blue, Mr. A, always good to see you. How have you been? How are all you guys? Oh, I fell out of the tree and landed on my head. Emergency, emergency. Ring, ring, 911. My friend fell out the tree and landed on her head. What should we do? Did it hurt her head, ma'am? No, she's very hard-headed. Mustang Granny, hashtag love Granny. It's good to see you too, Mustang Granny. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Cinnamon Girl, Warrior Queen in the house. Whoop, whoop, got a Warrior Queen. So good to see you guys. Now, don't call a YouTube psychic. No, ma'am, I will not, Flies, I promise. Never will I ever. We should play a game of Never Have I Ever sometime. Maybe I'll do that because I've got a roast. I've got a roast posted, and I, at this time, plan on doing that roast. I'm going to do it. I'm ready to have some fun. These YouTube streets have gotten a little crazy. And yes, we are going to be going over the Sweetie Palo, Reverend Donna Serafina, hold on. KK's gonna come up too when she gets back. She is doing some shopping. There she is. I said her name and she appeared. Always love having KK up here with me. There is plenty of room for many more people to come up. Please feel free to take the link and come up. I'll pin the link real quick. Oh, come on. I went to the doctor today. The doctor told me that I was doing pretty good, and he gave me a shot. I got a shot, and I still have to go to CVS and get 2 other shots. They just keep giving me vaccines. They really do. Now, Carla, hey. Girl. And I just want to say this very quickly, okay? Please feel free to give your opinion over here, okay? I get it. This live that they did really just woof. And I haven't watched the whole thing, right? I only seen the part where Reverend Donna was calling Jody Sue names. Now, this is what got me about the whole scenario, because Sweetie Pie-Lo, okay, Sweetie Pie-Lo, and actually while I'm in here, okay, I'll do it after, did a video where she said that if people were going to call her and Donna, Reverend Donna or Ziggy or Fred's names, that she would copyright strike them, is what she said. But the way that they were talking today, I'm like, man, oh man, it wasn't cool. We got H. Davis in the house. H. Davis in the house. Whoop, whoop. I hope you're doing well, H. Davis. Sherry?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we're going to be having conversations today, and you're echoing.
I am.
Yeah. Oh, my God, what happened to Aunt Sherry? I don't know. Where'd she go? Dang it, Sherry, what's going on? KK will be up in a few minutes. Nobody you know, does your name start with a L? Does your name start with a L? I had been watching a different channel, and you admitted to being someone that I really don't want over here at my channel. For sure. Honest Injun. Honest Injun. Sherry, hey, Sherry.
Hey.
Hey, honey, I'll let you up here in a little bit because I'm going to be going over this Reverend Donna Serafina stuff.
Okay.
All right, darling. All right. Thank you, Sherry. I didn't want to be mean to her. I'm not going to be mean to you, Sherry. Well, I have a feeling that it's someone I don't want nothing to do with. And they treated someone I know very badly. And I'm not into that. So I would prefer that they just leave. I mean, for real. I don't want to get into it because I'm talking about something else, but absolutely, if they're the person that they said that they were in another creator's chat, I would prefer that they not be over here. I'm just saying. Okay, let's get this started. So we are going to start out with Sweetie Pie-Lo. Suspect identified, part 2, explosive, shocking warning, Reverend Donna Serafina. Now, I got a notebook out. Yeah, your opinioned out. Nobody, you know. You are. I think Lips wants you. Go find Lips. Lips wants you. For real. I know it's your troll account. Oh, yeah, it's a troll account. It definitely is. I already checked it. It's a troll account. For sure. Okay, let's get this started, you guys. Are you ready? And yes, please feel free. The blaming everyone that has passed away has got on my last nerve. I agree, Flies. I totally agree. I really do. I've always been respectful. It does not. Okay, so you're not the person that Crystal asked you if it was you in her chat and you said yes. So I'm kind of lost. But I do have an email, so maybe we should converse through my email and get it straightened out. If we could do that, for sure. Okay. This was a wild live stream, you guys. And I commentate. If you get a little education, okay, that would be a wonderful thing. I do have my ruler, and I will use it if need be today. Thank you, Poppy. Thank you, Flies. Okay. All right, let's get this started, you guys. Let's get this started.
I'll see her again in the rapture, which is, if you don't know, when the Christians believe that dead people suddenly raise from the dead. Newsflash, they're never die to begin with, but so that's...
He said resurrection, right? You have nothing to do with lips? Well, I'm seeing things that, aren't setting well with me, but, please feel free to email me and let's have a conversation like two adults. Because I don't want to be mean. I don't. But if you're that person, that's so Crystal. Hey, girl. Okay. So Dawn said, see her in the resurrection, right? Yeah, for real. With the ruler, May.
That's how Don Wells was talking. Another thing was that I said, I had told Fred that I saw a hunchback guy around the barn where I saw a trade-off happen with Summer, where Summer was delivered to some other people. And Fred identified the barns up there in the hollow as being a...
Barns. It was a barn. Now there's more than one barn. Hey, Patty Ponytail. Oh, I forgot. This is what I was going to say. It does not mean anything to me if you like these people or not, okay? We're communicating with each other over what is being said, okay? I agree, Appy. There's a lot of barns, especially in a holler. Hello, babe.
Hey, sorry if you hear my dogs barking so much. I got home, let them out, but I want to be up here.
You're fine.
Can you hear my dogs?
No, I don't hear your dogs. I really don't. All right, girl, you ready for this?
I hit something and somehow my link got posted on your chat and I didn't mean to do that.
No, you're fine. You're not a mod.
I know, but it popped up and it said something and new
Don't
to
worry about
streaming
it.
or looking to level up, check out StreamYard. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Right. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, girl.
I might mute through some of it, but just keep going because I'm going to start dinner and come outside. And
No, you're absolutely fine.
Thank you, love.
And Auntie Sherry, don't take it personal that I had you get down and I let KK up here because I know you're very opinionated. You have a lot of things to say, and I need to get through this today. Okay. You're fine, KK, but you're gone. So I pinned the link. All right, let's give it back. May, you're fine. Hey, grieving mama.
apart across the road from Andy Bernard's uncle, John Smith, now deceased, one of the 20 or so people now deceased around the bottom of this crime, or Doug Gott, who also was staying next door to John Smith. He's now dead as well, and he also frequented that area and the area on Stardust where there's a bar.
Okay, so she definitely, Mama T. Oh, I love Mama T. I do. I love you, girl. I got a lot of love to give. I really do. Okay, so continuous talk of people who aren't alive anymore.
Can you hear me, love?
Yes, darling.
Because I just got kicked off for some reason.
Oh, I don't know why.
All right, I'm going to mute and listen.
All right, darling. Here, okay. So more talk of people who are not living anymore.
Barn. So we've pretty much identified the two likely trade-off places for Summer Wells. And then, so then Fred took us through the first day, what he experienced the first day. And that's what that 2-hour live stream is about. It's really interesting. And I am glad to be able to give Fred a platform. I am sick and tired of these freaking Bernards. I am sick. I'm so tired of them. It's time to call it out. That's how I feel. And that's why I'm here. So welcome.
What did the Bernards do to her? She is, let's move on.
Fred. You're among good company on this one. I'm over the Bernards.
Well, what I'm over is the whole infighting stuff. We are all here because we're interested in justice for Summer Wells. Whatever it is that happened to her, we want to make sure that the people who perpetrated this violence are held accountable.
Hey, Super Sensible. I agree with what Sweetie Pilo's saying. We are all here for Summer. And there is all this, I'll call it in-house fighting, right? Some creators thinking that they've got more than other creators, and you know, they demean smaller channels and different stuff like that. It's very sad. It is very sad.
So why are we not uniting, coming together and actually making change in a positive direction? Instead, it's like creator versus creator, and then Donna gets attacked, I get attacked, Ziggy and Fred get attacked. For what? What do you think you're doing to make a positive difference in the case at all if you're fighting? We want to see that the people who did this come to justice. Like that.
But you got a better video for me? It's scary. You do? Can you grab it, Blythe, or drop her link? Yes, that's what I'm getting ready to say. Contradictions. Yes, you can't do that.
Should be number one mission. Nothing else. No infighting, no gossiping. Just get with the program, people. Donna is a great resource. Fred is a great resource. The hope was bringing the two together, that maybe Fred Hill could make sense of what Donna had seen when she channeled this, August of 2021. This information is not new. I mean, she saw this a long time ago. It's that she's now connecting to things she saw, and Fred is finding meaning, or let's say assigning value to what she saw. So
stop what you are doing. Okay, so hold on. There's a commercial. There's probably quite a few of them, but to each their own. I do have to stop this and comment on it because I am monetizing it. So hopefully they don't come after me. Yeah, babe, hold on just a second. Let me get over.
Oh, this
there,
is Sweetie Pie talking?
Yeah, that's Sweetie Pie talking.
She don't have no room to talk. She's kind of hypocritical. Sorry about that. I know you don't want to talk.
Hang on. No,
I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I don't want you to get in trouble. And
I ain't gonna get in trouble.
I just don't care for them people. They're, I don't know. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Okay, there's Mama. And while I'm doing this, let me find you. I want to mod you real quick. Where are you at? Where are you at? Like you.
Oh, well, thank you. Hey, Super Sensible. Hey, everybody I didn't get to say hi to. I just got home. I had to put my groceries away. Me and my dad had to go out and do some errands.
That is so cool. I am so happy to hear that. I really am.
He's doing good.
I
A
mean,
lot better. But
I
he
just,
it's been a process, because I put him in a thing for like 2 weeks,
right.
a mental health facility, and he got out of there and he's doing really good. And they changed his medicine and it's working fantastic.
Hey, Viper. Yeah, I know Killer Looks. I probably already seen some of it, Mama T, but please feel free to drop that link.
Flies, hey love. Flies, I hope you're
So
feeling okay. I love you.
we do love Flies.
I love her to death.
Yeah, I played his stuff yesterday. Absolutely. We're a Killer
Killer is the
Looks fan
best. I
over
love
here.
him. He does a really good job and very detailed.
He
That's what we need.
does.
Yeah,
He really does.
he puts a lot of effort into his work and it shows. His
Uh,
channel should be bigger than what it is for real.
yeah,
And he's
absolutely.
fair, he don't grift. He's fair. He's just
Well,
himself.
it's like, some of us who've tried to put out factual stuff, we're the ones with the smaller channels.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's how it goes.
hey, I was excited to get 500 subs. So being at
You're
2,100
look, like
really
I told
excites
you,
me.
quality over quantity.
Yes.
And
Yes.
you'll get there. The turtle got there.
Okay, so let's start this again. Here we go. Oh wait, I got her muted.
Respect off Ben Hill Road. And he knew right away. He said, "Oh, that meant she went up into the hollow." And then I told him about the guy with the hunchback, and it was pretty easy from there to identify the two barns that are associated with that guy, who's now dead. So it really doesn't matter if we talk about him. He's one of, like I said,
It's
probably
kind of
about 20 people that are
insensitive.
now dead.
Everybody has said that. I've even talked with Flies about that. Absolutely. These people, I'm not going to say they're criminals, not criminals, that they did things, didn't do things, but just the way that these individuals are talked about is kind of
Right.
disturbing,
It is.
right?
It is. I agree. That's why I said that. It's why would you talk about a dead person and say it like that?
Yeah.
No matter what they've done in life, there's somebody's family, somebody loved them and they were human.
Right. And I'm going to say this right now. If any of
Lenny, hold on. Lenny's my friend in there. I
love
love her.
Lenny.
Oh
I
my God,
love
I love
Lenny.
her. Hey, love.
I know. I get
Oh,
excited when Lenny comes over and Mustang
Lenny is my
Granny.
dog.
So,
Aw.
hey, Golden Grace. This is, let me say this. If my mods ever block someone, I do not question it because my mods do not just block people. So if you're ever blocked by my mods and they think it's an accident, they will let me know and I will act accordingly on it. Other than that, I do not question my mods when they get rid of somebody.
When I'm a
Bottom
mod, I
line.
usually just time people out, for a certain time. I don't block them. You know what I mean? And until like the creator or something, because that's how I did with Cher. I
Uh,
love you too, Lenny.
yeah, the thing about it is that's the way my mods are, and
Yeah, I like that.
they always let me know, but especially Flies. If Flies block somebody, I ain't gonna question it. So
Can y'all hear
okay,
me washing dishes?
no.
Okay, I'm on mute when you play though.
Okay, here we go.
Yep.
I'm gonna play some more.
Dead.
I've never seen anything like this, guys. Have you? In any case that we followed, so many dead people associated.
No,
RC
but I
Paul,
kind of, it makes me wonder, am I just,
Yeah, we'll go over the Killer
link.
Looks and what
Okay.
happened. Yeah, I've got it. Fly sent me the clip of it last week or right after it happened. I was just trying to be careful playing it because I didn't know what YouTube was going to say about it. So for sure. Hang on, there's We'll do this very quickly because I'm not playing games with people today, for sure. What can we do for you?
Christ. Now I will do my money.
You're an idiot.
Basics and understanding and
Yeah, you're a
learning.
fucking idiot. How about that? Ha! He didn't last long, did he? They act like I'm stupid, KK, and it pisses me off. Like I'm gonna let somebody just come up here without putting my overlay up. I know who I can let up here and who I can't let up here. You know. Hey, Genevieve.
Fuck, I was
Okay.
muted and talking. I was talking to Genevieve and you. I was asking you who that was.
Yeah,
That-
trying to pee bomb. Yeah, remain calm doesn't go for that over here. Okay, moving on.
It's like is there really an influx of people passing away, or are you just like paying attention to it? You know, is it,
Yeah.
it really does seem abnormal. Like
It
it seems
does.
so to many.
It does. It's so bizarre to me. Yeah.
Well, one thing all these people have in common is that they may have seen something.
Mhm.
You know, like I have no doubt in my mind if Fred went back there, he'd be found dead too. No doubt.
Oh, I know. I think it's so great that he's
Wow.
not there any longer. Safer
Yeah.
for him. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So so on that first live stream, we went through day one, and it surprised even me. The information that came out surprised even me, and I'm not surprised very easily.
Right.
So then we were going to start with day two. Like when you wake up the next day, what happens, Fred?
Pretty much just the law enforcement, they're off and on all day and stuff. I mean, I was trying to think what happened first that morning. They came and asked some questions and stuff, and that we went and I showed them some different locations. I rode around with them most of that day.
Uh-huh.
Oh, so you
And-
rode around with a lot.
Of all the people in that hauler, they chose Fred to drive around with them. I don't know. I don't know.
Law enforcement.
Yes, they 4 of them I rode around with that day, and we went to certain places that, like when you go out Ben Hill and turn left, the first driveway on the right, there's some wells and stuff that I was pointing out to them and stuff and showing them where they were just asking if any well if I could show them where wells and stuff was, where I was raised up there all my life, pretty much knew where everything was, or septics, any kind of buildings that's kind of tucked away that they didn't know about and stuff.
But Fred knows about all of them. Hey, Mrs. T. Fred knows about all of them, right? Oh, thank you, Wee. Thank you, sweetie. That really means a lot.
So we mostly was on Simpson Loop, which is straight across from the shed at the bottom, if people don't know. And I was showing them places on that road and stuff, joining Beach Creek, that a lot of wells, septic systems, houses that there's one house particular that we went to check because it's been known for people to hide out from the law and stuff on that actually had power on it, but it appeared that nobody lived there. It's all growed up, trees all around it, everything.
Fred knows all these places. This has always stood out to me. Fred knows all the locations. He knows all of the wells. He knows everything. He knew who had cameras, who didn't have cameras. For real. For real. Hang on, Mama. Let me see what this link is, because she is adamant that I look at it. So I will. Let me see what it. Okay, wait. And okay, hold on. Oh, I seen it, Mama. Yes, I seen that live. I sure did. Thanks for dropping the link to it, though. His mouth is just flying without Ziggy's help. I know, Mama T. Especially in the Summer Wells case. Patty, did I say hey? All right.
Yeah, they just kicked that one right in, didn't they?
Yeah, when we walked up to it, they just kicked the door in and went straight in on it because they suspected somebody in there.
What kind of vehicle were you guys riding around in?
Waving
Was it a marked
Sandy.
vehicle?
No, it was a maroon Dodge truck 4-door.
Wow. Did you guys just hear what he said? It's a maroon. It was a maroon 4-door truck that they were driving around in. Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Were you privy to any of their conversation, like about what they thought? Because clearly they suspected Don Wells being involved in this disappearance from the very beginning. And so I'm
Yeah, at
wondering,
first,
what kind
I
of
mean-
things did you overhear them talking about?
I mean, at first they was talking about they suspected him owing a drug debt and stuff. That's what they wanted me to record some. On and try to hit on Don was about who he owed and stuff like that, and try to talk to him about no matter how much money and stuff he owed, if that we could get her back and stuff if Lonely knew where to go about getting her and all that.
That's what they were telling you
Yeah.
to say, is to say we could get him up with the money.
Yeah, no matter how
That's
much
good.
money, whatever. I mean,
But why Fred? Why was Fred the chosen one? Inquiring minds want to know. I mean, it does look like a trafficking operation possibly going on. Could Don Wells have owed a debt? Absolutely. We can't say he didn't. We can't say that he did. We just don't know.
that could be handled as long as we know where to take the money and stuff too.
Wow, Fred. Why do I say wow? I say wow because August 2021, Donna, people want me to introduce or give a little more background info. Let me tell you real quick. Donna, I found Donna in 2020 after I literally, with my own eyes and ears, witnessed her solve an entire case like 4.5 months before these missing kids were found in their stepdad's backyard. So when they were found, I reflected back that I felt like I'd heard that information before, right? It was egregious. They had very egregious murders. And so I went back to Donna's, I picked to her video, her actual video. It picked up where it left off. And my mind was blown because I was hearing these details that only like, I don't know, a couple months later.
Okay, she's talking about the Daybell case. She's talking about the Daybell case.
Then on Don Wells' part, he did sell, according to his ex-wife, he did sell one of his kids to drug dealers already. Kids he had 20 years prior, and that ex-wife went and had to retrieve the little boy that Don Wells already sold. So this would not be his first time.
Right.
Yes, that was said. Mary said that Pam Wells told her that story.
This lady says some wild things.
Right. Well,
and she ain't got no proof of that. That's the sad part.
Well, the thing about that, where'd you go, girl? I lost you again. The thing about that story had been put out there. Mary talked about it, right? We are Detective Pruitt, save Fred. If anybody believes, I don't know what to tell them. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. I don't know why my phone keeps kicking me off. It doesn't appear all the time.
I got you. When you're gone, just come back up. I'll let you back up.
Yeah, I will.
For
I was
real.
gonna come back yesterday, but I got sidetracked with my dad.
Yeah, sweet. That's so sweet, Jackie. Thank you so much. Hey, Alexandria.
Talking about earlier, you have the best chat. You really do.
Hey, you guys, I am monetizing this, so if you would, please just dress up your words and maybe make up names for
yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta calm my language down.
No, I
just
just
abbreviate and stuff,
Yeah, I just seen the DRUGS.
Oh yeah, I don't do that
there,
one.
but
I say it though, but
I'm looking forward to take it out. If anybody's comment gets removed, don't be offended by it. Also, just to let you know, sometimes YouTube will hold a comment because we do have a list of words that we have put on our list. So I may have to go back and find that because now I don't know where it's at. Okay. All right. Let me get back over here. Okay, here we go. All right. So Fred's the superhero, right? Law enforcement is using Fred for everything. Fred, they seem to think that Fred can go and get Don Wells to say things to him, right? that would mean that him and Don Wells were close. That's what that would mean. Because why would Don Wells say anything to Fred like that? Doesn't make sense, right?
And to clarify, Candace, the son that she hurt, battered, we'll say, that was in her first set of kids. So she basically had 2 sets of kids. She had her daughter and son years ago, and then she had these 4 kids, in the last 15, 17 years, whatever.
By the way, they knew law enforcement had mentioned the day of that Summer's disappearance in front of Fred. They had mentioned about the other child, Don trying to sell the other child. So they knew about that incident.
Okay.
The day Summer went missing.
So it has been.
Okay. And I'm sorry I keep stopping it. Why would law enforcement say that to Fred? So basically, this is what I'm hearing. Fred is saying that, hey, law enforcement wanted me to go and get Don Wells to tell me if he owed a debt. Maybe I could get him to tell me the amount. Maybe I could convince him that, everyone could get together and, try to come up with the money that Don allegedly owed. Kind of crazy, right? Oh, thank you, Lorene. Real clap. Thank you for subbing up, darling. I do have a 10-minute window on being able to come into chat and give us a shout out, but please feel free to do so. Ziggy knows because Fred knows, and yet no one knows. I don't understand how Ziggy can sit and have conversations, right? Have conversations like she was there when she allegedly wasn't there, right?
Yeah, she acts like she was there from day one. That's how she talks. Because she just goes off what Fred told her. She don't know shit. I like
Right.
Ziggy, but she's very naive. That's why I said I feel sorry for her. I do.
Mama T, I will talk about that as soon as I'm done with this, honey.
What are we talking about?
She's talking about killer looks and in that situation.
I thought you already settled that, said you was going to do that later.
Yeah, I'll do that later. All right, here we go.
All right.
Be in a database or something somewhere. It's for them to know that right off.
With solutions from the
Oh, hang on, commercial. Hey, my doctor visit went really good, KK.
Oh, that's awesome.
I know, I was glad.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, it did.
Good.
Okay, here we go.
So interesting.
And probably they received phone calls, because could you imagine if it goes public that your ex-husband's kid just disappeared when he already
Right.
sold your kid?
Right.
know?
And I remember Mary, Don's sister, she was screaming from the rooftops, check him out. She was really concerned.
She
Exactly.
better leave Mary
It's just so
alone.
weird. I bring it up because it's so weird. We didn't know that law enforcement knew the day of, because we figured they found out about it when
No,
Mary
you're
told
fine,
us,
Mama
Mary
T.
and the sister told them about it, but I guess they had to have known on the day of.
That is so interesting. Wow.
There's something else too about we were talking a little bit.
So, what she's saying, the day Summer went missing, they already knew Don allegedly had tried to sell one of his kids before, right? So, my question is, why would they know that before 911 was called, saying Summer was missing? Super sensible, thank you. No, honey, it was my regular doctor, for sure. So that doesn't make any sense to me right there. That doesn't. So, all right, here we go.
Before I was about the day after Summer's disappearance, and he was trying to remember exactly what was on the 17th. And you think that dream story, right? You heard about that on the 17th?
No, that was on the 16th. That was on.
Oh, I'm sorry, 16th.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on the 16th.
Yeah.
16th. Yep.
16th.
Okay, yeah, let's go back to the 16th then. Fred, and tell us everything about driving around with these cops and what they were talking about,
Yeah,
even amongst each other and stuff like that.
Well, they just at that point, they were just trying to figure out locations and stuff and search every location that was off of Ben Hill. While the other main searchers, like the fire department, rescue squad, all that was actually searching mainly Ben Hill. They was wanting to hurry and expand outward and trying to find abandoned houses, stuff like that, and wells, septics, anything that she could have been put or anything at that point.
And Fred knew all of those locations well
Fred, I
enough.
think Fred might know more than he's putting on because he's been talking an awful lot lately.
Well, I mean, he was raised in that area. He
I think he
absolutely was.
knows. Weird, he knows everything.
He
He's got
knows.
cameras.
He knows.
He always talks about
yes.
cameras.
He knows where all the cameras were at, the field cameras,
Where everybody was and everything.
abandoned wells, barns, sheds. Fred knows it all for sure. Okay, here we go.
And you witnessed even earlier something I had never heard before. You would witness them like while you were in the car with them, like the searchers would contact them and be like, "Oh, we're finding drugs in this house or that house." And
yeah, they was
Wait. Searchers were contacting Fred to let them know that they had came upon areas where there were substances. What? I'm sorry, I got to be kind and rewind that just a couple of seconds. Okay.
Location that was off of Ben Hill, while the other main searchers, like the fire department, rescue squad, all that was actually searching mainly Ben Hill. They was wanting to hurry and expand outward and trying to find abandoned houses, stuff like that, and wells, septics, anything that she could have been put or anything at that point.
And you witnessed even earlier something I had never heard before. You would witness them like while you were in the car with them, like the searchers would contact them and be like, "Oh, we're finding drugs in this house or that house." And
yeah, they was getting the
searchers.
They was getting annoyed with that because when I was with them trying to take them to different locations and stuff. Where the one I was working with is head drug task force, and he's with the special tactics unit too. Anyway, they was contacting him just every house that they was going in seemed like and wanting to take and have them charged or whatever from what they was seeing in the houses and stuff, the paraphernalia and all that. It almost didn't seem like every house they went in seemed like.
So real
law enforcement, if I remember correctly, at that time wasn't really giving a shit about substances and stuff at individual houses. They were trying to find Summer. So I can guarantee if they went into an establishment and found some weed, they didn't care about that. They were looking for Summer. Yeah, head of the drug task force. Make that make sense. For sure.
And they're like, we're not here for that right now. We're here trying to find Summer, and that's all.
Okay.
They were getting annoyed with all of the other stuff that they was trying to do, and when they were just there trying to
all
find
the police
Summer.
trying to press charges for drugs found and stuff, and people's houses that they were searching and paraphernalia, and they were actually saying no, actually we're not going to be doing that. We're focusing on Summer. So that was a new one I heard. And also, the dream story.
Do you hear me?
Oh, sorry, keep going.
I mean, we went and searched a lot of Simpson Loop that day from when you turn out Ben Hill and you turn left, the first driveway on the right.
How is he searching with the searchers that day when he allegedly didn't even get home until later on?
Can you hear me, RC?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Because it muted for a minute and I like, damn, here I go again.
No,
All right,
I'm
gonna mute.
That's just freaking crazy.
Yeah.
That's it all. To some people, I know people are in their mind, this makes sense to them, but sorry, it doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't.
I showed them where a couple wells was on that property. And then we went on around Simpson Loop and I showed them where a couple houses was that appeared nobody lived in, but I done already knew that people had been hiding out from law enforcement and all that around in some of them houses and stuff because the power and stuff was still on them houses, but nobody actually had resident there. I mean, actual living there. It's just people that was running from law and stuff like that, hiding out.
So he knows people are running from the law. They're going into different places in the holler. Fred knows that these places, the electricity's still on. Kind of weird.
So we went around through there, and they kicked a couple doors in and
Yeah,
went in and searched a
squatters.
couple places and searched the well, or looked at the wells and stuff on the same pieces of property and stuff. And then I was trying to think if that was the day I was trying to think if I showed them the Field Road property on the first day or second day. Seemed
If
like
you
it
showed him
was
what property?
You showed him what property?
Fields Road property of Andy Parents.
Of
Seemed like-
Andy's parents?
One of the properties on Fields Road. They have a property on Fields Road.
which is straight across from Command Center where they set the Command Center up.
Nobody's living there now, but it was a property, right? There's nobody was living there at the time, really.
Because I mean, it kind of come up.
Why would Fred have to show them that property when it belonged to the Bernards? That makes no sense. But moving on.
When
Genevieve, I never say anything about anybody's Cash App. Actually, I've got it on a banner that I made a freaking banner, and where did I put it?
I want to say hi to Sandy. I see her. Hi, Sandy. Much love to you.
Girl, you say hi to anybody you want.
Thank you. I just want to wait. I don't want to interrupt because I'm horrible at interrupting. I'm that
No,
person, and I don't do it on purpose. You know, it happens.
I know. It's okay.
It's my ADHD. I get squirreled.
Okay. Right there it is. I
trying to
think
fix
this is the
supper.
one I had up. Anyhow, I mean, my Cash App is up. I don't, I try not to say a lot about people and money, so.
You're different, RC. You don't go against the grain like some of these people do, you know?
Well, I said he didn't show nobody squat or rode with Ellie or is believed by Ellie, period. That is what Pruitt said. That is what Pruitt said. Yeah, squatters on the property, on some of those properties. Yeah, absolutely. Even Twyla talked about some areas that they searched where there were a lot of needles and all kinds of stuff like that. I know, Deb. So a lot of people believe that. All right, let me get through this commercial. I just, yeah, this live kind of goes cuckoo here pretty soon.
On the first day it was recording, he said something about they went to the Fields Road property and stuff that day on 15th.
Oh, Andy claimed that he had went on the Fields Road property on the 15th?
Yes.
Man.
And it
Was
was on
that after
recording.
he got caught lying to the police that he was even there at all?
He allowed that he went down there after he had got home and stuff, so I don't know.
Oh,
But-
okay.
Let me ask you
What's up,
guys.
Dad?
Let me ask you guys a question.
I'm cooking our chili. It's got to
Listen-
cook for a couple hours to simmer.
Listen
Oh,
to this.
Sorry, I wouldn't mute it.
No, you're fine, darling.
I was talking to my
Um,
dad. I'm gonna mute now. Sorry.
This is the thing. Oh shoot, I forgot what I was gonna say. If law enforcement believed that Andy was there, that something did transpire and Andy was involved, guess what, everybody? They're not going to tell anybody. They're not going to tell Fred Hill. They're not going to tell Ziggy Hill. They're not going to tell anybody.
Facts.
Why?
Period.
I mean, serious. Why?
Yeah, I agree.
Why would any law enforcement tell anybody that they're specifically looking at 1, 2, 3 people, however
Unless they're a
many
snitch.
people?
Unless they're a snitch for the
Right.
cops.
That's
That's the only way you'd get it because you got to snitch on people.
Well, let's not forget the conversation that Ziggy had when she left that TBI tip and stated that Dawn had came to Fred, asked Fred if he would mediate with some substance dealers and something about so they wouldn't take his boys like they did. He said, Dawn never said that these substance dealers took Summer, but yet he wanted Fred to be a go-between so to let them know, please don't take the boys. So right there, Fred is putting himself as somebody who has some sort of power with these substance dealers. Is exactly what he did. Exactly what he did.
That was weird to you because
But that's why they like, well, where's this property at? He's supposed to own, because we didn't know nothing about it until then. It seemed like they was talking about on the second day too about Andy and them refusing the search of the 125 property at that time.
That's so weird.
The day before, seemed like they was mentioning it that day.
Oh, so Andy Bernard not only lied to the police and got caught about being present at the time Summer Wells disappeared, but he also refused to let the police search his property, even though all these other neighbors with massive drugs, they were letting the police come search. But Andy Bernard would not let the police search his property.
Well, I think it was Jody that refused the search of it, because she stated when I was recording them that day, she said, tried to say that she didn't want him to go in the house and stuff because he had guns and stuff in there, and he was a felon, and she was trying to keep him from getting in trouble. So I don't know.
Do you guys believe that? Do you believe that, KK? That Jody said they couldn't go in there because Andy had weapons in there and he was a felon?
Nope.
Because if I remember correctly, didn't Jody say that they absolutely did check her property and she allowed them to do it?
Why is he always wanting to go after other people? Like, what's his deal? Like, he talks about everybody. He needs to look at his fucking self.
Well,
I don't care
why
for him. I like Ziggy, but I don't like him.
Let me tell you something.
Sorry, I don't.
I don't think he will ever go back to Tennessee, period.
There's some reason he left.
Well, he left.
I mean, I know Ziggy, but I think there's more to that.
Well, Fred says that, of course, him and Ziggy got married, and so he came to Indiana to stay with her, and
there's something about him.
He said that he needed to get away from the environment, which is, I mean, I can see that because he was a meth manufacturer. So he was all caught up in that, right? He admits to being, yes, nobody, you know, I agree. I agree.
Nobody.
So, all right, here we go.
That's just what she had told on the recording. They reason she denied the search, supposedly.
But she'll come on here and say she didn't deny the search, you know?
Yeah,
So,
but the police were letting people know they weren't there for drugs and other things. They weren't looking in drawers. They were looking for a child. Yeah. And these people, Andy Bernard, lied to the police until it was proven on video that he really was there at the time Summer disappeared. This is the bottom line here. And then him and his bitch, his fat bitch, who sits there for 2 years straight, like a dumb, drug-addicted, alcoholic, chain-smoking whore, sits there for 2 straight years as controlled opposition, whining and claiming that her husband is guilty of drugging the children that are being raped at Ben Hill Road. And what? Oh my God. Excuse me.
Wow. Becca, hi, Becca.
Why is she talking like that?
Can you believe that?
That's not professional at all. That is fucking wild.
Wow.
What the fuck? That's Sweetie Pie?
Yeah, no, that's Donna.
Oh.
That's
Donna.
See,
I don't remember their voices because I quit fucking with a long time ago.
That's
wow.
Freaking wild.
And what's her obsession with Ziggy and Fred, especially Fred? She has an obsession with him.
More
to get information.
Well, it kind of seems like she is going after Andy and Jody hard right now.
Yeah.
But I think
Fred's right in on it.
I think that's because of Ziggy and Fred.
I think she needs to leave Jody Sue alone. That woman's been through enough through all this shit.
Right. Okay, hold on.
Does she still go live?
Who?
Jody.
Oh yeah, that girl can go live for hours.
I know.
For hours.
All night.
Here we go.
Whining and claiming that her husband is guilty of drugging the children that are being raped at Ben Hill Road.
Wow.
And what?
Man.
Oh my God. Excuse me, but that's
I mean, they were searching the places and stuff. I mean, they was opening drawers. They was opening every little compartment that they seen.
Oh, okay.
So Fred is saying that he was actually in on the searches. That they were actually searching properties with Fred with them. Like he was standing there watching them search properties. I'm sorry, that doesn't make a lot
Yeah,
of sense.
everybody's yeah, like Lenny said, Fred is an informant or he owes money. Something smells bad in this. It does. And Donna and I don't know, something's just not good here.
Something's smelling like sulfur right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go.
Hey Becca.
Hey, did you follow them in there? And
Hey, Becca. I love Becca too. Okay, here we go.
some of the houses, you followed them
Yeah.
in?
Yep.
And they were opening drawer. They were looking for any kind of
Yeah, they looked for any trace of anything they could find.
Oh,
But
okay.
they weren't charging anybody with
No,
anything.
but
I mean, they were,
they were still looking in every little thing.
yeah.
Anything they thought that she might could fit in.
Oh, well.
Fred, did you follow them around your property? Did they look everywhere, right?
Hey,
And they
Patty
said anything size
Ponytail.
of a laptop computer
Oh, okay.
at
Anything
that time.
as big as a lap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Jody could have just stuck the guns somewhere under or something and said they
Right.
were hers or whatever. I mean, a child is missing. An actual
Exactly.
child is missing.
That's
I mean, when they came to my
so
house,
there's a second thing leading to potential red flags related to Andy Bernard,
yeah, when
who's
they
being
first come to
completely
my house,
platformed by Ryan's Finds Nothing. I'm
When-
tired of it. I'm tired. This
Yeah.
is about a little child missing.
And I have to admit, knowing that Ryan and Andy were together, like they were good buddies, and Andy's taking him all over the holler and showing him back roads and how they cut through properties to get to other people's properties. Andy did say that the dream or whatever he had, where it was said that he stated he had seen Summers' remains. All of that was said. Now, me personally, I've never looked at Andy Bernard as anything but a person of interest. He is still a person of interest.
Little child.
I mean,
And
when they came to my
who
house,
is this Jody Sue who sits there for 2 years like a drunken hootenanny,
Yeah.
chain smoking while she's talking crap, accusing her. On one night, she accused her ex-husband of being involved. Another night, she's attacking anyone who talks about him.
It's
Um,
so bizarre. I know.
That's
Yeah.
infuriating. Sorry.
What was
She's
that
come
saying?
after you too, Donna. She's come after me.
What
She's
the
definitely come after
actual
Ziggy and Fred.
fuck?
When she
What?
came after me is the only time I've ever even actually watched her.
Yeah.
Other than like 30 seconds. Oh, there's that drunk again.
So she claims Jody Sue partakes in the alcoholic beverages. I've never noticed anything like that with Jody.
Why is she talking so bad about Jody?
I don't know, but she going hard on her, isn't she?
That's pretty fucked up.
I
Does she
mean,
realize she's a victim of domestic violence?
I don't know what she thinks she knows. And that is the thing, especially with Summer's case. Hey, Miss Justice, you can't, this is weird. Okay, here we
It
go.
is.
The only time she ever talked about me, I literally said a prayer for her that she would not overdose on those narcotic pills she was clearly on, popping, while she was
Oh my
talking about
God.
it.
No,
Wow.
no,
Wow. You got to roast this woman. I don't,
no.
RC, you got to
Oh
roast her.
my gosh, this is nuts.
See what I
I
mean about
can't
her? She's
believe this.
horrible.
And I don't care if you like Jody or not.
That's wrong. What she's
No
doing right now is
one.
wrong.
Hey, Kimber.
And she's supposed to be a professional type psychic, or
Oh
whatever.
my gosh, this is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
You don't mock someone's cancer. You don't. Wow. Okay,
Yeah,
here we
it's fucked
go.
up. I agree.
It kind of reminds me of Ziggy doing readings on people that she's mad at, right? Wow.
Love
Okay.
Ziggy's heart.
Oh my God. Okay, here we go.
Say it, Jody Sue, your controlled opposition.
I think she's in the
Say
chat.
that.
Hang on. Let's see. What did she say? Jody Sue, but wait, Fred said he seen guns carried elsewhere on the 14th.
Now I cannot get the live chat. It's not pulled up yet. She made it not available for this video. So you can't even see what's being said in chat. Okay, what Jody just say about him? Let me see. Let me rewind it a minute.
Yeah, I
Say
think,
it, Jody Sue. You're controlled opposition.
I think she's in the
Say
chat. Hang on, let's see, what did she say? Jody Sue, but wait, Fred said he seen guns carried elsewhere on the 14th.
What?
And how does that absolve you, Jody? How does that absolve you? Do you want to pull her on here? How does that absolve you?
Judy,
Or when across the road, a 5-year-old child's missing and you won't let the cops walk around your property even?
Jody
Is that
Sue
what you
said
feel?
something. Can you pull that comment back up for Jody Sue so I could show Fred?
Sure, yeah.
What was it?
Let me find it.
Jody Sue said that you had.
Here it is. But
But
wait,
wait, Fred said he had guns carried elsewhere on the 14th.
That's not what it says, Ziggy. Fred said he's seen weapons carried elsewhere on the 14th. So he said he's seen it. See, Ziggy just switched that whole statement up. Sounds like my aunt when she eats in a drunken rage. Notice I said my aunt, no other names. Wow, this is crazy. Okay, here we go.
So what? So what? Jody Sue, what the fuck? A child,
Wow.
5-year-old child's missing across the dirt road? You know your asshole, the husband, had something to do with it? He's fucking lying to the cops, you stupid little bitch.
Oh, oh, wow. Girl, I get 5.
This is crazy.
I don't even do that.
Wow, I wasn't expecting this when we was on the phone. Just tell me about it. I didn't expect it to be this bad.
I didn't watch it all. The only part I
Also,
watched.
you're watching it with us, pretty much.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
that's the way I like to do it. I like to
Right. So
watch
you're
stuff
surprised
too.
with this.
All because Andy talked to Ryan and not her. Wow, this is crazy. Okay, moving on.
That is crazy.
Fuck you.
so
Fuck
let me,
you, whore.
I want to explain.
Oh,
She has called Jody every
fucking
fucking
mic
name in the book.
drop.
She's called
Oh my
everything
God.
except for her name, RC. That's horrible.
That is
This is
not
horrible.
cool.
And Jody was in the chat.
Jody was in the chat. Somebody said she comes up on panel, so we'll
I don't
see.
like that.
Wow.
That's really evil.
That's not cool.
Man, I know I get fucking,
Wow.
that's more than well, no, I'd say that stuff to somebody, but not somebody like Jody Sue, you know?
Wow.
Yeah, that's,
Like I said, I've lost my shit before, but I've never. Wow. Okay, we're moving on. You guys ready? Wow, this is nuts.
Come on here. Jody Sue, you come on here. You blabber like a drunken, insane idiot for 2 years straight, booking cigarette money, whatever it is you're doing. Do you even give a shit about the children that were being raped across the street, with you claiming that it was your husband supplying them the narcotics to knock the children out? Did you call CPS prior to little Summer Wells disappearing? Answer that in your little comments. Answer that.
So Donna, this is Donna's
Wow.
righteous indignation. She has every right to act like this because Donna has been treated so crappy when she's the one who actually wants Summer to be found and justice to be, in existence, maybe finally once and for all. And the way we look at it is Jody has been the roadblock in a lot of these cases, in a lot of instances with Summer Wells' case.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Do you think Jody's been a roadblock, KK? Does anybody feel like Jody's been a roadblock?
not at all. I've always said Jody's the one I believe.
Well, this is the thing, though. Okay, listen up, people. With Jody, what I always did was separated her DB with Andy and Summer's case. To me, they were two different entities there, right? For sure. Will one of you pretty little girls drop my email, please? Thank you very much. Lord have mercy. Okay, here we go.
Why would she know? She would talk about the fact that little girls were being drugged,
Right.
and harmed, but then not tell what she knows.
Jody did do that, though. Jody came out and said that Andy was providing substances up at 110 to sedate little people so they could be harmed. Jody did say that. I think I asked her about that when I talked to her that one time. and she said it was weed, I believe. I believe she ended up saying she was talking about weed or something, but I don't know.
Jody said, you're sitting there drunk as a skunk every night, chain smoking cigarettes like you're the ultimate authority. You're telling all of us that your husband, Andy Bernard, was supplying the sedatives for little children, and we're talking 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, to be assaulted. So tell us, Jody Sue, did you call the police ahead of all this? Or did you wait until one of the little girls you knew your husband was drugging disappeared before you refused to let them search your property? Because you know what? You were protecting your husband, and you still are.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I have to say, okay, and I'm sorry I keep stopping this so much, but there were times that Jody would say something about certain individuals saying something about Andy. And this is just peace. Hey, Peace Pugs. She did. I watched it live. That's when I left her channel for good. Christmas in all its glory. The original time she said it. You have to remember, Jody had chemo brain for a long time. Chemo brain is a real thing. Yes, it absolutely is a real thing. It is. And flies knows. So, for real.
Answer that. Did you call the police ahead of time and say, I know my husband's supplying drugs to the people across the way because they're assaulting little children?
She didn't know until after Summer went missing about that, but I don't think so. I think that's not absolutely.
Yeah, right. Like we all believe that because she was so clearly, she was so clearly high on the narcotics. So about to pass out on the narcotics when she sat there for an hour shit talking me that she knows nothing about drugs. She's just innocent. She's just an innocent girl who a pervert purchased her when she was 13 and gave them to his daughter who beat her up for 30 years. That's called Stockholm syndrome, Jody. Stockholm syndrome. When you attack people trying to find a little girl, and when you block your property from being searched for the little girl when you're only like 100 yards away.
We don't know if that's factual, that she did not let them look. Jody said she let him look. I don't know why she wouldn't have let him look. The only weird thing I remember Jody saying that I was like, okay, put that in my back pocket, was the fact that she said that she went into the creek to get rid of the scent so the dogs wouldn't get confused. That was weird. Then she stated the dogs hit at her feet. That is what she said. So TBI, HCSD, and everyone let them search. Right. Wow.
Because she was protecting Andy, and that's crazy. Like Jody says, he's totally freaking ruined you and your kids' lives. Like with all this, like you need to start talking, get away from the area and start talking.
We're what? I have never, ever, heard something so, well, I have. I mean, it is YouTube. But Donna's vicious right now.
So anyways, see if Jody Sue has an explanation as to why these little children across the street were being SA'd and assaulted with drugs from her husband, according to her, not according to me, according to Jody herself, and as to her not calling the police about it ahead of time. And why, knowing that he was providing these drugs to sedate these children for them to be assaulted, why she refused to let the police on her property to look for the child when the child was missing. Jody Sue, you don't even belong on YouTube.
It's crazy.
You literally belong in prison with all the rest of these disgusting people.
Wow.
See, Jody talked about in Discord of Andy had taken some guns to John Smithson hiding in a black bag. So I just wonder if he took it on the 14th by her saying that.
Yeah. Oh, so that's what she meant by the 14th, because you weren't even awake on the 14th.
No, I wasn't even.
You didn't even know about
on the 14th. So, I didn't know nothing about Jackie Dobbs even being on Ben Hill or nothing on the 14th. I know nothing about him until.
Fuck you, Jody Sue. Go fuck yourself, you stupid, idiotic bitch.
Jody said, you all let Fred lead you into a trap. I hear
she's
things
like
are,
vicious right now. That's bad.
Hear, Jody said, I hear things are headed for you via courts by those you've effed with in the last video. Too bad you didn't see that coming, LOL.
She's talking to Donna.
Yeah.
She's gonna get Donna.
Yeah.
I don't blame her. That's defamation what she's doing.
Wow.
Yeah, that's bad.
Wow. Here, okay, moving on.
Bitch,
Oh,
you stupid,
you
lying, stinky whore who is complicit in the death.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you calling her those names?
That's horrible. She's worse than me.
That is crazy.
I mean, I get rude sometimes, but fuck. That's bad.
That's a
Donna, you should
lot.
be ashamed of yourself. I don't care. I'm gonna say it. It's
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, I agree. I agree. That was there was no there was look, I do know that a lot of people absolutely when we talk about summer, there's times I get angry, I get feisty, but I have never spoke to
Thank you,
anyone that
Becca.
way.
You got a super chat.
Oh, thank you, Becca. Becca said they say they hate people that hurt children. Fred Jr. set off a pew pew in the same room as his infant son and they platform him. Thank you for that. Thank
Uh,
you.
I like Becca.
Wow, this is nuts. Yeah, I love watching her stuff. JSB got mad because I said I understand about the DV. You
I
know,
agree, Wee.
I don't know, Twister. I'm sorry that she got mad at you or accused you or whatever. But there were a lot of YouTubers out there that were doing and saying horrible things to Jody. So that
A
is
lot of people
true.
has all these years. A lot of people.
Right,
I've said bad shit. I apologize to her when she was on your panel that day because I wanted to apologize personally to him. I don't want it post or nothing, you know.
right.
And I feel really bad still about that because the DV is what gets me.
Well, that's what I said, and I have always done this. And, I've tried to separate her DV with Andy from Summer Wells going missing. I mean, you kind of have to, because if you ask Jody what she initially wanted her channel to be about was DV. Now, it didn't end up that way, in my opinion, but that's what she says. So, okay, here we go. Wow.
Death of a child, who has been complicit in the disappearance of a child, who has sat here for 2.5 years blaming your ex-husband, but then attacking the people that talk about your ex-husband. No, Fred did not lead us into a trap. It's time for people to start listening to Fred.
Yeah.
Okay, go
Oh,
ahead.
you're saying we're headed towards you via the courts by those who you're
Oh,
fucked
just
with?
ignore her.
Oh,
Just ignore her
right.
bullshit. Ignore this bitch. Ignore her.
Saying that for
She's
years.
an alcoholic, drug addict that has been in a domestic violence relationship. She has this kind of Stockholm syndrome thing going on with Andy, where she sits there on a nightly basis and blabbers, drinks alcohol, takes drugs, chain smokes cigarettes from her trailer. And she goes on and on about how this guy ruined her life and that how she knows he's complicit. And she knows he's been was supplying drugs
Yeah,
for these
fuck Donna, fuck
molestations.
you.
And then when anybody tries to say anything,
She's
she
defending.
jumps in and attacks him. It's called controlled opposition, Jody.
Yeah.
We're on to your
What?
game.
It
So
is.
go stick your head back up your ass, drink your bottle of whiskey, and ramble on. Okay, go ahead, Fred.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh
Fred,
my
please
God,
carry
this
on.
is awful.
Wait, can we remember where we left off? Hold on a second.
Yeah, we were at the point where Jody Sue refused to let them search her
Yeah.
property across the way from where a 5-year-old went missing. Yeah, that's where we were. Where
Yeah.
Jody Sue, who claims to know that her ex-husband was helping in the trafficking of children, refused to let them search her property to look for the missing child. That's where we're at.
Right, Mama T,
And,
right.
and let me say this because this always got to me too. When Jody talked, hey, Kirst.
Yeah, hey, cursed.
When Jody talked about her and Andy playing rock, paper, scissors to go see what the buzzards were flying around, they knew it was unalived. They knew that the smell was horrible. Andy can't stand a smell like that. So I thought that was so insensitive to
That's
even
horrible.
put
And bring
that
her
out
DV,
in the universe.
bringing the DV up. That's crossing line. I can't with that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't fuck with that. Period.
No,
She's a
I
horrible.
agree.
Donna, you should be ashamed.
She should be, but she won't
Karma's
be.
real, bitch. Karma's real.
Okay, here we go.
I want to say real quick, Seeing the Darkness, thank you so much for your super sticker. It's very appreciated.
So you were about to say something about when they came to my house and searched. You were about to say something about.
Oh, when they came to my house and searched, I didn't worry about the paraphernalia laying out and stuff. I mean, I let them straight in, and
Lenny,
they
I
went through my
agree.
place, you know,
Yeah.
and seen everything I had.
And that's how it is in California too. It's like if there's a bigger deal going on, the cops will come. They don't care about anything.
Yeah.
No,
We're
they
not
don't
here about
know
drugs.
till
We're not here about this.
everything.
We're not here
agree,
about that. And who
Floss.
would not let them
Agree.
come in except for someone right across the road who was complicit? Okay, go ahead. Fred, sorry.
Hold on. Before he says anything else, can we also say that after Summer's vanishing or disappearance, everything dissolved. The whole family split. Jody, Andy,
Oh yeah,
it all broke
yeah.
down. Why?
And in my criminal justice studies with my criminal justice bachelor's degree, guess what murderers do quite frequently? They freak out and they change their whole schedule. That's one of the ways police are onto them. But what
They do, though. They change the whole life. And I
Mama
think
T, I
that
agree with you.
I think that a lot of us really looked at that situation too, because when Summer first went missing, Jody was doing Facebook posts with Andy sitting beside her in the car. And then very quickly he moves and he gets married. Okay. That
Yeah, that was
is
crazy.
kind of weird, right?
It was quick, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
What happened here? Andy moved. Don't 2 or 3 days later, he quits his job. He leaves Jody Sue. He goes off to work for a carnival, for a train.
Yep.
And see, they didn't contain their dogs or nothing either up at 125.
Still work for a carnival?
Mhm.
That's weird.
I worked for a carnival for 10 years.
You did?
Yeah, I've been all over this country working. I got off the road about 4 years ago, and that's when I lived in Florida, and my mental health was bad, so I got off the road. I traveled
Right.
year round with the carnival, yeah, for about 10 years. I loved it.
Wow.
She has no idea about the carnival. It's kind of taboo, you know, but if
Right.
you know the lifestyle, it's a lifestyle out there. It's different
Right.
from
Right.
and it was the best times of my life because I've seen literally like 30 some states because of it. I've been to California, New York City. I would have never done that if I wasn't in the carnival. I loved it. That's
Right.
where I got my name Cotton Candy because I used to make cotton candy.
Oh, that sounds
Yeah, that's where
really
I got
good right now, too.
that's where I got my name from, yeah.
Hey, Mags. All right, here we go.
They was letting them get into it with the search dogs and all kinds of stuff.
What? Are you serious?
Oh, and Jody Sue, since you're here,
And yes, I heard that also, that where Jody had her dogs were in an area that it was kind of instigatory towards the search dogs. I did hear that. So don't know if it's true, but I did hear that.
can you tell us the exact name of the place where your ex-husband Voldemort went to go work after Summer Wells disappeared? Where he went to go be a train conductor at the little carnival? Where exactly was that? What's the address? Since you're here, Jody. Since you give a shit, Jody.
Got it.
I would punch that bitch in the face if she was here. I would.
Oh no! Oh, we do not incite violence over here. That's one thing we do not do. Damn, Donna. Wow. Wow, this is nuts. Okay, here we go.
I would fucking attack that bitch. I really would. I'm sorry, you gotta cut that out. I better be quiet.
Wow.
I really would.
For
I really would.
anybody, for
If that
anybody
was my kid, Jody Sue would be under the ground.
We were talking about how she seemed so worried it was going to be her
Damn.
child that, you know, early on. And now it's like making sense.
Yeah.
Like, well, why? Because Andy also had a drug debt or something. Did you know that Andy had a drug debt, Jay Sue? And is that why you were so worried it was going to be your daughter?
This is a big
To
deal,
protect
guys.
the whole room.
This is a big deal.
So Jody Sue, has Jody Sue talked on her ramblings about Andy also having a drug debt?
No.
Not that I've ever heard. No.
I gotta talk to you in 2 hours. Bye. Has Ziggy I don't listen to the ramblings of an idiot most of the time. When if they talk about me, I do. Ziggy has Jody Sue ever talked about that?
She
talked about the Knoxville runs with Andy and Dawn and stuff.
Jody Sue has talked about these Knoxville drug runs that Andy Sue are.
Yeah.
And you know what, Jody Sue, I'm
God.
sorry. You were molested as a child. Your own father allowed you to be sold to be molested and beat up for all of your young life, literally all your life. And at any time, you can start just telling the truth.
This is a
Why would you say that to someone like that? Are you kidding me? Wow. Wow. That's crazy. You don't mock and demean someone who's had to live that kind of life. That's crazy. That's just crazy to me.
A
At
systemic
any time.
problem.
Like, tell us where exactly is the location where Andy went to go work when he left you 2 days after Summer went missing. Tell us that.
Somebody needs to come clean. It's time. It's been going on for nearly 5 years, right? Let's see. Is it 5 years yet? Almost 5.
Going on 5 years.
Almost
Yeah, it's
5.
going on 5 years. This
And
is
if
a
you
long
hated your
time.
husband so bad, who beat you up all the time, wouldn't them, even if they did find guns, wouldn't that be perfect? Because
Yeah.
then he'd be out of your hair.
He'd be gone.
Like, you really cared about protecting a guy that beat you up nonstop, that drags you out.
Jody didn't know Andy was going to leave her. She didn't know he was going to leave her that quickly. So, geez.
You know what? If a guy punched me once, it'd be his first and last time.
Exactly.
Drug her out
Okay.
and put a gun in her mouth in front of the kids, outside naked, is what she claimed.
That is
That's
so
crazy.
Because she
That
was
is
so
so
young. Jody was so young. Jody was 13 years old because in the Bernard family, it's okay to purchase children. Per George, the boss family. Is that the boss?
Why the
dad,
fuck is
George
she
Bernard?
talking like
So he
this?
purchased Jody according to Jody.
I don't know, girl. I
This is
don't.
really blowing my mind.
It's blowing my mind too.
This had to be planned and talked about before for her. Why is she that angry all of a
I-
sudden at Jody?
I don't know. And my
Why is
question
she talking
is,
about her being a minor? Why are you talking about when she was
okay,
13 years
this
old?
is what I want to know. Okay. Why, if she had spoken to Fred when he was in jail, why is this conversation just now being had?
Right. And why is she so
Right.
fucking angry? Why is she bringing up her DV? Why is she bringing up stuff that happened when she was a minor child, 13 years old?
Right.
Why is she doing
Right.
this to Jody? This really pisses me off.
I think it's a lot of people should be very angry about this for real.
I agree,
Um,
Lenny. I didn't like her before this, but I really don't like her now. She can eat my ass.
I mean, wild. All right.
This is it's gonna get worse, I
Um,
feel.
I know. All right, here we go.
Jody when she was 13 and allowed him. Then, in other words, she's spending years being raped by Andy before she's even an
She
adult.
talked about how horrible and how they're monsters and horrible people, his
How
parents.
the fuck is this Jody's fault? How is this Jody's fault? Now, I can see him getting angry, believing that Jody didn't talk to law enforcement about, or called on Andy the sedative thing. I totally
RC.
understand that.
RC.
What?
My dad said to tell you hi. That's why I'm interrupted.
Hi.
He's right here. She said
Hi.
hi.
Hi, Daddy KK.
Yeah, he said tell her hey. He said, who you talking to?
Will you give him a big old hug from me?
I will when I
For
go in there.
real.
Okay, I'm gonna mute. Sorry, I
Okay,
interrupted.
darling. No, you're fine.
Right. So, I mean, she talks about how they abused her and stuff.
She has Stockholm syndrome. She literally like he's some kind of saint. Are you freaking kidding me?
Okay,
Right.
wait.
Fuck you, Donna. Fuck you.
No, Killer Looks just had a comment. Let's see what it is. Hang on.
Almost
Yeah, it's
5.
going on 5 years. This
And
is
if
a
you
long
hated your
time.
husband so bad, who beat you up all the time, wouldn't them, even if they did find guns, wouldn't that be perfect? Because then he'd be out of your hair.
He'd be gone.
Like, you really cared about protecting a guy that beat you up nonstop, that drags you out. You know what? If a guy punched me once, it'd be his first and last time.
Exactly.
Drug her out
Okay.
and put a gun in her mouth in front of the kids, outside naked, is what she claimed.
That is
That's
so
crazy.
Because she
That
was
is
so
so
young. Jody was so young. Jody was 13 years old because in the Bernard family, it's okay to purchase children. Per George, the boss family. Is that the boss, the dad, George Bernard? So he purchased
Dug
Jody according to
hard
Jody
on
when she was
Jody
13
Sue.
and allowed him. Then, in other words, she's spending years being raped by Andy before she's even an
She
adult.
Oh
talks
my
about how horrible and
God.
how they're monsters and horrible people, his parents. So, I mean, she talks about how they abused her and stuff.
She has Stockholm syndrome. She literally like he's some kind of saint. Are you freaking kidding me?
Are you
Right.
oh my
Okay,
God,
so
I'm
let's pick
pissed.
up, guys.
Sorry,
Let's pick up where we
RC.
left off. I don't want people to misunderstand what we're doing here. We're trying to get to the facts. The facts definitely include
I'm sorry. I don't believe that the way that they're going about it is trying to get factual information.
Right. And
I'm
Lenny, I
sorry.
agree with you. I don't think Jody had nothing to do with this.
I
And this has
mean,
and like Super Sensible says, this has nothing to do with Summer. Why are you doing this?
yeah. I mean,
And then like people are co-signing it that's there with her.
they are. They
They're
are.
just as guilty because she can control her panel. If they are on your panel, they go along with it, they are just as guilty. Like if you was up here dragging somebody I didn't like or it was wrong, I'd get down.
Well, this is the thing that people have to remember. It's November 13th. Christmas is coming up very quickly. And we know for a fact, right, that Ziggy was already going around needing a couple $1,000s to pay an electric bill.
Right.
So,
Hey, Suzanne. Hey, DJ.
you know, isn't this just a wonderful, wonderful
Right.
way to do this?
Right,
Hey,
Miss
Suzanne. Hey,
Justice.
DJ.
Everybody's pissed. So I know it's not, we ain't overreacting. How could you not be mad about this? Listening to it. How could you think this is okay?
Even if you don't like Jody.
Right.
Even if you don't like Jody, how
This is wrong.
this okay?
Right.
Right? It
Bingo.
doesn't make any oh, that's a good good little side eye comment there, Becca, about them being invested in Fred and Ziggy. Absolutely.
Yeah, they are. They're hanging on to their ass right now for some reason. They're all trying to get money. It's Christmas. Christmas. It's Christmas time.
Why do you need a timeout, mister? You can just leave for 24. We're busy. We ain't got time for it today. All right, moving on.
Just sit your ass there or go something. Fuck it.
Yeah, you can time yourself out. Okay, here we go.
Jody Sue, they include that. It seems Andy had something to do with this whole scenario. And Fred, can you return back to, we're going back to day 2. Pick up where you left off.
So where, Fred, you were in the police car when they pulled onto Jody Sue's property, and Jody Sue would not let them search. Is that correct?
Well, I wasn't at the 125 property when that happened. No, I took them to Fields Road property, the 162. I think it is Fields Road.
Okay.
And then what happened there? What happened at Fields Road?
I just told them how to get into it, where Andy supposedly had went on the 15th.
Yeah, just blocking.
What were you doing when you?
I agree,
Just
Mama T.
blocking.
I'm with you right there. I like Jody though. I don't like her, but you don't have to like her for this to be okay. It's like this
Yeah,
is not
absolutely.
okay.
Absolutely.
Any
And-
of this that she said is not okay.
That is why I always make the comment to people. It doesn't matter who you like or don't like. I don't care if you like Jody or not, or
Right.
any of these people that are up here on this panel.
Right.
It's the words that are coming out of their mouth.
And her talking
And
about the minor stuff and no.
I
And her
mean,
DV and
no,
calling her a whore. And this is not right.
Andy was in chat. They premiered the first video calling BS. They ignored him. If it doesn't fix what they are selling. I always felt Jody was wrong for bringing her business into Summers, but people are only interested in that, not Summer. It is sad. I can't believe Donna's doing all this under Summers' name, and now people are being threatened with bodily harm. Wow. Okay, moving on here.
What do you mean it's Andy had supposedly went there on the 15th? Could you
Well,
explain
where he
that?
had stated on recording that he had been there, had went down there on the 15th while I was recording and stuff, said he had went to the Fields Road property and he was surprised that the gate and stuff was up and didn't have no entrance into it and all that.
Hey, can I play this real quick?
Yeah,
Yep.
please go ahead.
Girls are there to be sedated and to be touched
Hold on. Let's
at 1 p.m. Y'all will go over there and ask why exactly it is he's selling drugs to the children at 1 p.m.
There it is.
That's Jody Sue.
That's
Just
Jody
for
Sue.
people who don't know, the lady who was just on here being obnoxious and trying to not answer questions, that's her.
He was
He gets drunk.
essentially
she starts
causing
saying-
little girls over there to be sedated and to be touched with the shit he was selling over there. Go ask
Okay, can you play that one more time? Just
Yeah,
one more
one
time.
more time, please.
at 1 p.m.
We got somebody in chat agreeing with Donna. Must be a piece of shit if you agree with her.
We don't need to block her. I mean, we're not going to block you. So if you're just coming in here saying it, Renee, we don't need to block you.
Renee always has something smart to say. She does every time she comes
What
in
do you
here.
mean now you can block me too? Thanks. I don't think we blocked anybody except for Mark because he's a troll. Do you know his accounts? Block him on them too. He ain't poaching for his drama over here. Thank you guys for keeping things together in chat. Renee Marie, I don't even know what you're talking about. That's your opinion, and you have the right to your opinion. So
She's the
I
one that
don't.
told me I was rude for when I done that to Lisa that day on your panel.
Oh,
She's always said something smart after that. Now you're
yeah.
blocked, bitch.
Yeah, just send Renee over with Mark. They can have a good time together. Calling someone else drunk while she sips on her drink. Oh, okay, here we go.
It's playing. Hold on. She paused it.
He was potentially causing little girls over there to be sedated and to be touched with the shit he was doing over there. Go ahead.
Rewind it to the part before that, where she said this part.
Well, that's good.
This is crazy.
Y'all look over there and ask why exactly it is he's selling drugs to the children at 110.
Okay, and let's give some context. Ziggy, from what I remember, that was shortly after Andy started his career on YouTube, and he was chiming in and telling his side of the story, and she was getting pissed because she would hear about him being live. Am I remembering that correctly, Ziggy?
Well, here it says, okay, this was in August of 2022 over on, let's see, Truth, Lies, and Alibis. I'll send it to you. But it says in the comments or underneath the video, it says, I know this video is old, but wanted to just get it public opinion about the alleged allegations. So it was even older than that at that time, because August 2022 is when this channel posted it, and it's saying in the description that it's old. So,
and I have to agree. Jody did say that. And the only hope, the only thing that I thought about was her talking about that she had talked to law enforcement many, many times, right? And hopefully she did state that to law enforcement. But I have to agree with them. If Jody suspected that stuff was going on for a period of time, why didn't she contact law enforcement then? So I can absolutely see their side of that, but I truly think that, they're talking about, oh, we all need to come together, and, people who care about Summer, if they wanted to have a conversation with Jody, this isn't the way to do it. This is not the way to do it, in my opinion.
she was saying this super early on. She absolutely said that. I don't know why she's going to come on here and say she
I don't
didn't.
either. So
Because
Anytime I've even clicked on her for a minute, that she's rambling about that exact thing.
Yeah, I don't understand why she's saying it. That's what blows my mind.
Well, how can it blow your mind? She's an alcoholic and a drug addict, and she's I don't think, did Bernard send her to school, or did they just let their son rape her? Because that's rape when you're 12.
I could have sworn that she said that
22 or whatever, however much older he was. That's called statutory rape, and it's against the law.
It is.
So they send Jody Sue to school while they were doing that? I mean, this family, they all should be in prison, in my opinion.
Yeah, she even said that they abused her and all this, and now all of a sudden she says maybe it wasn't her father that sold. I mean, she said he wasn't.
About her father.
I mean, yeah, her father was in prison for rape, but it wasn't. I don't know the age of the person, and he died in there, or I believe he died recently.
Oh yeah, we don't need to conflate her jabbering. Okay, so so let's go back to day 2.
Guys, real quick, I have to go off camera for a second and plug in for about 10 minutes, so I'm going to be off camera, but I'm listening and I'm here. Okay.
Okay. So you went over to the Fields Road thing, the Fields Road property owned by the Bernards.
And I have to say this, and you guys can be mad at me. I don't know if anything that Donna is saying is factual or not factual, because we don't know what happened to Summer.
Yeah, that's the thing. Unless she's talking to Andy.
Right.
How does she know all this information, and why is she talking about when she was a minor? I don't like that.
Well, Jody came out and talked about it.
I know, but it's not Donna's face to hold it against her,
No, I truly agree with that.
That's putting down a domestic violence survivor,
right.
She's fucking with Jody on that.
Yeah, I've never agreed with even a couple people that really did me dirty. I actually had like a 3.5-hour conversation with one of them. And after that conversation, I privatized it. And the reason I did that was because I didn't feel that it would be right if someone took that live where they were being so open and used it against them. So why would you take a victim in many different ways and condemn her this way? I don't agree with it. Okay, here we go.
With the police on day 2, Fred?
Yes.
And what'd they do there?
They didn't enter the property at that point. They went back later on after they dropped me off to take and enter the property. I don't know.
Did they have to get a warrant?
I don't think so on it.
They just had to get permission or something like that?
Oh, they just entered it, I reckon.
Like a lot of the other places.
Yeah, most places they didn't have warrants or nothing when they went in. I don't
They
know
just went in.
other than just that Jody saying that she didn't want them in the house and stuff. Refused to search of the house that day. It's the only person I know of around there that refused to search.
So the only one refusing to cooperate is the wife of the one who lied to the police about being there. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, that'd be right there good information for a criminal trial.
Because at first I figured that may have been why George Bernard was at Ben Hill. Maybe they had to get him to get permission from him because she denied permission. That was my thought at first about George.
They could have done that over the phone.
Yeah.
They didn't need him to be there. And when you went up and saw George Bernard, was he questioning you to see what you saw?
George Bernard, was he questioning you to see what you saw?
No, because I just come back from Kingsport and pulled up on Ben Hill Road when he come and talked to me. He just said a few words to me.
It was Andy Bernard's father standing at the entrance to Ben Hill Road?
Yes, he didn't question me about nothing. He just come up and said that he thought he was my child at first that had went missing.
Yes.
And I hadn't seen him there in like over 20 years probably.
He probably just,
And Fred is adamant about that yes, George Bernard popped up and Andy hadn't seen him for like 20 years, or not Andy, Fred. And right, think about it. If what they are saying is at the slightest bit true, they would be under the jail by now. Right.
I just wanted to see your reaction to if you would say anything.
It's a long.
Because when I pulled up to Ben Hill Road, I was having to sit out on Ben Hill. I mean, not on Beach Creek Road, and had to wait on to open up the road so I could pull onto it.
Yeah. So then on the third day, on the 17th, is that when you went and recorded the wells for the second time?
Well, I recorded Jody and Andy and Dawn some on the 15th, and then the 16th, Jody and Andy and their daughter.
Oh, what about the dream thing?
And see, that's when the daughter brought up to Jody on the 16th was he took and asked Jody. She come down the hill and walked up to Jody, and she said that Andy had told her about seeing Summer's dead body.
I remember this.
Trigger warning.
And this was on your
And that was
recording?
on the 17th.
But
I mean, not the 17th, but the 16th.
Okay, so on the 16th, you recorded
What's
Jody Sue saying that Andy claimed he had seen Summer's dead body?
Well, the daughter took and walked down there and told Jody that Andy told her that he had seen Summer's dead body. And then that's when, because Andy wasn't standing there at the second, he was over across the road on the other side where the trash can and their car was parked from where we was standing at where I was recording. And she had hollered over there, and Tony come over and she said, "When did you see Summer's dead body?" And he said, "Oh, that was just a effing dream that I had." That's when he told her that.
So you were standing out there.
Then Jody.
And Fred, I got a question. Did you tell law enforcement that, Fred? Because don't forget your little recordings, they were all no good, right?
Jody asked him, he said, "Well, when did you see Summer last," or something like that? And he's like, "Well, I seen her on the 14th night when I was over there, but I didn't see her when I was over there earlier on the 15th.
Wow, this is the most crazy stuff I think I've heard forever. Forever.
On the 15th?
Okay, and you know what, guys? I'm thinking of something as you're saying this. Remember the interview with Chris McDonough? He interviews Hunter. Hunter says that he saw Candace's phone on the day of the 15th, and it says
No. We can go back and find that. Oh, thank you, Lenny. We love you too. We can go back and look at that. I do not believe that Hunter said that the "it's done" was on the 15th. I could be mistaken. I have heart attack brain fog. Okay. Yeah, and that was really weird too, because when Andy Bernard was actually questioned about that, it was like, right? So.
said something like, so the sender was from Andy. He remembers the name being Andy. And
Mhm.
the message said something like, "It's done." Do you guys remember this?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. There's another kind of.
You remember that, Fred?
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah.
A lot
Yeah,
of
after
circumstantial
summer
evidence.
went
It's
missing.
very
That's what
interesting.
I thought.
No doubt.
So all these different pieces
And he
too,
referred
all these
to
different
in
pieces
the
of information
drug
coming
dealer
from different people.
as well.
So Fred, if I could understand you correctly, you're saying you were recording them and you were standing next to Jody and Don Wells, and Jody's daughter came up and said, "Dad said he saw Summer Wells' dead body."
Well, Don wasn't there when I was recording that time.
Okay, who was there? Were you just standing there with Jody
It
Sue?
was just Jody and her daughter standing there, and Andy standing there when I was recording in. But Andy had stepped away when the daughter come down the hill and walked up to Jody and was telling her that.
So the daughter, so Jody's daughter came up the day of or the day after?
The day after someone went missing.
The day after Summer went missing, Fred was recording Jody Sue, the henchwoman who just came on here. Fred was recording Jody Sue, and Jody Sue's daughter came walking up and said, "Dad said he saw Summer Wells' dead body." So now we have Jody Sue claiming.
But wait, Donna, didn't you say that Summer, and I'll say trigger warning, was used in a SNUFF film? Basic Dozier, you said. So that would make Andy there at the scene of that crime, right? It's just a question.
Andy had something to do with it. Jody Sue's daughter
You're
brings him
fine,
in.
Poppy,
It
darling.
just goes on and on.
Hunter says Andy's name about the text. It's done, like Lauren just mentioned, and
Hunter says that, and the police caught Andy in a lie. Okay.
yeah, he tried to act like he couldn't remember what he was driving that day, and also if he was even on that road. It was crazy.
Yeah.
A day later, he couldn't remember what he was driving
Well,
for the
same
police.
day, same,
Until they
same
showed him a
day.
video of himself up in the hollow.
same day.
An unknown
same
vehicle.
day.
Yeah,
Okay.
they was right.
Okay, Ryan, you just keep promoting that guy.
Mhm.
As the arbiter of truth. You just
That
keep
is-
it up. So maybe he'll give you some money or
Thank you for putting in your opinion, darling.
something.
Wow. Wow.
Well, see, she's worried because of somebody else. I believe it's probably her son that Andy dragged in somehow. And that's just my opinion. I don't know that for a fact, but that would give her extra reasoning to want to protect, keep the truth from coming out.
To divert people's attention, just keep going on YouTube and stirring stuff up, Jody, and diverting people's attention. You're a waste of space and a waste of air, a waste of time.
Yeah, I don't understand. So many people involved in this case are suddenly on YouTube. It's actually involved there in the setting of the whole thing, and they are talking all the time on YouTube. That's nuts to me. Feels like they haven't been investigated.
Hey Jody, why did your son take a protective order out on Andy a month after Summer went missing? I want to know that. The son took out a protective order on Andy Bernard, on his own dad, like a month or two after Summer went missing.
You could probably pull up that file and get a copy and see why. But hey, I have a question, Fred. Okay, so after Jody Sue's daughter comes over to you guys and says the dad's Andy Bernard, the dad, is claiming that he saw Summer Wells' dead body, what happens then? How does Jody react to that?
Well, she just asked him. She kind of looked at him, hollered at Andy, and asked him to come over. And when he came over, she asked him about what the daughter said, about him seeing Summer's dead body, and he's like, "Oh, that was just a effing dream I had," And then she's like, "Well, when did you see her last?" And he's like, "Well, I seen her last on the 14th when I was over there, 14th night when I was over there." They said I didn't see her earlier today when I was over there on the 15th.
Wow.
Or earlier on the 15th when I was over there.
Yeah.
That's what he tried to say, but he tried to play it off to her like it was a dream, But
yeah, and then he went in and started packing so he could flee, right?
Yeah.
And
but Jody did act surprised, when her daughter said that to her. Like, then I was watching somebody last night of Andy stating that, it had to be his daughter had to hear him and Jody talking about something or arguing because he hadn't said nothing to her first, but it wasn't like that by the recording and stuff. I mean,
you were there when
I was there when she first said something to Jody about Andy supposedly saying that he had seen Summer's dead body.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can remember who was that chick on YouTube that used to make the videos about Jody Sue? And there was one particular clip I remember hearing, can't remember this girl's name now, but it was Jody Sue telling that story that Andy had said he had seen Summer's dead body.
And yes, because Jody had her daughter, if I remember correctly, Jody had her daughter come out and talk about it, right? Jody Sue took the PO out. Boog was underage at the time, so her and both kids fell into that. Wouldn't you know, DS, you're psychic, right? Some psychic.
Was it
Aw, thank you, Poppy. I want you to have dinner with your Mr. Mustang. I do. Enjoy it. Light a candle. Make sure you light a candle. Make it romantic while you're eating your barbecue.
I
I don't remember.
think
She became close with John. Remember that John guy? I think they became a duo.
Oh,
You know,
John Q and Q Carlock.
It wasn't Q Carlock. It was this other.
Oh,
I just can't remember her name.
Oh, well.
But yeah, she had showed in her video that clip of Jody Sue actually talking about the Andy's
No.
quote, dream that he had, that he's seen Summer's dead body. And she even had her daughter tell
No, we must have not have got to Jody coming up on panel yet. I know she's left a couple comments, but she hasn't come up on panel yet.
the story, if I'm remembering correctly. Somebody get me that clip if you know where it is and put it in the chat. If anybody knows where that clip is, because it's out there. It's in circulation, guys. This is an
Yeah,
actual
and
clip.
if anybody else has saved a montage of clips where Jody blames Andy for all this, go ahead and send them. And if you know if she's ever mentioned exactly where Andy went to work
right?
as a train conductor at like some little carnival type thing, let us know.
Crazy. That is crazy to me.
Because we'd like to look in all the ravines around there. That's why.
Traders love to draw a single line
Damn,
on.
that's freaking crazy. Okay, so, but, okay, hold on.
yeah,
And
and that's a
for the
weird
record, I
thing.
think that any of these people deserve the death penalty. All of them. Anyone involved in this, I believe, deserves the death penalty. Death.
I do too. I agree with that, but I want to know exactly what she is saying that Andy Bernard did. Right? I know they look so good, flies. Those bourbon balls look so good.
Penny. Guys, it was Penny. I'm remembering that.
Oh yeah, Penny.
I don't remember her whole name on YouTube, but yes, it was Penny. And I
She
remember
was still
her-
by Penny, but she changed to Fizzle. Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Yes. And Benny became close to her for a period.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I remember. Yes, it was Jody's daughter who told the story. And Jody had her daughter tell the story on YouTube. So
Right.
there were a number of us that heard it.
Yeah,
So
she
Fred is
did.
telling the truth, if anybody's doubting.
Oh, Fred is absolutely telling the truth. And he was working with the police and helping record these people who wouldn't let their property be searched, who fled 2 days later, and who lied about being there when at the exact time when Summer disappeared.
You should have seen the messages, like the little messages, innuendos that, like when Jody Sue found out that she was recorded by Fred,
Yeah.
because they didn't find out until, it got on YouTube, like, I don't know, they didn't find out until a couple years after. And she was sending little messages to Andy on, she's like, do you remember what we were, like, she was like freaking out when, I wish we need to find that video too, when she was kind of trying to send him little messages.
You
Like,
say Jody Sue?
Yeah, Jody did. There's proof out there. Jody, I remember one of them, and I wish I could find it, where she was like, you don't have any balls. What are you doing to the older, older individuals? And it was really weird. It was really weird.
I think who did it.
what was that?
Ziggy, so you're saying Jody Sue was commiserating with Fred about something?
No, she would go live and send Andy, like, like when she
Oh.
cryptic messages and
Oh, I'm
whatever.
sorry. I didn't
And when
know that. Okay.
when she had found out, right after she had found out about Fred recording for the police and stuff, she went live and she was like talking to Andy, but live, basically, like
Cryptically
basically,
doing it.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and basically basically like, oh my God, do you remember what we were talking about during that time? Oh, there's the one. Oh, there's the guy that was snorting the drugs on our last live.
Adorable.
Her ears go straight up when she's trying to.
That's why I wanted to
She
ask
just-
her straight up.
She's unable to have a conversation or help.
I've never
She
had a
just
chance to
wants to
ask her.
figure
I never had a chance to ask her about that, about why she said that. And I wanted to ask her that while she was up here to get her live straight to us so I could play that. That's why I was doing that, because I want to be like, why did you say that?
But you know what? You can do that on your own channel too. She could come on your channel and you guys can have it out.
no.
But I
Yeah.
can't sit here while I know.
And like I said, me and Jody had like a 8 to 9 hour conversation. I ask her a lot of different things. It's out there. I cut them into, I think there's like 6 parts or something like that, right? Hey, Joanne. So,
Know that this.
No,
I'm not.
I won't
Anyways.
have her on my she wouldn't
Okay,
come
so
on.
we're on day 2, and then
Yep.
anything else happen on day 2, Fred?
Well,
He walked away. That's why I was talking.
How do you go out for smoke?
Yeah, he's having
Yeah,
a
he's right here now. He's here now.
We'll do an intermission if need be.
Oh, he's back
He's here.
now.
He's here.
It's back. Okay.
Okay, so is there anything else you can remember to tell us about day 2, Fred, the day after Summer went missing?
Let's see, I was trying to think.
We talked about the dream. Hearing that.
Okay, hold on. Can I say something? Somebody is saying in the chat she is hiding SD cards. Has there ever been any info to suggest that? Because I know, Donna, you picked up on that, that there were cameras that were used, that there were things being hidden about Dawn. Remember?
Yeah, that what I was seeing in my reading did not involve Jody Sue, and nothing in any of my readings involves Jody Sue. But yeah, I saw that Dawn was engaged in the photography business, shall we say, prior to this disappearance. I saw that mom was peddling the child around the neighborhood prior to this disappearance, and I'm sure that I would assume Jody Sue knew about that since she constantly tells us she knew about that.
So wait a minute. You never saw Jody Sue. Why are you going so hard on Jody then? Make it make sense.
And which makes her complicit in all this. And let's see. Yeah, what I was getting was that Candace had things that would implicate Dawn in these kind of activities that she kept on a USB. And there's like a loose brick in the wall at their house, you know, loose of those cinder blocks, and where Candace would keep it behind there. So she always.
Law enforcement searched that home many times. Many times. So what were they looking for? Just a minute, darling. I want to make sure it's you. Is that you?
It's me.
Babe, why'd she fucking go so hard on you?
I just want to take a second here. It's all plain bullshit. They've been trying to bring me back out on the streets for weeks. They're worried about stuff. We all know Serafina, Sweetie Pilo, Juanita, all them started this crap. It's how the true crime community works with them. The effect they've had on Summer's case, all of our lives, and the destruction is all for money. We know this. Anyway, I don't know why it's not playing the part on your end, where I clearly came up on her panel twice and they kept dumping me off after I told her, and let me make this clear to the public and everyone else. My father was not part of my life after we moved back here. My father never molested me. He never beat me like she was implying. Nobody, no parent or otherwise in my life sold me. I was not trafficked, sold by anyone around me or by Andy's family. And I told her that today on her live. She knows it. And then I told her where it came from. It originally came from Ziggy's channel. Laura got up there at one point after Serafina and them already made contact, and Fred's been working with all of them since fucking Juanita all the way back in the road, right?
Okay.
Laura is the one that made that up and said I was sold as a child and this air molested and everything. It's a lie. They even had my family contacting my family, the rest of these critters around way back, and had them believing I'd said that. So I had to prove to my family and everybody else in the community I did not say that. That Laura made that shit up on Ziggy's panel, and you could tell she was being led and fed just like Fred has been from Ziggy. But the thing is, Fred's been doing this since the fucking beginning, in the first like hours, you know, after Summer vanished. Fred is the first one to put out the bullshit about. I mean, and this is not. I don't. Obviously, he was doing something with public psychics. Somebody was contacted with other local YouTubers and the true crime shit inside of Beach Creek. I don't know, but Fred is the first one I ever heard say that Dawn had a debt. He made it right below 50. He's the first one about Laura Run. He's the first one about fucking caves. He's the first one about Dawn sacrificed, you know, and then he was the first one with Summer drowned that day at the swimming hole. He also, that day he talked to me, he also said that she disappeared prior to that, prior to the 15th, despite obviously that not being true.
Yes.
Fred is the first one to start putting out all this shit, and he's done it online. He's done it with others locally somehow. Fred is being something, and I'm going to tell you, there's no way law enforcement would have directed him to do what he's done.
Thank you.
And I'll tell you that in live and in real time, before Fred ever even spoke to us, because see, at first Fred made up his little lie about seeing us that first night and recording and all that, because Fred had sort of just been ferreting and picking up what he wanted to online, and so he thought that would fly. And then when I was like, bitch, you didn't see us till XYZ day, then he changed his tune and his story and wove around that. But
Right.
Fred, I will tell you that law enforcement, before I ever spoke to Fred, when Fred come looking for his imaginary dog and bro dogging in the road with Dawn, despite all of them being like, I'm kicking doors in at Fred's and Fred this and where else, right?
Right.
Despite all that, before that, law enforcement had already looked at a bunch of us because of the stuff going on with Fred and sort of shook their head and were like, please God, don't mention Fred. Please
Right.
God, don't say the name Fred. You know, we all know what Fred, you know, this is an occurring thing with Fred. And there are things about that. This is notoriously Fred. And I mean, hell, you think sometimes maybe, you know, well, maybe Fred was sent out here to mislead, do whatever, you know what I mean, by
Right.
Ellie, so they know which way stuff was coming and going, what was truth, what was this and there. But there is no way with the criminal aspect of it that they would have allowed that. The harassment, him coming by here stalking me last time he was in town, Ziggy directing. I mean, that's criminal. That's
Right.
not him out here trying to help Ellie. I mean, you know, the criminal
Right.
shit they're doing, and then Ziggy in touch with the Green Eyes character. Every bad thing that's ever happened, it ain't Tiffany Marie and them in this era built the community. It's this fucking psychic shit. Ziggy's the one in touch with every bad thing, from fake Fed to you know, Green Eyes and the rest, and everything bad in Summer's community has come from Ziggy's fucking channel. Every bit of bullshit, from the DCS reports to the Lady of
Yes.
the Night, which is where the Knoxville shit came from. I mean, she's been called out. We all know who played those parts, you
Right.
know? And I
Right.
mean, there's evidence her having one of the only copy and paste from Stacey Slay / Fake Fed. The threat, I mean, and these psychics from the beginning were in and around our road and this and the other. And I mean, just the linkages of all of it. And they always do this in every high profile case. And they do it
Mm-hmm.
together. It's all for
Mm-hmm. That's
money.
true.
And
see,
people can think what the hell they want about us. You know, but Summer does matter to some of us.
Yes,
he does.
exactly,
Jody.
Jody. You're
And
the
I
only
don't,
one I believe, Jody. You're the only one.
and that's the thing, KK. I don't ever ask anyone to believe me. I
I
don't
do
need,
believe you. I've said that many times up here on this panel. You can ask
I
RC.
don't, you know, I never dreamed that day that we wouldn't find Summer within just a minute or two or a few minutes, or it wasn't as
Right.
simple as
Right.
hurt or
You wouldn't
left.
think she would just disappear like this, you know?
No.
And Jody, I'm so sorry for what this witch Donna has done to you.
Yeah, this is
My heart
bad,
really is
Jody.
broken about that. That was very wrong what she's done.
It
It's
was.
not just today. She's been doing this from the beginning in Summer's case.
With
And then
you,
you gotta think, she can shit on Ryan all she wants in that last slide, but the truth is, guess what Ryan did to my family and I, based on Seraphina's map? Seraphina included a pin in there that includes my family members that they know mean the world to me, their
Oh,
grave sites. And so Ryan could go make a video near the holidays where,
that's
you know,
horrible.
and a little poem about it. And Jen and Ryan had been here for all these years under other names before his channel ever come up. Jen comes from that community. And you know, when Jen found her magical spirits, if none of you ever noticed, when about like video 5 or something that Ryan did after Jen found her magical spirits,
Right.
Jen, you know, when she was driving around the bend of Ben Hill and they were on their way back out before Ryan couldn't figure out what was Bays Mountain or Laurel Run and all that, she was talking about Summer suffocating something over her mouth. Well, in case nobody noticed, that was what Juanita was saying after Candace's interview where she said it just smothers her, you know.
Right.
Juanita's the first one to say that stuff and say Summer suffocated something, you know, happening to her mouth wise. Then Jen mimicked people forgotten by that time. Jen and Ryan are definitely part of this con ring thing, and Ryan is notorious on the streets. He's looking for fame. He has done the history thing. I mean, he's even said his wife's mental illness takes second place to the hardest thing he ever did in his life was 10 years to get to some fame, like a History Channel showing us her. It's gross what they're all doing. And then you factor in that not only is it Ryan and them falling around Seraphina's map, but it was Don B at first, right? But that was McDonough's little bitch too. And then you link all these things back up in the locals and start playing with Scott H and everybody else. And then half of them in connection with local YouTubers that were already involved in the true crime stuff, I guess because of Boswell and otherwise. You've got just a masterpiece for fucking disaster and annihilation. And I mean, I don't care what people think. I absolutely believe this group's intent through all these cases to screw them up, to destroy, to create public doubt and this and the other, or to try to overturn verdicts even when those happen and everything, because they know now, like they used to follow the natural course of cases and they close and they move on to the next one. Now they realize that if they fuck them up, there's like millions more to be made. More drama, more content, the more innocent people they destroy, slander, harass, libel, defame, or blame, the more content, the more money, and they don't care. And I don't know how in the hell any of them sleep at night. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, it seems to me like there was no hesitation to say things that were just so damaging to you. That's what got me.
Like I said, they've been trying this it's been leading to this since the Cat Tarot, D, Z, all them started shit weeks ago. D today is putting out stuff to try to get Sullivan County call all this, harass and whatever, but they're all in a little thing together, and then Seraphina and him, obviously. But yeah, that's what the last panel's about. It's what I get what's going on. And to try to bring me on my skin and bring me back online, because I've not been live in, I don't know, over a week. And I have my reasons for that. And there are things right now that I'm afraid if I get on live, I might say or give somebody a hint of, and I don't think that needs to happen. And if I do go live, I'm going to try very hard not to let that happen. I do know that.
Well, this is what gets me too, Jody. Do people not understand that many, many times you have said, I've talked to law enforcement and what I've said to them will not be put out on social media.
We are not given a handbook, obviously. Our dumbasses being online or whatever, we're not given a handbook. I've asked the feds and law enforcement myself, do you want me offline? Do you this there? And they're like, no. And so, the thing is, I understand we're double-edged swords, but, all them, the rest of them, they can come here and bullshit, play games, and do whatever the fuck it is they're doing for whatever reasons they are doing it. But some of them, like Laura and Fred and Dawn and Candace, are the only ones that have behaved the same way. Since Summer vanished, it has been look here, look there, bullshit, lies, and it's been since Summer vanished. It's not been since they came into contact with YouTube or social media. It has been even Marlena, the night Summer vanished, was online, but at first hers was Dawn and Candace have killed her, and everything else. And so it's like, but the only ones that have the same thing in common are Dawn and Candace and them. And Laura and Fred, they were studying online. They were head and the nose in, in it. They are the only ones going, look here, look there, look everywhere else. Blame this one, dead guy, dead horse, la la la. Fred couldn't even, he pretended when he talked to me that first time after Summer vanished, he even said, oh, I didn't even know that little girl. He couldn't even call her by name, didn't he? And I know he didn't. He knew he was lying to the wrong person. So then he started using her name. And then he tried to tell me he didn't even know Candace and Dawn. Well, he knew that was lying and wasn't going to buy it. So he's like, oh, yeah, we were really tight until, I don't know what happened. Me and Dawn are besties, blah, blah, for eons, blah, blah. But then Candace had to do something because it's been 6 months. Now, what the hell is that? Right? Because then later on online, Dawn comes on at some point. I think it was well after, I was online and everything, after this group's machinations, the bullshittery between, their well combined organized manipulation efforts to get people pulled on. Anyway, and the blackmail and squall and Candace Link shit and all that crap. So anyway, Fred, I just
Well, let me ask you this, Jody, because I hadn't talked to you
John
for a
comes
while.
on and says that
What?
about 6 months. He just knew Summer was going to vanish in 6 months, and then
Right.
it was just a couple weeks before. It's like, what the hell? But that
What?
lines up with what Fred was saying in the beginning. Before, you know what I mean? Something's
What?
drastically wrong, and there's only a couple from Ben Hill acting the exact same way
Right.
since Summer vanished. Not after, not like, you know, weeks, months on, but immediately after. And
What do
they were
you?
the first ones to have contact with one another.
Yeah,
You see what
and
I'm saying?
what do you think about Fred saying that Dawn wanted him to play mediator with this dealer or whatever? Because that was weird to me when he said that.
I don't buy it. I think it's bull. I don't know. I
You
mean,
know,
Dawn could have been trying to get shit from Fred. Fred could have been, you know, it doesn't matter to me.
right,
I know
right,
law enforcement and feds know, but the whole thing is, and I'm sorry about all those assholes in there, playing these fucking games. Apparently, you know, and for all, look, all I'm saying is trees have ears, and I'm sure everything was seen and heard in real time, as it was occurring, no matter how shifty people thought they were being day and night.
right.
So, never underestimate the power of the federal government. So anyway, the thing is, you know, it just bothers me to no end that Fred really knows Summer and he's been doing this. And that even to me in person, he tried to pretend like he didn't know her, never met her. He knew that wasn't fine. Then he tried to pretend he didn't, you know, he didn't know Dawn and Candace. And then it was like, oh, well, you know, and it bothers me, man. And
No,
I'm
I
not saying
completely get
Fred
it.
is perfect because Fred does this and he has done this in other cases. Okay. He's notorious for it in the community, just doing whatever and fucking it and like feeding out like the night he shot Fanning in the neck, man. Right? He fed out shit to other people in this area that then they, you know, might have believed at first. You get what I'm saying? But
Right,
Fred does this. But you know what was that's the thing. Even that day, I thought, what the fuck is he going on about? Because he got stuck on Jason, you know, dying and being found in his remains. But all Fred could worry about at that time was scent dogs. And obviously, by that point, scent dogs had supposedly hit down there, right? Near
right,
Fred's.
right,
And so I was like, well, Dawn's done tweaked him out, freaked him out. You know, he's worried because the dogs, you know, la la, right? And there is a real explanation for things. But, you know, him being heavy concentrated on Jason and his remains and all that time, and then how Hawkins was dirty. And that's what I was like, you know, and how they had hid remains, blah, 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 and all this bullshit, didn't let anybody know, and yada, yada, yada. But all he was worried about was the scent dogs, you know.
See, all that was weird to me that he, you know, he's coming out and you know, he's admitting that he is a substance dealer, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
He talked about taking substances to this, what was it, an
There
old
is
house or something, and
law enforcement based types of people, it's really almost say, just, I mean, not long before Summer vanished. I'm talking days before. We're talking about how Dawn and Fred were the ones willing and dealing and moving shit in and out together, right?
right.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't surprise me any at all.
And then people attached to Fred and Laura, you know, and all these other things the internet's tampered in, but Fred's been polygraphed. I mean, certain characters here that want to create chaos and are working with these same creators want to just appear with giant bags of meth after certain other characters die, and then they want to fuck around with Fred and PG and Ryan and, you know, do weird shit online, and they're all linked to several cases investigated for some, deaths everywhere, but then here they are online and they're all right in the Fred, Laura, Marlena type pack. You know, I
Right.
don't.
Right. Yeah, I
But either
couldn't.
way, I don't know what's happened because I don't know why your playing of that didn't have me getting up on panel twice with Serafina,
I
but I
don't think
did.
I've gotten to it yet unless they took it out.
Well, Serafina was already like, "Oh, you're going to take us out," you know, but I didn't see it come down, so I don't know why it would be cut out. But either way, they did that whole weak ass bitch shit. If you don't take a link, you're a coward. You know what I mean? You're getting, you know. I'm like, oh my god,
Let
they
me
didn't have to
see.
do that. But they were
RC.
getting out the bullshit that Laura and Fred had made up with Ziggy, and you know, just like, and it's the thing. Serafina's been in touch with Fred since way back. Her name's in his little notebook down there in a halfway house while he was in Knoxville or Nashville or where it was. She's been in contact. Ryan's been in contact with him in the jail. You know, this is a long-standing thing, and this today was absolutely on purpose. I knew the last live was too, but you can tell they were hitting every trigger note. You know,
Right.
Yeah, that was
the
horrible with the shit she was
call,
saying.
and I let her know, like she already knew, and I know she knows that I was not
Hey,
sold.
remember when I said I was going to
Here.
tackle the out of you?
I was looking to see. I think they cut it out,
RC.
Jody. What?
RC. You know how you couldn't find the live chat on it? When you
Mhm.
edit a live video, that's what happens. So I bet she did edit it out.
Yeah,
Because you don't get
Jody.
the live chat when you
I'm
edit a
looking.
video.
I'm looking, and
I've
Jody's
got it.
icon is not up there
You
at
should
I've
play
all.
got it.
Jody's or Floss has it too.
Blige, you got it? You got a
I've
clip
got
of
the
it?
full. I've got the full chat and all the pieces that are missing. Sure
Jody, if
do.
I was you, I would talk to an
Wow.
attorney or something for real. That's what she done to you and said. It's not cool.
Things are already happening, but
Okay,
I know
you're
that
saying enough. You're saying enough. Good for you.
I know that other people that they've allowed Fred, maybe whether they knew it or not, or weren't psych enough to pick it up.
Right.
See, Fred's got all the wrong people because of little things. Fred wants to ferret for 4 years, right? But it's all the wrong things, you see. And now Fred's led everybody down this big bad road to where they're targeting actual people who are having their businesses and otherwise slandered that aren't even, they think they're targeting the right owners. They're targeting the wrong. I mean, look, what they've just done to several, and I don't think they realize that one of the people mentioned is a business owner either. And I know they're just not real pleased. That's all I'm saying. Fred should probably stop picking up little ferrety things and leading everybody straight into a courtroom.
Well, that's the thing. Fred, of course, he's away
That's how
from
you
it.
sort of catch a tiger by the toe.
I truly don't think he'll ever go back to Tennessee after some
No,
of the
but
stuff that he
that's the
said.
thing. I don't know if he's been honest with Ziggy or not about what dangerous shit lurks in Indiana and how it's connected to him. Right at her back door.
That's
So
true.
like,
That is true. I mean, it's like no comprehendo. Let's listen to this, Jody, because Flies has it where you were up there.
Yeah, let's listen to that.
Let's hear
but
what
I
this
want to
is.
make it clear, and if you don't care, to make it clear on your life that I was not sold, bought, molested by family or
I believe
Andy's.
you.
I mean, you know,
I
that's
believe
just
you.
that's ridiculous. And I
That's
know they
defamation.
because they thought it would trigger me to come up on panel, do all this, and come out of whatever.
Right.
And it ain't that
That
I'm
broke my
triggered,
heart
but I'm
hearing
not
that.
letting it stand. You know, and the thing, the most important lesson here is today. Imagine instead of me, if it was Summer sitting up there, would they say the same thing to her if their true thoughts are that she was sold or bought or something done to
Right.
her? Would they? Yeah, they just showed you what they do, what they'd say to
Right.
someone like.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna play this really quickly. Let's see what let's hear this.
Case.
Yeah, it's weird.
That'd be real. I mean, if you want to help,
Jody
Why-
Sue, if you would like to come up, I'll drop you a link. Do you want to come up?
Yeah, Jody Sue, come on up.
And I think, listen,
You
let's
think you're
keep it-
so brave? You come on up. And don't you try to talk down to me. I'll shred you like a machine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jody
she
Sue, will you be
threatened.
civil? Please come up and explain yourself. Would be
What
really
the
appreciated.
fuck?
I'm going to drop you a link. And if you click it, you will show that you are ready to rise to the occasion. Okay. If you don't, it's cowardice.
Wow. Yeah, they were trying to bait you, Jody, to get up there.
She's had all this time. She
Oh
could have contacted
no,
Fred and
it's
tried
days
to.
worth of shooting.
They could have actually. I don't know. Yeah,
It's
she doesn't
because she
want-
has that Stockholm syndrome. They beat her up her whole life. They've convinced
What
her
the fuck?
they are all powerful. She's had guns pointed at her by them. So she says stuff, but then she retracts it. It's on the one hand,
Donna, that's none of your
on the
business
other
if she
hand,
did.
it's like, heck no, let's confront it. It's
It's
both.
time to not be a coward anymore. Do the right thing. Oh, she's here. Well, I think she's here. It could be an imposter. Let me see. Oh gosh, this could be.
Make her show her face if she's
Jody,
really there.
tell me your face and I'll let you on.
Wow.
Not seeing. This might be an imposter. I don't know.
Because before an imposter came on mine when
Right. Yeah, you can't trust these people for nothing. Okay, Jody. Okay, I think it is her. I think I saw her. Okay, I'm adding her.
Mm.
Okay, Jody. We're gonna try to be very civil here.
Oh, we're not going to be civil.
Get him,
You-
Jody.
And you two, in particular, have been involved so deep in this group that does this around every open and active case with these criminals. Seraphina, you know what you do in all these cases. You know
Oh,
what you
fuck
do.
you stupid bitch.
Are you
Just
going
turn her off.
I got
Turn
rid of
her
her.
off.
Not gonna give us any
We're not
information.
going to talk about anything real.
We're not
Jody,
getting into this.
so this is what we established. We established that her husband, Andy Bernard, lied to the police. Wait, we established that Jody Sue's husband lied to the police. We also established that Jody Sue is controlled opposition and still covering for him.
But she's
We
back up.
established by Jody Sue's own admission on multiple occasions that she knew her husband was drugging little girls ages 4 and 5 across the street to be assaulted. We know that Jody Sue didn't do jack about it. And we
Did
know
Jody
that Jody Sue refused to
Andy was
allow a
not
police search.
drugging any
Do
little
you
girl.
want to tell us why
That's
you
what you
wouldn't
wanna
allow
know.
the police to search your property, Jody Sue? Do you want to talk about this case
There
or
is
not?
video
Or do
proof
you want
on
to
my
tell her
channel that nobody
language
refused.
and it's not going to happen?
You all want to play that weak girl shit and talk over everybody. I'm telling you, there's video graphic proof on my channel. Nobody refused searches. Lawson, TBI Rail said nobody refused searches. You all are lying to the public. Secondly,
Okay, so why did
my
you say
dad
that
did not
about
beat me. He never molested me. He never beat me. My dad didn't have shit to do with me my whole life after we moved back here. My dad never did any of that, and it was Laura that made that up on Ziggy's panel. All this crap by Fred is leading you all way down the line.
Okay, so why
And
did you
y'all
say
know
that
what's going
Andy sedated little kids? Why did you say Andy sedated?
That's not what I said.
Yes,
and
you
you know
did. You said you
No, I didn't.
You did say
you
that.
I did not say he sedated little girls.
on
Well, who the
video.
hell did, Jody? Who the hell
You
did?
did a bunch of times, Jody, but
You
you get
all
too
did.
high on drugs while
You
you're
all
talking.
did.
You know what
Casey
you're doing.
did.
We could play
He
it
did
right
not
now.
sedate
Oh, okay,
little
here's a
girls.
good one, Jody. Jody, where exactly did
You all
Andy
are
go to
gonna
work 2
stop
days after he
saying
left you?
that I was sold. You were going to stop saying that I have Stockholm or that I was molested or sold by my
You do have
None of that is
Stockholm syndrome.
true,
You're
and it all
defending the
started with
people that
Ziggy.
raped you your whole life.
It all started with you all and Ziggy pumping this shit out to run this community around this open case of a little girl that we really know and you skanks don't. And Fred, you are a
Okay,
sorry
so
motherfucker for what you've done. I hope people take you to the cleaners and
Oh my God.
And Jody, can you tell us where Andy went to work after Summer disappeared?
You're such a psychic, you don't know? Is that
Oh,
why
no.
you're asking me to go
Are
on?
you going to go back
verify
and
what
get
she
drunk some
said.
more?
Just like your researchers don't realize what kind of hell Fred and
Okay,
Ziggy just led you
We
into?
got the dysfunctional
right,
drug addict
sure.
part. Are you going
I
to answer
love
the
it.
question or
And
are you
here's
not?
the civil liability, Seraphina.
off
You
of
better
here.
learn my answer and my
I want to
speech.
hear Fred. Anyone who wants to hear her can go to her channel and she gets
Good.
drunk and takes drugs and chains
I'm not
cigarettes
drunk,
and
and
makes
there
up
is
stories
proof
for
in a
cigarette
civil
money.
court that you know this and that you are slandering, harassing, doing all the bad civil shit. I will one day take you to the fucking cleaners for every damn
You're
psychic
so
con
stupid
reading
because
shit.
you have
Yes,
had the live
amen.
streams.
And then as far as I'm concerned, it can be donated to charity.
Straight from you, Jody Sue.
Yeah, I'm dropping her.
Keep her off of here. Let's
Wow.
Yeah, Jody,
Wow.
get that bitch. Get her.
I was
It's
up
just-
there twice. They dropped me both times.
Yeah, that you were up there twice. Yeah.
So they
But
want to talk about you, but they drop you and don't want you up there. It's like
Mm-mm.
they want money.
No, they immediately started attacking instead
and they
of
want to
saying,
know if something's moving and shaking on the ground, what it is, and they want to try to bait, and they want to
What
also try
happened?
to
I can't hear
Right.
nobody.
"Oh,
that
why
I'm a
are you-"
liar, I'm a this, some of that. It's like, them playing that part that you just played, right?
Right.
Where it's the sedating thing. Look, when I
What?
was in chat that night, that was also baiting. They brought Andy out on purpose. He was already behind the scenes as long as we were fucking around with these people, taking money for it. They knew what it would do. They knew there were orders of protection in place, and it did. It bothered me a great deal.
Right.
And they knew that, and it was part of how they ended up, because they didn't have anything left for Summer's case. So baiting us and getting all that shit started, was a good way to make content for years,
Right.
and
Right.
so they got a reaction, but you're only so many characters in whatever. I clarified that night. I never said Andy himself sedated little girls. I never said that. Nor do I think Andy went and sedated little girls or children ever of any kind. He sold weed to them. I do not know
Right.
what else I do not. Because of all the fuckery since and the shit I found out, I do not know. But
Right.
what I do know is Andy himself did not go sedate little girls or children. Whatever Dawn and Candace did with whatever substances they were getting from wherever they were getting it from, and trust me when I tell you this, from the time McDonough and Hunter had their interview, Hunter's been naming all people, and I know him and Allie and everybody else knew the real people, right? And there are
Right.
people with Fred, Laura, and all the rest. And there are people closer at Dawn and Candace and everything they ain't ever aimed at because they're terrified of it, right? But they're going to fuck with everybody else that sold them, like, I guess, half a gram of weed or whatever the fuck Andy was up to. But either way, Andy didn't live with Summer and the children or anybody else up there. Guess who had? That would be Dawn and Candace and Grandis. Now,
Right.
so, by Dawn's own admission, he's giving the children weed. Well, isn't that a sedative? Doesn't it have a sedative effect? I know it does on adults. There's studies out there, you know, and he said he gave it to the kids for, you know, calming purposes and shit. You have True saying that, you know, Candace brought Summer to them ODing on meth. Well, where the hell's the report at? Why didn't they keep her until law enforcement arrived?
Yes, I agree.
There are only certain people that Dawn and Candace would run to if something like that happened. And I'll tell you what, apparently Allie and them are some of them. And Fred and Laura are the goddamn next and closest. So is Marlena. Because they cover and hide shit like that. But then you got the public and millions out here asking me, and where's Summer? Where's this? You know what? And the thing is, Andy wasn't even a regular weed dude or anything. And it was only like once a week, if that. There'd be munching of them because they had other bigger, better motherfuckers out there. They were
I do remember the comment was made that they would.
Where are they going to go for their heroin, crack, coke? You know what I mean?
Right.
That ain't going to be 125. That's going to be somewhere else. And I do know where else is. You get what I'm saying? Right. I know. And I know that Allie and Hunter and them knew, but they all got shit to hide between each other, just like Marlena, just like Fred and Laura. I ain't trying to hide no shit, but I do know the FBI and TBI know shit. But is it up for public consumption? Do I need to put it out there? Probably not.
Right. Right. Yeah, because I absolutely remember a conversation where it was talked about that Dawn and Candace, like on a Friday, would drive freaking Andy nuts to get some, right?
Yeah, I can show you the messages for all the years when they would pop up, because it wasn't like constant. After they figured out, because I didn't want Andy smoking whatever, so he would, you know, pack his bowl at the end of the driveway and leave the shit in the car down there.
Right.
And then Dawn seen one day, and it was on since then. And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And so every now and then, it would be like half a gram or something like that between them, right?
Right.
Weed. Let me make that clear. And I wasn't cool that either. It's like, you gotta stop fucking with them people. You know? I was like, it's already bad enough to smoke all this other shit, you know? Abusers have a way of making your line moving, and you live a life to where you don't be right, but you're stuck, you know? But anyway, thing is, I can show you the messages. And that's the thing about damn reams and reams of data and receipts and tech and everything else. I have all the messages throughout the years where they would terrorize. The one day a week, Andy and I would go out, that I'd be fucking let out, man. We wouldn't be out for a fucking hour before they'd start. And it'd just be fucking a reign of terror and nonstop texts until you get back in. You know, it's like, God, just shut up and leave us alone. I get a whole hour or something out of the damn house, and y'all are rushing everybody like, bitch, they just don't think of other people in there. You know what I mean? It's like, God, go away.
I remember the conversation that we had where you were explaining, and maybe a lot of people didn't hear you explaining this, about the different levels of what was called friendship in Beach Creek. Your level of friendship with them wasn't the
We're
level.
neighbors. I wasn't their buddies. I mean, from the moment I met Candace after about caught the peeping Tom, which I've always found fucking weird. It's like, why is this bitch showing up the day after? You know what I mean?
Right.
But now I realize, wow.
Yeah.
I get it now. These people are very dangerous to families, grandmas, anybody with children. They hunt. They hunt. Do you understand what I'm saying? They separate couples. They separate. If they see somebody with DV or drug issues, they'll separate. Look, they're hunting. just like Don with his ex-wife and this and other children, they use them to lure other people in. They separate couples. They leave the woman often up there alone, and then by the time shit's done, they're on drugs and shit. And then who's going to report it to Ellie? Who's going to say, well, something happened to me?
Because don't people remember Don Wells? It came out that he was actually inviting single mothers to come and stay at 110
well, it was
Pin Hill
one of
Road.
the YouTube callers that called in, but I know that voice, and I've mentioned other things. But yeah, but that's the thing. Look, even still, they're trying to look at even some of the YouTube couples they've made friends with, but come here and there to stay with them off and on.
Right.
They try to separate or do things to them to anyway, you know.
Right.
I'm telling you, or if they get caught, and you can look back at their reports and histories, police stuff before they ever came to Tennessee and everything else, and it holds true. They flip the script. I also know that they have a tendency when things go down that they've been part of, that they will then try to flip shit and blackmail people instantly. I'm talking within minutes of something occurring. They will try to blackmail them for money. I have proof of it being done by them.
Let me
And I'm
ask you
probably one
this.
of the only people on earth.
Let me ask you this. Did you realize even more dark shit with Dawn and Candace after Summer went missing than maybe you noticed before?
Yeah, I mean, look, I always knew Dawn was something. I remember telling the FBI and TBI, I was like, there's something I've always, and look, I can pinpoint any monster, the type, you know, maybe before somebody's even 400 feet from me and
Right.
ever opens their mouth, I'm like, oh, that person's like, you know, this type or that, you know what I mean? You can
Right.
just feel it on people.
Yeah.
And when you live the life of abuse that I have, it's a survival mechanism. You start
Right.
being able to see people like that.
Yeah.
And I've
You do.
always
Yeah.
been able to tell Dawn was something. And I told FBI and TV, and they were like, I was like, but there's something about him different that I can't quite put my finger on. Like, I can't solidify exactly which one it is, you know?
Right.
And they were like, let me tell you something. The reason you can't is because he's so many goddamn different varieties.
Yes.
He's one of the sickest persons or people we've ever, I mean, those were their words, that he was one of the sickest motherfuckers they'd ever come across.
Yeah,
That came
that's
from the feds and law enforcement.
yeah, that doesn't surprise me
And when
any
they
at all.
said that to me, it clicked, and I was like, you're right. You're right.
Well,
And then
also,
time went on, and you realize, you know, things come together through the years, you know?
also we had a discussion before, like even with Candace, and people just don't realize that depending on the person and the personality type, Candace knows how to react to different people. She knows how to play a part with
People
different
say she's
people.
special or she's slow or this or bullshit. I've watched her a lot of Kathy, the friend, about not knowing how to order online. She sits there and plays. Look, it's all, I'm telling you, she ain't slow, ain't special. They're lifelong and they are good at what they do. But
Right.
still, like, even in real time, as we lived Sager, I could see them doing it. And it was very, honestly, I've met people who could do it better. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But they are very adept at what they're doing. And I mean, I'm sure that if you make the public believe for years that you're all special or towed around by Dawn or this, you know what I mean, and it might give the, you know, different perception, or YouTube and a bunch of criminals help button you up to where you're thinking white boy lockdown for doing all the dirty work, and if it wasn't for YouTube, you'd be hung, you know,
Right.
and all that, but telling the real news that the YouTubers are the big bad guys, but while you work with them, to fuck up your own daughter's case, she can't even make an event or put a poster up without going, all the missing children.
Right.
You know,
Right.
hell with that. I'm sick of people and the world eating everybody in that community alive and destroying lives. And they'll come after me or Anders, or after, you know, people not realizing how baited of a situation that was too, and how he participated in it. But that, you know, like, here are Dawn and Candace the whole time. And I'm not saying they're guilty or that they're innocent. But what I will say is they are the parents of Summer and her brothers. They are the ones on the hill. Where's grandma with the calls? with the rescues, taking the kid, all the shit. If she seen what was going on, damn good and well she did. And if
Right.
Allie and them seen all that shit, where the fuck were they? They had a better front row seat than some of us. If I'd ever seen some of the shit Allie and True and them said,
Yes.
I would have,
Yes.
you wouldn't have stopped me. You would not have stopped me from being like, fuck you, fuck whatever, and we're going to stand here until police get here. But you can't report, oh, well, they're mean, this, there, when you got kids that are trained not to speak to law enforcement or DCS, this, there, la, la, la. You're not going to get anywhere, especially when Allie and Marlena and all them playing open and closed DCS shit for games.
Right.
And DCS, maybe that's why they didn't make the right call, is because they had doubt because of all the other stupid cases all these dumb fucking dope whore bitches hanging around the wells did to each other. Just
Right.
like YouTube does to people. And these
Right.
creators using an overworked, overwhelmed system, underpaid, understaffed. It ain't a joke and it ain't a game, and children's lives are lost because of it, and children go missing because of it.
Well,
It ain't
I
fun.
always felt from the absolute beginning that they did not care one way or another for putting your daughter in danger. They didn't care about that.
No,
It
they
was
wanted her, and Andy wanted her because it was paying, and Lips helped with that shit. I mean, like, they wanted her, Jenny and Adrian, all them did, and this group, they wanted her back with him, even though she could have ended up dead. They wanted her for the information that she holds, or
right,
what she did, or what
or
she
what she
has,
knew, right,
and to hurt me and to destroy me and to shut me up. And to
right,
say that Lips isn't connected to Candace and Dawn, friends with them, and then breaks up conveniently about the time she goes and attacks or targets one of the other minor witnesses around the 15th, or that new summer, is absurd. And then she goes, after she's done with the dirty work, she goes right back to goddamn Dawn and Candace. That ain't a coincidence. They're attempting to take out witnesses and otherwise, including minors, and get the things they know, and it ain't right. And they think they're slick at it, and law enforcement will never figure it out. And the way they move and shake together in this group around every damn open and active high profile case,
right.
and it is so evil. There's no words for it.
Well, this calling CPS stuff and wanting to know why Jody didn't call or whatever, nobody needs to know who called CPS.
And they say I didn't call it. Look, I contacted LE after fucking Candace was talking about a kid down the road for sale. I contacted for a lot of things. But what I did and when I did is none of y'all's damn business.
This is the thing, Jody. People don't even remember that because people only hear what they want to hear. And there was. Tell us, just lay it on the line about the kid being for sale down the road.
I mean,
I don't think a lot of people remember that coming
it
up.
was quite a while before Summer vanished, but Candace pointed up the road in a certain direction, and I'll not really say which these days, but she pointed up her and she's like, oh, and she was talking about some girl or whatever that had a baby for some. It sounded like it was like an infant or something.
Right.
And I was like, oh my God. And, and she said that it wasn't just for sale, it was either for sale or trade for like dope. And, yeah, so I mean, I did absolutely contact others about it, and then I tried to get more information or exact whereabouts or the kid's name or anything.
Right.
And she claimed up by that point. It wasn't happening.
Right.
But it was reported. It absolutely fucking was. And I'm just gonna leave it there. And there are other things said here, but when you have, oh well, she's running over kittens and in front of the kids thinks it's funny. She's out here making the kids cry on purpose, giving away their fucking puppy at the stop sign right in front of the school bus. Oh, well, when they're in there, they're tattooing Bunny's ears, spelling their children's names wrong and shit. I mean, like, DCS show up for that, they're gonna close it back down. You get what I'm saying? Especially when there's already, you can't prove shit like that. And they never, and I mean this, I never even seen them spank the children. Okay?
Right.
Andy apparently was seeing different shit because in the end he was like, oh yeah, they're mean to him, this, and I knew they were, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, then why didn't you say something? Because leading up to intervention, shit was wrong. And he knew I was trying to, find some way, because I knew by that point the boys were talking to DCS and other things. They were trying to save themselves. I
Right.
was extraordinarily alarmed. And I was trying to find a way to anything that I could report that would go. And he said the reason he didn't tell me was because he knew I'd stir shit and start trouble. And he's
Right.
damn right.
Right.
So the thing is like, and there was something wrong before Utah too, but there are things, unsaid things I'm not going to say, but I mean.
Well, and I think that we're both, when you say that,
And
thinking
what's
along.
wild to me is Fred, after Summer vanished, said that a cook's little girl, that they were moving around, that Fred and they were moving around the woods and the ridge lines and things so they wouldn't get caught, that their little girl, who he described, and very similar detail. I mean, you would have thought it was Summer, right?
Yes.
And he
Yes.
said that their little girl, right before she went to kindergarten, had been taken or something happened to her. They didn't know what, but they couldn't turn it into. And he pointed in the exact same
direction
area that Candace had long before. So I don't know what the hell's up that. Obviously Fred ain't gonna talk about it. He never does.
Right.
But he absolutely said that and pointed in a direction and did say that they've been moving the cooks around the ridge lines and everywhere else. And, but then later on he tries to twist that and say that I'd said whatever, and that it was about these two meth heads or whatever that ended up, one of their twins died in a camper fire out towards another area in Hawkins and stuff. But I'm sorry, those people would have been more connected with the Fred, Laura, Dawn, and Candace types and known to them more than us. And that was a whole different situation. But you can tell Fred seems to know those folks too.
Right.
But he tried to twist it and get out. So I wonder why he tries so hard to keep from admitting that he said that and the cook stuff and so. But then he, Fred's got a
Right.
habit. That's all I'm saying.
Well, why
Curse.
just, I
Yes.
mean, because we
Yes.
know for a fact that
He's asking if I think the Wales asked the boys to lie about the 15th. Yes, cursed, I do.
yeah, that wouldn't surprise me in the least.
I think that for very specific and exact reasons.
Right. Right. And there are reasons that that you don't have to tell anybody for sure.
I mean, we don't know in ways. I mean, it's hard to explain. There's no guidebook. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
but
I
also
know.
Anyway, but I'm not going to stand there and let a bunch of assholes connected through multiple social media platforms who are already harassing us, terrorizing us before ever public on our damn road, connected to a bunch of psychic cons and all these true crime idiots and everywhere else, and then to lure us in by emotional and mental manipulation and through our children, and then the squalls and the blackmails. I'm not going to let them get away with that. I'm going to speak. I hate that fucking hits people the wrong way, but I have a right to speak about it. But while we're out here, and anything we say about Summer or her case can obviously affect things, and I hate to.
And that's absolutely true. Some of the things that have been put out on social media can absolutely hurt Summer's case and can hurt Summer.
Yep.
If she's still out there, she could be harmed because of all this.
Right. But then on the other hand, it's like you don't want to let perpetrators know exactly. And it's like, think about Fred over there. Everything he sees here is like he's picking and ferreting and weaving from, right? But that's creating the chaos and absolute destruction on purpose with intent of Summer's everything, in public, that all this. And that shit right there brings extreme harm and danger to people's families in Beach Creek, Sullivan, Kingsport, everywhere else he's named, because people then believe that shit from Fred or these psychics or YouTubers.
Well,
and they could go set off some nutcase that wants to cut us apart. And we've been threatened to be cut apart. Yeah, Marlena is on panel telling people to come pull up to us and blow our fucking brains out, and all this shit. I have never encouraged the public to go harm hurt, kill, murder Marlena, Fred, or anyone else. You know, not Dawn and Candace. I don't think our whereabouts should be known. Law enforcement feds obviously know where we all are at our times. I don't give a shit how many years it's been. I know for a fact they know where we're at. If they want to talk to us, see us, polygraph us, stick a damn, I don't know, like CIA dildo up our ass, they can do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
YouTube ain't the ones.
And this is what gets me too, Jody. Out of everybody in the holler, law enforcement decides that Fred Hill's going to be their buddy, and they're going to have him take them to places.
I mean, hell, who knows? They may have
nobody knows
seen dumbass do shit. They may have actually taken him on a spacey ride. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
But maybe that was to do or to get other things. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, totally get what you're saying.
And it's weird. He said, like today, he was talking about how they want to know all the locations. That seems funny to me because you see all those searchers and law enforcement already had. Because I asked them, because we have some of the oldest and first property deeds from there. It marks everything, all the cisterns, wells, movements, the way creeks have come and gone through years that might make weak points in there, anything like that, right? And I asked them if they needed it, they'd make copies, and they said nope. But they had others and even better topography and what the plains and all that stuff. They already had all that. They didn't need a fucking Fred or anybody else.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I was like, here, y'all can take these copies, just bring them back at the end of the day. Because the search crews, and that's the thing with him saying he was making it weird that search crews had done this there and trying to say the other neighbors down there in Holler weird because they weren't searching for the first few days because law enforcement finally gave them a clear to, but that's because they didn't want anything disturbed at first. Like we were allowed to be at home and all these in our homes and everything in there, but they didn't necessarily want us out fucking around with anything until they came through initially. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And so the other neighbors, the bus came into Ben Hill, dropped off all the groups of searchers from Mount Carmel, and they went straight up and at the back, past Fred. They were searching everywhere. So all the shit Fred's putting out is bullshit. They also were in every damn field and going down the outside and everywhere else. So Fred saying what he's saying and saying, I mean, I don't know why he's doing this to all the neighbors. I know he's pissed off at a few for reporting him to law enforcement, including, and then and I can't even believe he's doing that to Andy's uncle, who was, and I'm telling y'all, he was an amazing human being. He was one of the most honest, loving, caring. I don't know. I wish the world could have met him.
Oh, no,
please don't say his name. I don't want it out there anymore. And this links back to Green Eyes, by the way, and his infatuation with Andy's uncle since 4 Year Republic and the shit he was doing, and then it links back to Ziggy and Serafina and obviously Crystal and the rest. But anyway, I'm telling you, this man dedicated his life to his wife and his special needs son, who is very sensitive. I know they're absolutely heartbroken. Wow. They're going through hell. They're facing life without him.
Well, and I'll tell you,
hearing this stuff about him online, and look, that man, he never partied, never did substances. He worked for, state level stuff. He is one of them. Look, out of everybody in that damn hole, I'm telling you, he's one of the kindest. Look, I have so much love for the man. You don't understand.
Right.
There is no need for them to be targeting and attacking him or his widow or his son. They're going through enough, trying to figure out how they're, this is terrible what they're doing. And for Fred to be doing it to another person whose past is insane, it's awful. It's fucking awful.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
That man, I wish you could have known him. He was such a good human being, Romaine.
Well, they make everybody out to be bad people. That's been the norm.
And I'll tell you, he was a witness to Summer stuff, and so I think it's their way of trying to knock down his shit too. And I don't think it's right what's being done. And I think
Well, let
I
me tell
don't
you.
find it coincidental that all the people that Fred and Ziggy and a lot of this group target are actual witnesses and things. And that this group seems to want to eliminate, or hell, who knows? In my opinion, maybe even Candace and Dawn and their goddamn team up there of inept assholes. Right?
Right. I don't get that. I don't get that.
I don't know. To me, anybody that does anything within a few days of a child or loved one going missing and knows the FBI, TBI, like 200 agencies and 60 bazillion searchers are involved. And it's like, oh, hey, I'm a Mullen and I'm a so-and-so and a so-and-so. And, let's find your little girl while they're standing there where there are real advocates, real feds, real TBI,
Yes.
Like what kind of shit is that? Like you do not, I don't care what person off the street walks into somebody's life on these cases. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a raider or anybody else. How dare you? Like, do you really think your dogs, your equipment, your stupid ass Walmart drones or anything else hold the same power and level and expertise the feds, card teams, real advocates provided by the real state have?
Right.
No.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree.
So why are you even going around parents or loved ones are missing or murdered, offering shit or to do shit to help them this, that, and the other, when you know damn good and well you don't hold a fucking flame or a candle? And why in the hell would you think you needed to help anyone find her when FBI and TBI and everybody else are still involved in the case? It ain't like it's a damn cold case.
Exactly.
That's a problem for me.
Well,
none of those people in the whale's up to no fucking good.
Well, they showed us that. I mean, they didn't hide the fact that there's some pretty messed up individuals for sure.
Fuck Candace and Dawn. They can take my ass to court. We'll pull a see about OJ civil trial shit. See what kind of questions we can get asked in court. But I'm telling you, those two, it wouldn't matter if they're guilty or innocent. They will fuck up their own daughter's case just to keep from being prosecuted if they think that's my bad. And they have. I know they have.
For other things, right?
Candace wasn't worrying about Summer. She was worrying about help for them so they didn't get hung.
Right.
Don's over here thinking white boy, though he's telling Ansley, oh, the big bad YouTubers. But he's over here telling white boy, thank you for fucking shit up. Because if it wasn't for YouTube, we'd be blood to blood by now. What's that tell you? How much does Summer matter to them if that's what they're willing to do? I mean, but yeah, people are out here screaming for our heads, the rest of us. But yet, the internet's made them magically forget Candace and Dawn are the ones that are dope heads, the ones that hurt the kids. I have fucking proof they fucking were doing. I just cannot. I mean, Dawn's admitted doing stuff to, obviously minors. He come back and raped his sister even after he was a fucking adult. There's 7 other women. I know other victims here. I mean, this is. But people want to be like, oh, Andy, Jody Sue, the dead man, the dead horse, this person, that person, this kid, that kid. Oh, look at this one down the creek. Look at this one. And the thing is, they attack the witnesses and true people around Summer's life the most.
Well, that's what I said, because it seemed to me like what was transpiring with Dawn and Candace, they were concerned with getting called out and law enforcement possibly find out the other fuck shit that they were up to.
Look, I'll tell you right now, I have not cared. I don't care who in the hell around this is arrested for this, that, and the other, and whatever. I don't give a fuck. I've not given a fuck since she vanished.
Right.
Okay? I don't care as long as they find the answers, the truth, and they go arrest whoever is actually responsible for Summer vanishing, because I tell you right now, it ain't no damn tree or a butterfly. It ain't none of that. Somebody is responsible for this. And I don't care who goes down in between or around or anything else. I want the right person arrested. And I don't give a fuck if it's somebody I know, somebody I don't, somebody that I don't give a shit. I want someone arrested.
Well,
You know?
I couldn't understand her saying, well, in my visions, I never saw Jody doing anything, but yet she attacked you the way she did.
I wouldn't ever talk, and it, like I said, this is planned. You know, damn good and well, this is trigger bait, and it's been leading up to this for weeks.
Right.
I mean, it's holiday money, it's this, that, and the other, and you know, yada yada yada. Right?
Yep. Yeah, we've
And
seen it. We've seen it happen over and over and over again.
so, I mean, it's the same shit, same cycle, same crap, but this time, you know. And Seraphine has been real salty and mad, just like Molly Golightly, who sent Ziggy and shit in the road to pretend like she wasn't part of Molly's group. And I know
She
this for a
gave
fact.
her money. She
And
sent her
so,
money when Ziggy pulled up to talk to Fred. Molly sent her money.
see, White Boy and Ziggy were supposed to go with Molly and every time, but then they held them both off. They kicked White Boy off for a different reason. And Ziggy told me herself, you know, she was holding back a bit from that group. I know, all right, but then Fred was already primed before they ever come in to Hollow. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And then until they really look, there's so many fucked up things about it, but a whole great portion of what's being done is, you know, like always around all these cases, it involves the psychics, this merry band of fuckwits, and they do it together. But Seraphina is one of the worst. It's very apparent what she's done and what effect she and her bullshit have had on Summers and all of our lives. Every time a newspaper comes out with an obit, she has a pin to her stupid map. They, like those like Ryan, go use it to torment and terrorize us over our loved ones. But who do you think asked for that to be done? Well, Seraphina and of course. You know, it's just like Ziggy's cat in this area recently, and all the little junipers, all these have tried to set up shit on us, trying to fuck around with us, all the things throughout all years. It's always some psychic band of fuckery. And then that hot sauce Tabasco truck driving weirdo that changes names, is something terrible. I don't know. Look, I mean, it's always the same shit, and it always links back to Ziggy and these damn psychics. It ain't, like I said, it ain't necessarily Tiffany and all them that built Summer Wells community and what they've been trying to.
Oh, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
But they want to make you think Ziggy's a ditz and Ziggy's just innocent and she's buying what Fred believed. No, she don't. Ziggy is one of the biggest damn cons and one of the worst. You can read her, dude. She's about as naive as Candace is special, which is not at all.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, we've talked about that recently. Her being naive and she's easy to manipulate.
But then again, I mean, we're talking about a lady that was going to considering marrying an illegal for $10,000 so they could get a green card. So
that's crazy.
She's not that naive. I mean, I think she's naive, but not that naive.
The thing is, cursed, is that Fred come out, I don't know, a long time ago. I remember he was saying it and I caught it in real time. But what he said about certain properties, absolutely proved out of his own stupid mouth, because I mean, it's one of the things you can tell is real Fred, at least some of us can, versus whatever. And when Fred said it about certain properties and electricians here, told us that he'd been the one breaking into certain places because he would have no knowledge of certain things had he not been breaking and entering. Okay?
Yes, I mean.
And I know that today he said something, but now he's twisted it again. And he's trying to say, oh, other people were staying at properties, electricians. I know what and so now he's afraid something that he's broken into will get him caught. Now he's trying to put this stuff in there to say that way it'll, maybe Ellie or anybody else would think it was others. But the truth is, it's Fred going around those hollows and trails and shit and breaking and entering and people's shit and stealing shit. But he ain't the only one.
Right.
And so here he goes again, twisting today and weaving that till up. Did anybody else notice that Fred said just straight up fucking retired and left town and got sick of the shit? Anybody else notice that?
Yep. I mean, he just
definitely. There's a reason he left Tennessee.
Uh-huh.
No, I was talking about Fred said, the channel that was doing it.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry, I misunderstood you, Jody.
And it's definitely an arrangement. Look, y'all ever notice that he calls he doesn't use. Wouldn't you use? It doesn't matter who you get married to. Wouldn't you use their real name?
I would
Yeah.
think so.
He still calls
Yeah.
her by her fucking YouTube name, y'all.
Yeah, that's
Think
crazy.
about that. Ain't that weird?
It
Ain't that
is.
weird? I think
They
it's
don't
so
act like a
Whole
married
wrong.
couple. They don't.
weird. That whole situation
Also,
weird.
and see, they can show a certificate. The thing is, unless they send in the full paperwork, they're not actually. See what I'm saying?
Right.
You get that thing from the shop, but you still got to send in papers to make it official. But
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
but I mean, marrying's a good way not to have to testify against one another for fuckery from, like, instantly the psychic groups that you fucked up your missing neighbor's case with. I guess for Fred, possibly, in my opinion, allegedly fair use entertainment crime.
I don't know why. I just don't understand why. I mean,
And I really wonder if some of the bro dog meetings weren't a Dawn Fred thing where maybe there was an agreement that Fred would go do what Fred does best to fuck up shit. Do you see what I'm saying?
yep.
Take it to the whole wide world.
Yep. I get it. Yeah, we
I'm-
did just talk about that, Flies. We did just talk about that. For sure. I don't know what I just can't figure out what his purpose is. If he doesn't have any knowledge of what happened to Summer, he from the beginning, he has thrown names out there. He's made himself he talked about 2 different murders that they were going to question him about. I mean, he says he knows the area very well, knows where cameras were, know where every little outbuilding is, every little,
Look,
trap
all of us locally, and especially in Beach Creek, even before Summer vanished, Fred was notorious for going onto many people's properties, that, especially the ones he thought him and his family should have owned, should have got, should have had, etc. Right? And pulling up property stakes, screwing up tree markings that the state or surveyors leave behind. He was also absolutely notorious for going around and through the trails and hunting down the cameras or game cameras or TWRA shit to know where everything was. He has always been like that, and he will straight take a camera, rip down a deer blind. He keeps an eye on everything around there, but he absolutely he has always kept note of cameras and things. However, I will tell you that even Freddie Boy does not know where all the damn cameras are, who has, etc. And what he would love to know, just like the internet. But
right.
And Genevieve, why can't I talk like this all the time? Because when I'm on here, I'm being more forceful with my voice, so it carries. So I am understood because, often, and no offense, Romaine, but one of them did it to me there a couple weeks ago when I was on their panel, but they'll screw with the volume on purpose.
Really?
And lower my stuff, but also I've not been on live straining the shit out of my voice or vocal cords. All right. And so it's a little easy.
I hope that you know that you can come over here and say whatever you think you need to say for
There's
real.
reasons sometimes my voice is a little clear, but when I have to force it like this, I definitely pay the price for it later. But I appreciate, like, why don't y'all understand cancer surgeries? I was supposed to be, if it were you, like,
people that over and over.
It's like that shit with Serafina. That's what she's on too. I mean, does everybody think I'm that sensitive about it? It ain't me that's that sensitive about it, man. It's y'all. And it's the whole world. It's weird, isn't it, Romaine? How people, they started that narrative that nobody could understand me. I was mumble mouth, mush mouth, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Tiffany Marie built up the angel speaks too fast, whatever, right? To do the transcripts of me. They had people believing they could not understand me, so they would not come to my channel or listen. But they then would play my exact fucking lives on their channels, and magically their audience and everybody could understand me.
Exactly.
That's weird, huh?
I've always understood what you said. That's why Donna
And look,
really,
I tell you, there are times where even I'm like, what the fuck did I just say? If I have to listen to something back or whatever on my own channel, right?
right,
There are nights my voice is tired. It comes and goes. There are times where I'm not as loud as I should be or other noises cutting in. I
right.
mean, but, I get it. But I also, a whole abundance of this bullshit around here about I can't be understood or I'm not clear, I'm this there is just mostly that. It's a mind fuck. And it's also meant so chats run around saying that shit to where everybody and their brother thinks I'm sensitive. Man, I don't care. I'm grateful to have a damn voice that I can speak with, period,
Yep.
because I was not supposed to wake up with one at
Yeah, I
all.
mean, I've tried and tried and tried to tell people about you having cancer, and people, it's like they don't
And
get
this
it.
cycle really began. This hard set in cycle, whatever, really began when Tiffany and Nick jumped on the panel with you there a couple months
Oh
ago.
yeah, when they were screaming, yeah, yeah,
And Tiffany, despite her sunset, was also like, her and Nick were like, you're fucked up, you're inebriated. Both of them knowing good and well it's cancer and surgery. And,
right,
you know,
right.
once again, but this hard set, it really began there, but the last few weeks have been building up. But they're a little worried because I'm quieter and things, and they want to know things, they want to trigger shit, and they want Christmas content for cash. Is basically what's going on right now.
Well, I remember, Jody, we had sat over here, you were over here, and we had an all-day conversation. You were easily understood. No problem whatsoever. And people do need to realize that, with your type of cancer and stuff, your voice is going to get very tired very quickly. So,
Well, ain't that my whole damn neck? You can look at it and you can see that most of my neck on that side's gone. What is there had to be rebuilt. They had to transplant muscles and nerves. The nerves to my tongue and speech nerves and my pucker muscles on my lips were severed. They had
right,
to come back together. The things in my, I mean, like, I think it's pretty easy to get, Like, I
yeah,
hate it. They think it's something to attack people with. It don't hurt my feelings none. I think everybody's stupid for buying, believing, doing whatever. I hate that none of them slow down enough to go, well, what if one day it's me, a loved one, my child is
right,
there, that somebody's doing this to her. We get cancer. And I'll tell you, it's happened to a few of these YouTubers that have stood here and tormented me for years over my cancer and surgeries.
well, and I think that's complete bullshit too.
So,
I mean, fuck Jody. My husband passed from cancer. They were running around telling people I offed him and shit. I mean, people, a lot of these people, they will attack you when you're at your lowest. When you're at your lowest, they
well, I
will.
mean, why do you think they tried to acquire Slid with the whole Davey acting like all this stuff, man? And they always go for the kid. It's the same stuff, right? And then for
Right,
years, all they've done is kick the can with the same tired shit. Jody
right,
Sue and DV, Andy and Senator, blah, blah, blah. And, then they attack my kids. And then it's my cancer or my voice or I'm intoxicated. It's like, damn, get a new fucking routine and notebook already.
right, right. Pick something new. Pick
Like,
something new.
seriously. And if I hear Fred say, Andy was on the road one more time,
Yeah,
you know,
he is
guess
adamant that Andy was on the road that day.
all of us know what the fuck, was going on, why he's twisted. And, it,
Hey, you
it's the
know who
same.
puts himself on the road that day?
Well, I know
Fred.
Fred was on the road that day during the
Fred.
hour, but guess who
Right,
wasn't? Andy fucking Bernard was not.
right, right,
Even I have absolute proof and evidence of that. And the first messages out for me prove that Andy couldn't have been and was not.
Well, and this is the thing I think people need to understand, and I'm going to speak for you just for a moment here, Jody Sue. If people think that Jody wants to come out here and fucking defend Andy, you're wrong. But why sit
I'm
and
not
let
gonna lie,
people
just because
say,
he did all that shit to the kids, and I'm not gonna stand here and be like, oh well, what? I mean, look, if I wanted to do something like that's exactly what I've done, right?
right,
But I'm
right,
not. I'm not gonna stand and let people twist my daughter's words or my words, this and there,
right,
and I'm not gonna stand here and just be like, la, 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 because of our history and the things that are happening. You know, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
Yeah, and
I
he's
get
a
it.
monster, but he's not that. I know that he didn't have anything to do with Summer vanishing.
Right. Right.
And I mean, what the hell's the difference? I never could figure out the stupid shit other than it's a content driver for 2 years, right? It's a nothing
Right.
burger of the
Right.
Fred versus Andy Road shit. It's nothing because get this, both of them lived on Ben Hill. Of course they come and go, etc. I don't give a shit.
Right.
Like that's like as stupid as saying our kids are running around this and that. They fucking live there, y'all.
Yeah, he even tried to say that he didn't even know nothing about the Jackie Dobbs shit.
Twister, are you threatening me, bro? Ain't you done enough?
Yeah, you gotta go, Twister.
This
You
dude
have got to
literally
go.
stopped and helped do shit, and I know the news knows it too because they caught him at it, filming us and crazy shit. And he got in trouble. I don't even want, man. I know he's one of the ones in Chase, and he connects with Cam and Allie, who connect this fucking group and all the bullshit.
Right.
He knows what he did. So does the media,
Well,
asshole.
I've said 3 times. This is the 3rd time I said to stop. So they're not here anymore, Jody. Don't worry about it. But yeah, oh shit, I forget what I was getting ready to say.
Sorry.
But no, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine.
I know I talk.
And this gets me too, Jody, that if they want to go after Andy so bad, right? Why keep attacking you? I'm telling you, if they wouldn't have cussed you and said the horrible things they did and freaking threatened you the way they did, you might have went up there and had a decent conversation with them. But
No,
that's not what they wanted to do.
no, it was trigger bitch shit.
It was obviously, I mean, it was very obvious.
I know what they've been leading up to. I was sort of giggling myself. You know, and I would have never went up there at it, but that shit right there with the whole solder and, you know, all this, and I was molested, all this crap, I couldn't let that stand just because of what's been done in the past with it. And that, you know, knowing that Laura and friend Ziggy came up with it with her little psychic band in the first place, I wasn't going to let it stand. But I guess if the world or public or those two bitches think that they're hardcore, going drop a link or you're a wuss or you're guilty, whatever, and it means you're whatever, you know.
Right.
That is so basic little girl stuff. I don't even think kindergartners would behave that
Well,
way.
that's the thing. I mean, they goaded you to take the link, and then both of them started hollering at you at the same time. It was like, you know, what?
Women on here are so bad for that. Drop the link and come up here. Man, you ain't got to do that. And I'm usually, you know me, Remain, over the years. I'm sure you watch. Generally, when people do it, even PG, I'll laugh and I'll exterminate because I'm a coward or a bit. And I can't believe people think like that, you know.
Well,
but I'm sure they think they triggered me. But it was only that I did not want that to stand again, and that it's come from Laura and Fred and all that, and to that many people, and to make my stand there, you know. But otherwise, no, they can just kiss my ass to all of it.
Right.
But the things implied and said about me that I was this and that's enough, I think, to do what needs to be done.
Yeah, I think that was way over the top, and to come at you and I don't know, Jody. I didn't like it. I didn't like it for you. It was
Well,
just
it shows you
really
what they do
messed
to
up.
Summer. Her brothers, if they were standing there before them, I guess they would give them shit for being beat, abused, or possible molested, assault, you know, all this stuff. It shows you exactly what they would do. Would they say that to Summer?
So sad.
Summer was hit. Maybe something happened to Summer otherwise. Her brothers
Right.
were definitely hit, etc. Right? Obviously,
Right.
according to Candace's camp of folks like Jinkies and all them, DCS had charges against guess who? Not Andy or Fred or the rest of the neighbors, but
That's
Candace and
right.
Dawn,
That's
for
right.
supposedly doing things to the children.
That's
And
right.
all of the camp who's been attacking us knew the whole time, even in the last years, that shit was behind the scenes, and they still kept attacking everybody.
Right.
You know, why do you think they were doing it? Why do you think for years they have given myself and my children the biggest shit fits online? It's because somebody wants us all gone real bad or real discredited real bad.
Right.
How many people would that benefit? I know
Well,
that it's a
well,
whole bunch of monsters and not one person is Summer.
Well, I think that Fly said the majority of the live is gone now. Guess they knew they took it too far and had to hide the fuck stuff.
It doesn't matter. It's already had and sent to other places. And like I
Yeah,
said,
I mean, this is social media. Once you do something like that, it doesn't go away at all.
yeah, she did threaten to put me in the ground.
She
Can
sure
Kirsty come up
did.
here?
Yeah, the
Kirsty, you
link's
know
up
you and
there.
I have issues because of your support of Andy, but you're more than welcome to. I mean, if it's okay
More
with
than
her,
welcome to come up here. The links, I pinned the link.
I know that she has had a couple questions. So while she's being nice, I'll be nice and I'll talk to her.
Come on, Kirst. I love talking to Kirst. She'll come up and talk to me about all kinds of different stuff. And she said, give her just a second. Well, this is the thing I never understood, but this is just me. I never understood why people just were so adamant that, oh, Andy. You know, he came to my channel once, Jody. He came into my chat. I blocked him. I never unblocked him. I kept
I
him
heard
blocked.
tonight that apparently he was in that first video that Seraphine and Sweetie dropped, and apparently they were taking stuff. I don't know. I've not watched fully the first one, and today only tuned in for a few minutes before that shit come out. I was like, "You gotta be fuck this!"
Yeah,
and then
I don't think I finished watching the first one
and
either.
I was in chat before she dropped the link, and they didn't like what I was saying. Then they wanted to act like hard bitches. Come up here, reals, and I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's make it look to the public like you really did a big heckle,
Yeah, I think a lot of us, Genevieve, question that on if they CPS having enough on Dawn and Candace to file charges. I couldn't understand that either because, okay, if you're saying that there was SA going on or anything like that, and that's why they ended up getting the boys signed over or whatever. I couldn't understand why Tennessee would send them papers stating that they were allowed to be around other children. I couldn't understand that. Now, I think a creator came out, and I don't
maybe it was
remember.
to keep the internet or anything else. That maybe it was to keep more harm and trauma from Summer's brother, or maybe it's just.
Well, this is the thing too, because if I remember correctly, and I can't remember what creator it was that came out and tried to say that it wasn't a adult and a child. It was a child and child is what they were trying to say. But my opinion, Don Wells doesn't look real good in any situation like that.
From my understanding, on both.
Yeah, both.
But the thing is, the public forgets that, or that's kind of when Jinkies come out with that. It was damn near that same night that the full tilt boogie happened on all of us, right? The distraction effort to take away from that. Ain't that weird?
Wasn't weird to us because we've been watching that game be played for a long time.
Yeah, every time they do something stupid online, one of the rest of us gets eaten alive for 6 weeks till everybody forgets it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Don, when his sisters were coming live with McDonough again, and then he decided to dox the cabin and us still living at 125 and go, my neighbor heard a scream.
Right. Rest in peace, Dee Dee, but that come out, and then all of a sudden Candace and the Dee Dee situation starts coming out. So all weird shit. Weird
the thing is, though, you can tell weeks prior to that, and that it was all a lie by all creators involved. But there is proof, and I have it. I've got it in my little compiled folder of different levels of fuckery and circuits, right? That they slip, and they damn well did know about Dee Dee before they ever tried to say Candace did it. Nobody knew. Blah. right, and run with that bullshit. And then that Candace is a lesbian with West Virginia that's over there fucking
Yep.
around. Then
Yep.
it was that, and West Virginia played in that just fine, but supposedly she didn't know about duty, and then she's mad. Like, give me a break.
Right.
You know?
There's
And then
Kurt,
during this whole
Jody.
time, I want to make it clear that a whole bunch of Hiltz's motherfuckers from over in his place, since Candace and him have been buddy in public, have been over there leaving all kinds of nice, nasty little messages in my background health or whatever. They seem to be a little tormenty there. About like any other Candace's friends. They do the things,
Yep.
Weird, huh?
Yep. Kirst is up on panel, Jody.
Hey, Jody.
Hi, Kirst.
I'm sorry that bullshit happened today.
Don't be sorry. It's not your fault. I'm human, obviously.
You have more support than you think you have. You do.
Well, I think you got to realize too, Jody, that, we're all human, and for us who are human and do understand that you are human, we all find this whole thing to be really fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
I've been here for how many years dealing with this and worse, and do these people right now think this is peak? I know y'all seen peak around here. I have 4 million channels built for just annihilating me on face of the earth every day.
Right.
Every day, all day, it was nothing but, right? And people designed to do exactly that. If they think this is peak or reaching it, they're mistaken, but it's almost like, well, it is. It's abuse, right? And I've obviously been designed for that my whole life. And so you kind of can form a wall. I know some things bother, they hurt, they trigger, etc. But you have to build up just like you do if you're being punched in the face to learn to, until it's time to not be punched in the face anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know that summer for me comes first before making sure they're extreme and serious consequences for these YouTubers, the way they've affected my life, my families, like my children, everybody else's, the community members.
That we heard today, though, Jody, that really triggered a lot of us, and it touched our heart for you. It did.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's why we're saying sorry, because that was horrible. It
And
broke my heart listening to that.
Let me
Because I've
say
been through
this.
that, and it's not right.
How fucked up is it?
I'd rather people think if that was Summer where my icon was. That's exactly what those women would have said to her.
We watched many individuals take a woman and her family and not give a shit about them.
And run them through the mud like they're nothing.
Not even thinking this person, after Summer went missing, was still living in that holler with her little girl, not knowing what happened to Summer. And you've got a shitload of strangers coming up there. And, I would.
That by a certain point, we knew obviously what Dawn had done to his sister. We knew all this stuff.
Yes.
We also, I know for fact, there was a peeping Tom for years. 2 of them, because there was 2 coming and going at the same time, and individuals there. And so there was definitely at one point it was either the same guy working with another, or you get what I'm saying. So we know this. I have proof on it. So we have that going. We have strangers coming in. You have Dawn and goddamn Candace living next door, knowing what Dawn's doing. Having law enforcement tell you he's one of the worst, fucking sickest motherfuckers they've ever come across. You hear gunshots in the middle of the night. Later on, there's still bullet holes in the damn fridge on top of it. You're waiting that night out in the dark, going, "Oh my God, he's killed Candace. He's killed the boys. Next gunshot's gonna be his cowardice. Oh my God, You don't know, and then here's this DV by Andy, and then him jetting off, and all this. It's chaos. It's fucking chaos.
Well, and Jody, don't you have people coming by your house now, still today?
Fuck yeah, it's even easier to get to me now. And that means Z drive-by video. She
Yeah.
did a whole ass live and real time video of how to get here, how to drive by, do all the things. Her and Tiffany laid in with that bullshit red truck crapper. My mom gave my mom a heart attack.
Mhm.
These baby and all them gave me a heart attack with their peak shit. And I have permanent lasting heart damage because of it. And then because of the way my lymph nodes reacted to that stress and built up lymphatic fluid in my face and all that crap leading up to everything. That son of a bitch took that picture of me on live when I thought it was enough to come back out because some of the swelling went down. Makes a damn puzzle, a jigsaw puzzle, and sells it for $75 pop. Ain't that some shit?
That is some shit.
And then share and see that's where that train thing come from. Seraphina's talking about YouTube got Andy that job. People, you know what I mean, around summer stuff got Andy that job. He was already with Hobag, right? This is
So
a
why
long
are they
time.
fucking asking you then? Why don't they just
I
ask
don't know. The
the
thing is, that
YouTubers
comes
about
from
his fucking
share.
job?
Wait, what are you
You
talking about? Did he work? He didn't work for a train thing, did he?
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. Andy and Becca started a Go Fucking Fund Me.
Right.
Okay. And on it, they posted a picture of a stationary little train outside somewhere. But at the same time, one of these YouTube fucks and those associated with Dawn and Candace got Andy a
I'm gonna
job.
go pee, girls.
And
Share
that's
started.
where that came from?
They were going to run a train on me, metaphorically speaking, through YouTube and posting those pictures. And Cher's linked with Seraphina, the psychic. She'll know it. And so, guess where that's? Why are they asking me? I don't know. They got the wrong bitch. They need to go talk to, I guess, Becca and Andy about that. But what the hell's that got to do with Summer Risson? Tell me.
Right.
That was a job way after Summer vanished. After Summer vanished, Andy was still, Hayworth. He went, unlike Fresner, he went back to work the next morning. He was a little late, but the dog also had to go to the vet, and Fred did his bullshit about us standing there for 3-4 days in a row, at the bottom of the driveway. Cursed, I know you've seen them. I've showed the Facebook where at the time they were private. I know people think all those videos were public. They were not until after I was over on YouTube. You know what I mean? Most stolen by Squall, who I let on my Facebook because Candace wanted. And then I eventually opened some up to the public way after Summer vanished. They were not public at first. But I know you've seen the vids where I am standing here on the hill and the helicopter is flying above me. There's searches you can hear,
Yes.
And nobody refused anything. The dogs went in and out of everything, the cars, the vehicles, the buildings, the barns, the sheds. All this, I mean, it's just, it's ludicrous to me. And they're there lying. I mean, and there's video. It's like Fred lying about what time he come in the road. Well, the video I got where the first helicopter went up that evening for Summer shows by that night that Fred still had not come in and broke up the road with the trailer with the bike on it he was hauling. So he's lied. I mean, but yet they get to run around here doing all. I mean, it's just.
Do you think that Fred's problem is that he does feel that they were going to try to set him up, so therefore he's got to do all this?
Those were my first thoughts when he made contact with us at the bottom of the driveway. He came to our driveway. He walked, cursed. As far as that is, he walked from his house to our driveway. Our driveways, Dawn and Candace's, ours. For a dog that was imaginary, he had not lost. Me and Andy, before he even topped the ride, was like, oh shit, here comes Fred. And we knew he was going to sneak. We knew what he was doing in Fred. Okay?
Yeah.
And he freaked, but yeah, those were our first thoughts. It's like, man, and you can see it. I know I've shown messages from mine and Andy's conversations where I'm like, holy shit, they freaked Fred all the way the fuck out. And he's twitching, running around the middle of the night, everything else more than usual, because it looks like Dawn and Candace trying to set him up, make him look like whatever. And I knew by that point that obviously I was standing there in the road the first night when Dawn stops and talks to me and says he's going to Fred's. And I'm like, don't go up there and buy no dope, dude. Summer's messing with. Like, oh, I'm not. I'm going to go up here and talk to him, see if he knows him. And so,
Fred did come to your house the 15th that night?
No. Dawn stopped at our drive. He was driving the Subaru. later
Okay,
at night.
because I
After
heard you say Fred walked up, and I thought you were talking about the 15th.
that was a couple days later. Fred walked up to
Yes.
her in broad daylight.
Yeah.
And he was looking for an imaginary dog, right? Now, we can go all the way back. Fred, because, I already knew that. So it was like, well, Fred's going to take us and run with it because I was never very specific exactly about when I spoke to Fred.
Mm-hmm.
And so then woven into, he talked to us and recorded us that first night. But that's bullshit. So then after he did that, I thought, well, I'll cut him off the knees, right?
Mm-hmm.
And said, an exact day of when we talked to him. And then he's woke from that since. But so his story's changing around whatever we say. So he's one of the ones you have to watch out the most for, other than Donna and Candace themselves about what you say, because they will weave, learn, bob, monster from it. And I'm used to living around and being around motherfuckers like that and those. So I know exactly the fuck they're doing. It's like when Andy come in here and lied and tried to make all the pictures and all the one, right? And all that, I knew what he did. And that's exactly what it did. And then I had the medical reports and everything else show they were different dates, different times, different levels of abuse. They're all built so things. All you really got to do.
I wish that you would understand that when I try to put something out there, that it's not for Andy. I don't know Andy. It's for the bigger picture of this person was not involved in this situation. It's not personal towards Andy. It's not me kissing his ass. It's not.
Well, I think speaking
I know you
to
look at it that way, but it's not.
up Andy's Innocence Project you can say, yeah, he's not responsible for Summer vanishing, but yeah, he is a giant piece of shit. He is known, admitted, and proven to be a woman and child abuser of his own. That he is not a good human being. That is not okay. And if these people around here in these streets ever in all these years are true advocates, or they feel the pain of other abused and survivors and fighters, they would not condone that or even say hi to the motherfucker or give him any type of space. And I'm telling you, Tiffany, the one rare time that bitch ain't lying. She heard Andy say he didn't give a fuck about Summer. All he cared about was the money. Because Brooks and everybody else had him believing that we were out here getting paid and $500 an interview, and that was a lie. We were not getting money.
He came out and said, when he first come out, he admitted he needed a trailer. It was all about the money.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he said he needed a camper to get the fuck away from me, right? But then it turns out he was being taken to court by a landlord, and him and Becca couldn't act right in court and were showing anger and all that shit, just like they did with Little and I court. Nobody believes that. Even with order of protection in place, he was showing his ass, acting and scream. Even the judge was like, holy shit. And he could tell that Andy was just trying to punish me with Little and get back at me in court. And like, he was slamming doors, slamming seats. The advocate I got for Little was even like, holy shit. And even the judge was watching enough to know that Andy was up there laughing about being in my shirt. You know how much of a doormat Beck is and what abuse that is? That even you all should see, okay, he's sitting there right beside of this bitch with Jody Sue's clothes on. They're laughing about it. But that means Becca's a doormat, and he is also, still trying to harm Jody Sue, making money off of it. He's abusing her through online. And Becca's okay with that. But also that means she's being abused by him too. And if you think she ain't, look, I have heard the stories he's told, and I know what he told Becca. I know what he told her. It's the same song and dance he's given to every store clerk, every fast food, where everything is a lie. Jody Sue tells me this and that, what do I do at home? And he lures them in by going, can you help me with my relationship? And he'll have them texting me, and they're like him, like I'm a dumbass. Becca did it too. I got proof of it, just like she does online under his account. It's like him being confused up here when him and her got the purposeful job up here to keep eyes on us a few months ago. I ain't dumb. And that bitch has been a whole lot of the problem. She's one of the main ones in contact with Lips and shit, trying to get my kid, this and there to fuck with me. She's the dumbass, and I ain't Jillian Least. I know the internet thinks that. I don't give a fuck. She's about as worthless and whatever as the rest of the bitches he went through. And she's just the same, and she's one of the only dumbasses to take the fucking bait and is luring to think she won a prize and she thought she got a brand new car that was actually I was paying on it, just in his name. She thinks she got property. Well, guess what? That don't belong to him either. It might one day, right? But the boy
Right.
didn't shit. Even those Jeeps and shit are mine. I had to buy in order to get him his Jeeps that he wanted after he blown mine up and shit on purpose because he's mad at work or jobs or coworkers. I get my ass beat at. You know, like they don't understand this boy and every shit. The clothes, the underwear, the socks, the shoes on his feet, it's mine. Half of the fucking perfumes, jewelry he was giving that dumb bitch, they're mine. I bought them. But this bitch really thought he was doing it. She gets in my damn car fucking him and throws shit away from my grandfather's funeral and everything else, dropping earrings, cliche. She's as bad as he is. But that's what it was about, remember? The whole court thing. He lied. He conned people immediately. They needed a camper to get away from big bad me, right? But then guess where they're sitting? Like a fucking half a mile away from me now with a camper in the damn yard. But they didn't buy that camper with that shit and money. They were trying to pay off the landlord before that hit the fucking internet that got taken any further. And I'll tell you, I have recordings of that landlord telling me that they were in trouble for farm whore, which was apparently shit to do with pandemic funds stuff. The landlord and them gotten something about false names. They get all this other shit. Okay?
Yeah.
So, and I only contacted once orders were down and out of place, right? Because I knew their first, it was like, So, and all I can say is that's what the landlord said. But yeah, it looks like they're real terrified of me. They come by here every day with all these people that stalk us and all these multitudes sent, like from before we even knew Chase and Twisting them really existed in that way. All that group and the pretend law enforcement and off duties and everybody there working and all the locals like Miss Kelly and the Trishas and everybody else that come by here every fucking day, dude. While people call for the camper to be set on fire and power to be cut off from my family's house, all this other shit, or people online, threatening to cut us apart, literally, or people encouraging shit like that, or it's insane the level of danger. And then what Ziggy and Fred have done, and this group all the way from Andy and Penny and Scott and all them started it, all the way down to Solo and all these critters doing all this shit. It's bringing people to my door that are connected with buses that I don't even fucking know, dude. But I know
That's
who
scary.
they are.
Yeah.
And I know why they're here. I have the proof, and I have them on recording, and it links all the way back up to the little critters around Cotton shit and Fred shit and what Ziggy and Penny and Scott and Andy and everybody else has done. And they link each other up by the stupid shit that falls their mouths, like when Trent and all them here that day. And then linking it back to those fucking around with Brian and PG and all those that are doing shit with some of the characters that link back to other murders and investigations besides Cotton's and everything else. That includes some of those around Jason and crimes they were pulling before Jason's death. And it's all really fucked up. And it is really dangerous. And it ain't a joke when I tell you these people are trying to get us fucking murdered. That ain't funny. It ain't cute, and I ain't over exaggerating.
No, you're not. I get it. I take a lot of notes. I watch a lot of shit. I don't make videos on everything, but I know what you're talking about. And it is scary. Do you think that law enforcement is watching all this? Do you think
Yes.
that at some point in time they're gonna, put a foot
Yes.
down and do something about this?
Yes, especially since this team of idiots here decided that it would be a wise idea to insert 4 cases the exact same way with the exact same players, even though they built little offshoots like Granny and all them, and the whatever's linked to share all those that are on that Rico shit down there in Sebastian's. But it's still McDonough, the psychics, this, that, and the other. They're players for duty. I mean, it's all wound up group, but yes, I absolutely do firmly believe that this group fucked up when they went 4 cases deep and wide across Tennessee with the same playbook. I think it's been very apparent how they lure people in, like Chris Proudfoot was done the exact same way. They, that they've done in other cases, including to us, and how, and they hope people never notice. They hope that they manipulate you to such a degree over multiple platforms. They put up videos, advertise for it in the missing groups, right, that most locals or family members would watch. And it'll be some titled crazy about you and maybe this and that. But meanwhile, the people running the groups know who's coming in and out and their family members when they're watching. And then they advertise videos by creators like Smiley or Crime Stories or somebody else, right? And their family or witnesses or whoever might go watch them right? And then they see the chats rolling large and cleansed and told by troll, just to annihilate the shit, say the worst shit about whoever, right? And then that makes people want to naturally defend themselves. And so then they'll grab a link, they'll come up on panel, they'll be like, no, and they'll try to correct things. Well, that gives YouTube more information. It gives people around, these streets more information than they need. And this now allows this place to embed deeper. But people often think it's naturally their own idea. They do not realize how they've been manipulated by strange criminals working in a group over multiple platforms. And really, all you've got to do, Kirst, is go back to the part where Coop himself, though he's not obviously law enforcement, but go back to that when he says multiple social media platforms combined.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that was just in summer still. So imagine what they, you think they don't know? And I can tell you that the actual.
Oh, I know they know. It's just, are they going to do, or is there anything they can do to slow this shit down? I'm exhausted. I can't imagine what you go through. I can't, Jody. I see this shit on you every fucking day. And I know you, and it bothers me.
I've known since very early on. It's like when we told them about Juanita being on the road and at night deleting her live streams, proclaiming she was working with law enforcement. Mm-hmm. I remember being up at the top of the hill that day. They were asking questions about certain vehicles, and things. And what we remembered just ran, stuff they needed. And I told them, I was like, that fucking Juanita bitch has been coming there. I was like, she was on there last night trying to get more motel mates. I was like, and she said she was working for y'all. Well, then that's when they put out they booted her ass straight up out of fucking county, right? And then they put out the newspaper and all that shit saying that she was not working for them. Dawn said the same, but yeah, we were the ones that let law enforcement. And that shit was a joke. We'd watch her come in every day and spritz herself or come to the end of the road, do whatever, and then go back out and pretend she's sweating on her streams and all this. And she'd been out searching. Well, the same thing applies. Nobody like Chase or Twister and could have ever been out searching anywhere without permission, and they weren't. It's like Jamie freaking Wilson or whatever his name was, that con. Mm-hmm. Now you see me now. This is me. It's really me. It's all bullshit. Mm-hmm. It's all bullshit. By LARPers, criminals, con artists, a whole lot of them local that were already in and around this shit. Somehow, probably because of Boswell, obviously. It's why Chase's channel started just a couple days before Summer vanished. He'd started because of his fuck shit and, with this group and doing stuff around Boswell's.
I remember when Bullhorn Betty went to a location that Donna Serafina had described to her and was digging, wasn't she? Like digging in some spot or something. It was
she was weird. Following all of Serafina's. Ryan's wife mimicked her stuff too. Ryan's been doing stuff on Serafina's map. Dawn B. What was that? Raven, a bunch of others. Everything really sort of goes back into Serafina, but she's not necessarily the biggest runner of everything. She's just one of the mid cogs and everything. And let's be real, for psychic, on like y'all seen the views Bella gets?
Oh, Sloan Bella?
Bella, Sloan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Serafina wishes we could get those motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, Sloan came out one time and talked about it, and she's never talked about it again.
Yeah, she did, but then like John Davis True Crime, when they were talking to me, said that what she had said was about me. But honestly, look, if I believed in these psychics, I can tell you that what Sloan describes in that fits others around the area very well. Mm-hmm. And they would have absolutely been able to pin down and pull the info and Google stuff for and background shit well before Sloan went on with it.
I think the only thing she said was something along the lines of a blonde-headed woman
Pearly, but not like Pearly,
for her son or something. It was really weird.
But if the public thinks hard, I'm obviously I wasn't the first speaking out to defend anyone or to take it or make sure any of that. And I don't know, you just had to think real hard about it. You know, and honestly, I don't want anybody attack, so maybe don't think about it too hard.
Oh yeah, Juanita and them. Yeah, they were over
And
the
don't
top.
they also took Little Caesars and Mountain Dews and cameras and money to Allie and them too, you know.
Who did?
Juanita.
Wow.
You don't remember that? She didn't.
No, I've missed a lot actually.
It was one of the only things after Summer vanished that, like, one of my other neighbors made me aware that, like, have you seen that psychic bitch that's been on the road? She's online. I was like, no way. And this bitch was saying so much shit about us, and at night she would stand there, and I stayed silent, right? But then I did troll her into accounts. I'm not gonna lie, it was my one moment of brevity, right? So I was like, see, about the owl, those owls belonged on 125, dude. They'd wait at the mailbox for me in the evening, like at dark.
Wow.
Sit on the mailbox, and they would fly up after the car. And then they would see there's video. Kirst, have you ever seen them that I have of us petting owls and they're talking to them at the porch? This is like, oh, it's a sign. I was like, no, they're chill owls that know, you know. And I was like, what? You know? Crazy bitch. So anyway, she was every night. It was her going, if Hunter doesn't talk to me, he's guilty. Oh, the crystal's swinging on the chain and he's murdered Summer. Jody, yeah. Well, I don't think she was saying a neighbor. And I think by that point, obviously, Candace had been recorded. And I kept getting hints that somebody said somewhere. And I knew they'd seen Andy's mom's post by that point. It was everywhere, but they couldn't track down exactly where they thought wrongly that Andy's parents lived on that property, so they had everybody pegged wrong. But I was just, you know, yeah, I was so sick of that bitch. You just couldn't even. But yeah, I guess Hunter and Allie and him gave into it and allowed her there. She brought them Little Caesars and bought them cameras for safety, all this other shit. And I don't guess they were ever smart enough to realize she was part of the group actually fucking doing all the shit. Like, I just can't, you know.
I think Hunter and Allie, and I think that probably goes with Fred now too. I think they feel some kind of way about being in the spotlight.
Well, I think that Allie, anyway, I mean, just look, I know what Candace and Dawn are capable of, and Marlene and all them, how they play tips for that. So Allie a user with them and all the shit that they have to hide between each other, right? I'm sure she was afraid they won't flip script. They were obviously bashing the shit out of each other. That's what Candace was mostly concerned about. If you notice, her WJHL interview and the one with McDonough are mostly concentrating on tit for tat with, you know, with Hunter and Allie and them, as opposed to Summer. And then Allie, I mean, obviously, you know, and it's like,
okay, why do you think? Because we
know that Candace and Donna book shit and probably set them up. Candace and Donna look at their records, phone calls from them. They'll even set each other up on knowing they're doing it. Line law enforcement, knowing somebody's going to go to jail, but they still won't tell the whole truth. They're the most fucked up individuals. So I can imagine that Allie and them knew exactly what was going to go down. And
if
I
law
don't.
enforcement put out there that Summer was outside, not in the basement. Why do you think Candace said that to Chris?
Said what?
That the boy said she went down to the basement. Why do you think she made the story right there and changed it when it previously was put out there that Summer was outside? She told people that. I don't know what she told law enforcement, of course, but law enforcement said that she was last seen outside. The boys last seen her outside.
No, that the boys told me that she was outside.
And your story, yeah. So then why did she tell Chris
but
that the boys need to go down in the basement? What I'm asking you is, why do you think she changed it? You think she was influenced?
I think Candace was being big time influenced by Dawn also.
No, I think Candace will let you think Dawn influenced her, is what I think. That way it looks different in the public eye that she's whatever, but they work together that way. I want to make that very clear. It's like her being all proud and braggy in my driveway one day, midway up, about, I did meth last night, and it was just out of the blue. I was like, the fuck? Okay. And I think that's a tester to see if maybe others do substances like it or not. And when she sees back. It's like, oh, well, no. And then she realizes the mask changes, and she literally pointed towards their house over. It's like, oh, Don made me do it.
Mhm.
Do you see what I'm saying? It's
Mhm.
like right after they did the Mary calling shit, right? They, she's bragging about smirking and, telling of it to me. And I'm like, you realize how that makes you look, right? And here I am listening to this shit, knowing that Don's already admitted to me that he did that shit and that his daddy was involved in everything else, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? Or at least I think that's because Don's was almost before anyway. Point is, when I heard Candace saying it and it had been done, I was like, it makes you look right. And the smirk fell right off her face. She changed whole personalities like in a split second because she forgot who she's fucking with again. And went, well, Dawn, and it's immediate. If you look at police reports, stuff in the past, the same thing. If you look at them, even at the 911 call with Summer out where she's crying in the background, it's the same thing. I can tell and I know things from in there that I know they're lying about to law enforcement and on one another, but one of them's certain the other one's going to go to jail, all the stuff, right?
Mhm.
But even while that's happening and those consequences are coming down, they know somebody's going to jail, they will still do this twisty, flicky shit and work together. You have to understand who and what they are and how they operate. And I'm telling you, it is some fucked up shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because we sat and watched these people do all that crazy shit that had nothing to do with Summer. When Mary came out and Trish and all of them came out and was talking about what Don had done to all of them, Don was more concerned with that than he was his own daughter. He was more concerned with that.
Yeah.
Through the years, Jody, have you changed your opinion on what you think happened?
Yes. But the thing is about that too, even the first day she vanished, I mean, my brain has always worked in all possibilities ways. And just because, like, people go back to my first bids and stuff like that, right? And they're like, well, you were nice, you were this, because, like, once again, let's revisit me saying the public doesn't need everything. I didn't want to come here and play tit for that. I didn't come here to talk shit about everybody else, give out their business, do this and that. That was not my intention or reason. I just wanted, after we were done the way we were done, and then part of it being by squall. Candace, not, you get what I'm saying? I just wanted to be left as we were. Thought that would help Summer and to give the people a bigger picture, and then we would be left alone. Right? That is not the way it turned out, obviously. And I didn't want to come out here and be like Allie and all that, be like, and my opinions are solely my own and what I think, feel, and then all those things don't necessarily, even what we know that the public still doesn't know, or what we've learned since, or what we hold is not necessarily public. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
And even we've learned or come to know or to have proof or evidence over the years or be told. Obviously, perspectives change, but I know even first day it was like all possibilities, but obviously you want to.
What do you think the fucking problem is? Do you think that she's just further away and just can't be found yet?
I don't know where she is, Cursed. I wish I did.
Do you remember, Jody, when you talked about
I don't want her
Baileyton?
Tormented. I don't want her. I don't want anything bad to be happening to her, but we all know that.
Well,
I do hope she's out there somewhere and she's alive.
How can law enforcement not have some kind of leads to find her if that's the case? Because I know they know way more.
Curse, I will tell you from about day 3, whatever. I think they've known who and what is responsible from about day 3, and I think there are just things that need to move and happen maybe first.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, or based on things, but that's my opinion. But I think they've known since very early on, first couple days.
I have to agree too, Jody. I think that they've known There's quite a few things that they know. And, you know, the thing about it is what people need to realize, law enforcement's just not going to arrest somebody and take the chance of them walking away.
Honestly, you have to ask yourself, what impact has this group moving this way and all these cases done? Look at all the others like Benny and them left behind. They cared so much for these children, but their remains are still not found, though the parents or whoever responsible are in prison. When did those babies stop mattering? Why are there no searchers? Why ain't Equal Search going out there to continue looking for those little ones' remains that they know are past or gone? Where are the bullhorns in the landfills like Quentin's instead of out in the street corner with Dolly and ICU and banging on hoods? Where's everybody in the cold case detectives and all those left behind after this crew get done with them from what's forward? Every case.
Right.
Right? Where are they? But you have to ask yourself, what impact is this group and work doing this every single time and doing the things they do to insert in bed and destroy innocents and community members and witnesses there? Does that have an effect? Is that why it's been so many years? I'd say so.
This is my thing. I mean, people sure want to bring up individuals that have already passed, and disrespectfully, I might add, I think anyway, but those people aren't here. They're not here to defend themselves. You know, they're not here to say, you're not talking about me. You know, and I think
and even if their family or loved ones or those who care for them speak out and ask for it to stop.
Yep.
This
I remember a relative, I was talking about Cotton, and I think I actually had him in the title. And I remember a cousin or somebody came in and, you know,
probably
asked,
the same two that work with PG and Ryan and everybody else in the background.
No, actually, this person came in and, you know, asked that I not be real disrespectful towards Cotton, and I agreed. I was like,
look, I know that his daughter loves him very much.
Yeah.
And the day that he passed is of importance there. I know that he's scared because of what Armand's done. Certain people around the family continue to fuck shit with these YouTubers that keep it going. And that's wild to me because people have even told those family members to knock it the fuck off and stop fucking with everybody and to fuck around with Summer's case and Cotton's and everybody else to stop, please, because it's hurting them emotionally. They have, you know, but that's what you get when you get people in contact with the PGs and Ryans and everybody else doing this shit. And it ain't.
I've seen a lot of people just be annihilated emotionally on social media, especially the people who want to call themselves the Summer Wells community. Yeah, badly.
This community ain't about Summer. Yeah, I thought maybe at first that's the stupid part, right? I thought maybe some of these people really they did have credentials, they did this and no, man, there ain't nobody out here I've found yet that just wants to not be part of a team or
you can't foresee this. There's no way.
There's just, you know, it's dirty cops, ex-cops that happen to have, you know, the right police department initials to make the public think there's something, you know, to get play. I mean, look, man, I know real FBI, TBI, real law enforcement, real detectives that have really given their whole lives. And they're some of the best people you ever meet. And you know what they ain't? They ain't on YouTube. That's what the fuck they ain't on the services or their perspective. They wouldn't dare tarnish their careers or cases or revisit. They wouldn't do that.
Right.
These people you see out here are not legit. They're failures. They're crap. I hate to tell you that. Even if they were whatever retired, you know, there are a million different cops out there. It doesn't mean every single one of them's good or was good at what they did or wasn't dirty or wasn't corrupt. And you know, I hate it. I hate it here.
Well, I mean, come on, Jody. We've even seen new people try to insert themselves into Summer's case. The one guy was that PI. I don't know who he was. I
Oh, the
think he
one.
was out of Utah or something.
Yeah, but he's right news group with McDonough and him on News Nation shit over the years in other cases. Just like Moselle. That is McDonough's motherfucker. Just like Moselle was. And there's proof of it.
Right.
Yeah.
I think of the McDonough Serafina bullshitter around Summer's case. I can't even begin to explain to you.
Jensen took that opportunity for a little bit of fame, or not fame, but what's the word I'm looking for? He took advantage of the situation.
All of them do. All these searchers, these PIs, or whatever case, they want their businesses built. They want a history channel, especially again like Ryan. They want documentaries like Justin and Mallory and all. You know, it makes me sick. They all want to be the don't fuck around with cats motherfuckers, right? But those days are gone.
Right.
And I hate
some of them they have talent. Just I wish that they would move on it to something else. Don't do missing kids cases, you know. Take
Well, the thing about it is
somewhere else.
we see them as having talent, but a lot of them, if they
It
don't
ain't talent, it's con and criminal. It's the same. I mean, it's the same bullshit they do on a street corner, but they face consequences for it more severely. Or people that abuse in their real lives, they go to jail for it. But online, they find a pool of people who really care about missing children that come through, and they can run scams and cons on them and have members in chat to like buddy up to these people like they've really found tribes or lonely or elderly women or whatever. And it's not true. It's them helping, you know, the creators scam and con and know stuff about people to take advantage of them. It's a place where real victims and survivors and fighters and family members who have undergone or experienced the worst traumas in the world come, usually because they are interested in other victims, survivors, or stories. And they unfortunately find themselves here with a bunch of actual abusers, monsters, dope heads, addicts, criminals of the most extreme who found a perfect place to perform their dirty deeds online and actually cash in instead of being punished for it. At least the law in check. And that's as simple as that. And it is horrifying.
It is. It is. It is sad. And people don't realize how easily some individuals can get other people to do horrific things for them.
Yes.
And you don't know, especially when these people are on social media, you don't really know them. And it would be terrifying to have someone I didn't know come up to my damn house, knocking on my door, wanting to know maybe what I said about somebody online or something. Some of these people are crazy. They're crazy. People don't realize that. That is actual factual.
Yeah, I mean, and then you combine that with a whole lot of lonely people, especially since the pandemic or since the world's changed, everything's on tech. Nobody does crap in person anymore, knows how to hold a conversation or have a coffee or get out, whatever, right? They're pushing us in these damn places, the algorithms, brainwashing us anyway.
Right.
And creating cognitive dissonance and all this other stuff. But you combine that with a lot of lonely people out in the world, or those who are elderly or lost their husbands or lost this or very traumatic things, and then they find a tribe or somebody gives them a blue wrench or they make them feel special, and they do not realize that those even in chat with them are studying and watching them. Ferreting back info, like you say, oh, well, you know, I have a 3-story house at the beach. We enjoy this. Well, you're giving out info. When you do that, they know targeting, right? There are those in these chats with these creators doing that. And then the creator starts calling you up by name more. And that, I mean, the sad part is YouTube even teaches these creators how to do it. I'm sure as a creator, you get those videos too in the background, right, Kirst? And they're like, oh, name everybody by name, make sure to mention every cat, and then blah, 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 blah. And, you know, and it's very familiarizing con language. Same thing criminals do in person, like, you know, and they learn there's marks, right? There are people in these chats built to help. And I can name so many throughout the years, and I have their real names and identities behind all their 40 Allen Raincoat names around here. And they operate not just in one creator or two or three or four, but like 10 different creators under different names, conning different people coming through, butting up to them, making them think they have a tribe of this. They're, and then creators ask them to do certain things like that. And they're like, well, I don't want my wrench taken. Well, then these people won't be allowed here anymore. My friends in this chat nowadays, creators wouldn't do with me. And then that is devastating to some people, especially those that fit the demographics around here, right? Certain political leanings, religious leanings, all this.
I remember, and I'll say allegedly, this person, a creator, their boyfriend worked in a food stamp office, and names and social security numbers, date of birth, were dropped into a Discord with a lot of names and a lot of social security numbers of people around the area. I'll never
Well, yeah,
forget.
look at Ziggy. I mean, she was caught selling off people. People are ordering from her, and they were caught selling off the addresses and info of these people's names. On top of that, you have several around Summers case that are closest to Welsh using their jobs and accessing things they should not have been, and apparently, allegedly, under investigation and trouble for all these things. There's so many. It's like that one that helped out that audit. Using her stuff with state land. I turned her in for it. It's like, they're using access to these systems or ways to do further background pulls than are allowed, even if you pay for them, to give out information online or in little like gavel geeks type of court watching groups that are in the background, discords, and these different creators. And do you think some of these psychics don't have people like that, or there aren't people who think they're doing a good deed for creators or missing women or children, and they go to their office or the courthouse or their clerk's job or to DCS, wherever they work in the system, and they don't access stuff and think they'll get by with it. Nobody will notice them. For the most part, nobody ever realizes these things are taking place in these cases, and that there are indeed people misusing their jobs and things they can access to give more information to these creators around these cases than they need and is legal. And I know that, there's several around Summers that have done that.
Yeah, it is.
I know that somehow several creators, who had stuff to do with all that attacking my daughter and stuff, and my sibling didn't quite catch on to it, but I did in real time. These particular two had more information on private paperwork stuff around certain family things than they should have been able to act, and the only way they could have is by one that I have been told is under investigation for using a job. That is stuff that is not legally accessible to anyone. It had to be someone using their job in order to pull these things, because they are not, I'm telling you. So, yeah, it's there. The proof is here if you pay close enough attention.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. People don't pay close enough attention, and they don't use common sense, and they so easily just believe what they're being told.
I hate to interrupt again, remaining.
No, go ahead, Jody.
I know here recently in the past few weeks, there's something that Ziggy sort of made sure to where, like, I might hear it and catch on to it, and then I might check some things. And it really makes me wonder if this group has not been tampering, or has somebody in one of the local courthouses or something hacking in and changing certain things. And it's real weird that Ziggy brought it sort of to attention. I find it rather odd. And I know behind the scenes that it's not what it appears. So somebody somewhere has done something, and it's just strange to me that Ziggy's the first one to make sure things are maybe noticed or heard. And so I do think there's a possibility again of someone in the area in one of these city or county job, accessing certain things or changes. I don't know how in the fuck they do that. Or somebody in this group hacking certain systems that belong to the state to change things. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I guess as far as with the Reverend Donna stuff, I could give a crap less who they think is their hero in the Summer Wells case for sure. but I think to attack someone the way that happened, it was very disturbing to me.
I'm
It
glad
really
Jody
was.
has thick skin. I'm not, no way do I support what they did to her, but I'm glad that they did because I
It
do
showed.
think, yes, it showed who they are today.
Yep. It sure
Totally seen a
did.
different side of those two women,
Oh
and I
yeah.
hope that a lot of people seen that.
Well, I don't know what happened with Six Up. I guess Six Up had used the first live,
Yeah.
and I don't know if she monetized it or what. No big deal.
I
And
honestly think what they're doing with the Six Up, yeah, they come out threatening anybody that used their content or said and spoke dirty words about them and all that. But then they seemed to slam at Six Up, but yet didn't strike her channel, right? I found that a little odd, and I think honestly, now I could be crazy here, okay? Could be crazy, but I feel like somebody's been wanting me to go live and be all triggered about them, and then
right.
use the content and get struck. Because recently I've been on a little channel taking mission,
Right.
finally doing what I said that I was going to do for all these years. And a lot of those happen to be their little buddies between Ziggy and those Sweetie Pilo and Serafina, so they're not real happy with me. And I think they're hoping that I will go over their lives so they can strike mine. And I'm just not. That's why, and it's really not working. And
Yeah,
they
'cause,
also think
I mean,
about it.
she tried to, this is what got me, because she tried to, Sweetie Pilo tried to say that somehow that Six Up got to keep her monetization and use the content, but yet hers was demonetized.
You know that's bullshit.
Yeah,
Cursed.
that didn't make any sense
How
to me.
often do I cuss and do stuff on my life? You know what I mean? Unless somebody struck it, either way, it's garbage. They make a fortune. But it's also
Right.
that holiday grift of mine's been demonetized. Oh God, the video ain't making my, and it's so their followers and supporters sending some more shit. You can't tell me that ain't true.
Well, and
Come on.
this got me too, because the very first one that they did in her what the fuck title and shit, in it, she, in the description, she put down, oh, if we can get this many views and if we can get this many whatever, then we'll do a part 2. And I thought, well, I thought this was supposed to be to help Summer. So that didn't make any sense to me when that happened. So
I'll tell you something. Today, I'd rather y'all not view that page. I mean, well, I guess they've cut it out now or something, but I'd rather nobody think of, you just imagine if Summer was in that spot today.
yeah,
if
it was fucking horrible.
her, obviously she lived in a household with domestic violence too. So is that what they would have said and done to Summer? Her brothers? Other victims and survivors?
Well, that's what got me the most. She's sitting there saying all these things happened to you, but she's calling you all those horrible names, and I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. It made no fucking sense.
And don't get me wrong, I've called them some names throughout the years because I don't like them, because I know what role they play and everything.
Right.
I don't have to. They've caused harm to my family. She's in my answer. She's the one that's got all these yahoos running around like Don B and Ryan and everybody else doing stupid shit and targeting my families, even their damn cemetery. All that ain't, no. We don't, and it's all because I would look. Initially, she got in my inbox and wanted help, and I was like, no. Just like I told OMG and them, if they're gonna go quote boots on the ground, they go fuck themselves. I meant that, And she took exception. Then all of her little psychic crazies started following me around Michelle Walks, everywhere else, threatening me, telling me if I didn't go talk to Serafina, they were going to trouble me, they were going to make me look guilty. And I've got recordings of this, them telling me they're going to go around the internet and make me look like XYZ if I did not go talk to Serafina.
Wow.
And they trolled the shit. I mean, they've been some of the worst. And look at those attached to Ziggy, like Kat and Juniper and all them, and there's always a little psychic motherfucker somewhere in between, right? Terrorizing and shit. Always. Where do you think us come from? Exactly. You think it's not on purpose? Give me a break. You
Well,
know?
I think a lot of people need to realize that most of the individuals, a lot of us that's been around Summer's case from the beginning, we know exactly when the time frame's gonna be when the fuck shit starts. Because we
And
watch
we know
this.
that they built that script and wrote it. It was so contrived and garbage, and they were hoping the second. And then you got Benny being advertised by CZ, Lockdown going belly up about the time he starts to say stuff about Candace. Benny's up his. It's all this big, gross joke of a script for Christmas money and to
Right.
destroy some case further and to target more witnesses. And, you know, it's. I've always said they all work together, and everybody does.
Well, my thing is, if you're a psychic and you think that you possibly know where that baby's at, then, you know, instead of asking for money for an RV and to pay a driver to drive you around, get your ass on a plane, try to get with law enforcement, or someone who knows the area and go tell everybody where she's at.
That's like, you know, and they're always like, tell us where this is. It's like, man, there's certain things I think those of us locally who know people, you know, and are close to all this, that there are places we can think of, right?
Somebody phone ringing.
And we know others in this well enough to know where they might have done XYZ or where things might be in this area. But imagine being the person to say it or to end up being right. But then also, it's not like, I mean, do you want to give that information to Ryan or MGL or them who, like MGL and Bullhorn? Look what they did in Petitos and everybody. How often there's planted shit, and I can tell you for fact after those assholes were put on the hill by Squall and everybody that they were taking shit off there, obviously, and hauling it off. And then they started putting shit in creeks and stuff and trying to have us report it saying Candace dropped it off. That's set up shit, bro.
Crazy.
That's
well,
dangerous.
You would give all that information already to Ellie, whatever you know.
Hold on. You may want to drop the link. Wait, I'll be right back.
Okay, I got it pinned, Jody. Cursed. I'm glad you came up.
See, yeah, me too. Yeah.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
These are the way conversations should go right here.
Yeah.
Not freaking doing that.
It hurt my heart today.
It did.
It upset me. I went through so many emotions. It was just.
And it's just so weird that all of a sudden they've edited it out. Like
yeah,
it's going to change.
What was actually edited out just for being
Jody?
on
Yeah. Yeah.
Awfully odd. Awfully odd.
There's some of the comments on it was, I don't care what I had going on in my house, I would allow my property. See, Fred has everybody believing that Jody didn't let her property be searched.
Fred's got people believing a lot of bullshit.
I mean, it's like, come on.
And the thing about Fred is everything that he's saying, he has said that he was there as well. I was there, I seen it. And then he's telling us he's going to testify in Summer's case. People don't listen to all this, what he's actually saying, you know?
Well, this is a comment, interesting. It's from I'm a girl or something. And it says, when I was searching for 4 years for Kyra Norman, boots on the ground, I got harassed and threatened and stalked, lied about, and accused of all kinds of crap that I had no way of doing. My kids were threatened. My admins were threatened to the point where one of my admins actually had a heart attack from all the threats. It is my firm absolute belief that the ones who do that kind of thing and are at very heart of the rumor mill in the cases are trying to take the spotlight off of the search and the people that are really trying to search for the child and discredit them because they are directly working for or are part of the network who have committed the crime. That's pretty weird.
Where'd you read that from?
Under the live that Donna and them did.
Today's. Well, I reported that live.
But I just don't want to see them planting their place in anything. Everybody's always giving me hell about, you don't want stuff searched. No, I just don't want Chases and Jamies and everybody else running around. I don't want people that have visited
Exactly
any of the properties to then take something off of it and move it. I want found. I want real searchers, real crews, real FBI, real TBI, real card teams. I want real searchers, not Goodwill monetized weird intakers. Yeah, I want. You know, you should hear the jokes around here locally about Raider and them and how they behaved one day. The real shit and the real story. It's goofy. You know, they came in knowing they couldn't use drones and they brought them anyway. They knew, you know what I mean? It's stupid. It's stupid. They went back to the same locales that real feds with the best equipment to check. It's stupid.
Why couldn't they use drones?
Pick up on 110. I want real people searching. I want real neighbors, real community members. I hate that YouTubers are like, but she just don't want us there. You know, no. And y'all just can't go on base properties. And I hate to tell you still, in Hawkins County, laws are you're entitled, you know, you have rights to the water below your feet and there above your head. And if you drone and you catch other people's properties and shit, that is trespass. Mm-hmm. So you can't go drone shit either. And it ain't fair to other children and neighbors and grandbabies and everybody else who are traumatized by summer vanishing and worried about their own and all their stuff being doxxed and Ziggy driving through and others. And, you know, Ziggy was told on purpose to go drive by and catch everybody's houses. I mean, you can hear her doing it and saying on the video she's posted. I was told to want to make sure I got this. And who are you to drive by and put everybody's houses and cars and who are you? Yeah. These people are still also afraid. You got to think, as of right now, nobody's under arrest. Nobody. So who knows who and what's out there, but they do know Dawn and Candace are there, you know? Yep. But either way, and they know if they say anything or ever come out online or file a case, they're likely to be terrorized, attacked, destroyed further online if YouTubers or Dawn and Candace directed or any of that shit. There are people afraid, and I can tell you this for fact, with evidence of it, that they have said they have been afraid since even really before Summer vanished, but as soon as Summer vanished, they were made afraid by certain characters in this to say, do shit, where they were even moving around, had armed guards surrounding them. I mean, all this stuff because of things that have been directed at them, or done or said or something, you know, by, you know.
Jody, who do you think? Okay, because we got Dawn and Grandma and Candace. You know, other people from the area. Who do you think is the main, how do I word this? Who do you think is the main top person? And I'll give you an example. Some people think it might be Tim Mullins, who issues the stories for everybody to tell. Different things like that. Do you think
all of them equally doing it? I think Dawn, I think Candace. If you notice, they both have what seem like separate teams here, though they're not. Yeah. I think that everybody around those two is playing in it, around it, and anybody in that team that wants to say, I don't know what YouTube is or how it's being used or what's being done to people or witnessing Summer's case, and they continue to play ignorant of, why, you know, it's like, that's one of the dead children here is if another YouTuber ever says, well, I didn't know, I didn't see it, I wasn't here for, you know, I didn't know, oh my God, I didn't really see it. But, you know, certain people around Summer's case have an upfront view of it, and they know what these YouTubers do and shit, and then people continue to ask, oh gosh, you know, but if you're fucking around with YouTubers and you're having them do anything, or you're giving them hints, or leading them, nudging them to sort of do your dirty work, or see if they'll call law enforcement first, see if maybe your ideas pen so it don't sound so stupid coming in. Yes. You're fucking with people. And, you know, I don't think any of them around those are stupid. I don't think that PG or Squall or anybody else is stupid when they come around writing scripts for them, and they're, yeah. Why do you think that was? You know why it was? Because especially at a certain point when Peter Heighten on, and they knew certain people be looking at speech patterns, languages. This place already knew that because how, they're in the true crime arena. And so they went ahead and wrote Don's letters for him, speeches for him, did this for him, held Candace's hand, all the things. And it was so hopefully experts could be gotten around, is my opinion. And I
Right.
think me and him are well aware of it. I think Squall is. Squall even wanted the money from Fun, all that stuff to go to them. I mean, and I was oblivious to a whole fucking lot of it, obviously,
Right.
until it was too late. But I was like, oh my God, the depth and breadth and scope of this. But yeah, I think all of them. I know that Benny is right and said that Candace Senior, she don't like shit online. She tells him to go do videos. She tells others to do it. I've heard, obviously, you see Candace and Dawn do. They're pretty grateful for the attacks targeting, and while they get buttoned up, and everybody forgets that, they're the ones that admit to giving their kids drugs. They're the ones that, this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 and look at their past histories and families. Oh, yeah, but look at all, instead it's look at the dead horse. Look at this one with one criminal charge, or look at this, or look at that, or, and it's distraction while they just get buttoned up and look all
I mean,
pretty.
it
And
got really crazy. People don't understand how crazy it got. Squall,
that
she
doesn't mean they're guilty.
came out and said that her house or something had got shot up. And I mean, it was weird stuff being said out here. Weird stuff.
Well, think about this, though. At the very base of all this, right? No matter guilty or innocent, as far as Candace and them go, all right? They are still willing to annihilate everybody and everything and everyone, especially witnesses, and targeting people and certain, that seem to worry them, or somebody, right?
Right.
But they are willing to annihilate all these innocent lives. People I know that they know had nothing to do with it. Call flip names, just like Fred, this, Sarah, that are not even connected to jack shit, and destroy and to change their lives, lose their jobs, do all this crap, right? They are sacrificing innocent people just so they look better in public, or so they are cleaned up a bit more. I don't know about you all, but that's not something I would fucking do.
No,
I couldn't live with myself. If I wouldn't even think of doing something like that. But they are, whether guilty or innocent, they're willing to sacrifice other people and to direct shit, just like Fred elsewhere, destroying innocent people and doing all the shit, no matter who it hurts, no matter who it harms, or the rest of their lives, or reputations, or jobs, anything, right?
And Fred ain't got to worry about destroying his own character by talking about his addictions and his dealings and stuff like that.
Fred's going to end up in jail.
You think so?
I do. I really do. I think he has pushed things
too far.
Yeah.
I think they've been
he needs to shut his
mouth publicly. There's only a couple in that road that were acting and behaving and patty whacking around with the internet before, and within hours of Summer vanishing, and they all act the same way. And I'll tell you what, that ain't the rest of the neighbors or me or even Andy,
right?
Or anybody else. That's only a select few, and that that'd be Dawn, Candace, Grandis, and Fred and Laura, and maybe obviously Marlene, and then a few others.
My thing is, just because Fred can describe areas in the holler and things like that doesn't make me want to believe what he's saying.
I mean, we can all describe places. The thing is, Fred's still giving wrong descriptions. Shit. I mean, he.
But they believe him. They believe him for some reason.
Was Fred looking for Summer? Was he helping?
I absolutely threatened all of YouTube. Poor YouTube. Oh my God. No, it's bullshit. What I said, and you can take back to the little psychics in between Ziggy and everybody else, your goofball shit there. What I said was that there's certain shit they're pissing off out, and names are out, and that are connected with real shit that really does sneak around in the dark and really does kill people for less.
Yes.
And it can be years. That is the same thing I've said since I came out. I was like, y'all leave Beach Creek alone. Leave certain people. You know what I mean? it's dangerous. You don't know what you're fucking with. That's why. So I didn't threaten anyone. I just stated exactly what I'll tell you that law enforcement said TBI knows true. Y'all fucking around with a whole lot of motherfuckers that are innocent, but y'all are destroying and fucking with their operations that y'all not, and it can really get your dumbasses killed. Now that's the fucking truth. I hate that for you. Did I say
No, she's gone. You know why? Because she
I
doesn't come over. She's not a part of my channel. She doesn't come over here anyway.
know who she is and behind the scenes,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, we all know
She's
who she
doing it on
is.
purpose,
Jody,
and that's
people
good.
get pissed when you won't give them the time of day, when you won't respond to them, talk to them.
No,
That's how I've noticed that they react. They turn
yeah,
around and they, what we've
They
seen today, they all
be
do
like,
it.
exactly.
You know what? She won't talk to you, so what?
Yeah.
yeah, well, have any of them ever bothered to treat me like I was human or not an object or something to be collected like the rest of them? Nope. And
Not
does
too
anybody
many that
really,
I've seen.
No, I have not either.
after how we were, quote, acquired and everything else throughout this, does anybody really blame me for being like a little side-eyeing everybody and knowing
Fuck
everybody's playing everybody?
no.
Being like, fuck everybody and this and that and the other? No. Or
Hell, I
blocking it
don't.
from
I side-eye everybody anyway, and I'm not even in the predicament they put you in,
Mhm.
for sure.
just called me a serial killer, but like spelled wrong. And yes, I do really love like sugar coated fucking Wheaties, and yeah, my favorite
I
is
don't think Carla's calling you a serial killer. I
I
think
love Reese's Puffs.
she's
Have y'all
just
ever
making a comment about something.
I will straight up murder a bowl of cereal. I'm telling you.
Oh, me too. Me too.
My favorite are Ed Gein flakes.
Jody, when you go out, do you feel like people look at you? Do you get looks?
Yes.
Yeah.
But for the most part here in the community, I mean, like, you got the fuckers connected with all the fuckery, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, it depends where and what I'm at and which stock will run day and which one's falling, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It also depends on who's connected with who and who's related to who. Because you might get some like fucked up side eye and looking like you're gonna get hurt. Everybody getting into a fight and somebody's going to jail. Look, but it's usually those connected with so and so. But I've had even my doctors, oncologists, just there. I mean, they're obviously been made aware once this group found out where I was going. Obviously, the cancer care and shit at. And then you're getting different treatment. You're being treated different. This and the other. You always worry. I mean, you got people pretending to be your doctors calling you. You got people pretending to be you calling your doctors trying to get private info. You got assholes like Allie of her TAM pulling our records and doing crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, so it even happens, you can tell somebody knows who you are, what clip they've seen, and you're like, well, I'm just leaving.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I got blood today.
Right.
No, thank you.
But I will tell you, the other community members, other witnesses who have had quite enough of this shit and know certain things like we do from the beginning, there's not often that I don't see them when I do get a chance to see them without knowing I'm being followed, tracked, fucked with, or anybody would know we're seeing one another. Or we happen to run each other, and I don't often get a hug and told to just keep speaking because we sort of all know the truth and ways, and that what's being done by YouTube and those most likely be responsible as ain't fucking flying with a whole lot of people, and that they would love to speak, but they're afraid to. Otherwise, they create a channel and do whatever themselves, but they are watching and, rooting on in the background. And, a couple weeks ago, I'd almost been like, fuck it, I'm just sort of done in a way, not with all the real things, but here for a bit. And then seeing somebody been so long, and they're just like, keep fighting, They're like, you look like shit. I was like, yeah, I do look like shit. Thanks. I've aged 40 years.
You know what, Jody? There's not anything wrong with you just.
They told me specifically they were seeing what I've been through, what I'm going through, and that they knew. They knew that it, that it's for summer and for the community. It's not like the mayor, like y'all make it. Dude, they're real mayors of Beach Creek, and I ain't one of them. That's what I
Right.
want to do.
Right.
No,
Well, that's the thing too. It was like, oh, just not long ago, I
the
took a
real
couple.
mayors don't like this shit, and the mayors are right behind
Right.
me. Like,
I actually took a couple days off and actually seen a friend of mine that I hadn't seen forever. And it was nice just to have that conversation one-on-one and not necessarily on a panel or anything like that.
What bothers me is we've been kept in a way, like not in my box, not so by all the things, but also by YouTube itself. It's like, and the assholes who do crazy shit for them, and locals and whatever, right? So getting out sort of doing certain things. So like I happened to end up being with friends the other night that I haven't been able to really be around for fear of bringing danger, harm, or YouTubers, with microphones in their faces, or contacting them trying to
Right.
get, you know what I mean? And
Right.
so the further away I am and the more distance, the less likely other people in their lives are affected by everything around us and, and this there. And so it keeps my friends and those I care about safer. And they know this. I made it clear to them in the beginning I'd be staying away and distant. But I did not realize, and I had read it a while ago, but I didn't catch on to certain names because one of the names is different than I thought. I did not realize one of my lifelong friends and other, like, their child had died in a place also connected to Summer not very long ago, and I didn't. That's how. And that moments like that, you realize how checked out you've been from your friends, and
Exactly.
told them not to
Exactly.
contact you for their safety. But Lord, if the internet had gotten wind of that at that point, it would have created terror for them in their worst moments, and still. And it's
Right.
just like, and for me, it's like, oh my God, and that's. I've known these children and their family their whole lives, and then, I would have been there, obviously, had I known. And I know things made the
Right.
news. I didn't recognize one of the names because of, and to know that they'd passed in that way,
Let me
it's
tell you something
awful.
too. They do not own the Summer Wells case. She's a little girl. Nobody owns that little girl. And everybody has a right to come out and talk about her case and give their opinions on it. Everybody has that right and should not ever be demeaned over it. But
Look, none of us own Summer. And I hate it. People virtue signal or they take who she, and you can't speak truth about Summer, her life at all, because they eat you. That people want to believe of her what they've made of her, and that's not fair to her. And everybody who was around Summer has a different version of Summer, just like they have a different version of you, me, Cursed, anybody else, other people, But Summer's life, they don't want to hear that Summer's life wasn't necessarily all that, like
right.
in my memories, there's so many. I heard her crying. You don't just hear the good, you hear the bad, And
Yeah, you do.
see, it's like I remember her crying when Candace gave her puppy away to Button, and then here's Dawn trying to sell damn Lucky. I mean, that's the thing they've always portrayed to the public. They're wrong. Yucky. And Yucky is named that not for the reasons you think. And Candace played stupid games with the look, you don't even understand. And it was a thing. It was her petty shit towards me. Just to do with some of that. Even before Summer Bash. Let me make that clear. And they offered the wrong dog out to the public, and and let you all believe the wrong dog was Yucky.
Well, it
and
made me sick when she made the comment
Bart
that
offered to sell it to Nerdy Addict for that. The whirling by Summer's favorite puppy for that. How in the fuck are you going to say that should be a dog you want to hold on to for the rest of your life?
yeah.
And not even make a joke about like it, but they're serious. They don't give a fuck.
Well, that's what got me because first it was Summer called Yucky because she couldn't say Lucky. Then Candace comes out and said No, she called her yucky because she kept having babies, and I got rid of all the females, is what
None of
she
it's
said.
true.
I
No,
didn't
no.
know that one.
I mean,
Part of how
it's
Lucky and all
ridiculous.
that stuff came out was even before Summer vanished, and it had to do with shit between Candace and I and what they were doing. My dog's over there and Buppo,
Right.
and I was trying. And look, yeah, I know who and what Candace and Dawn are and how they've woven to and their little lies they've told. I couldn't, I
Hey, I got a question.
I hope one day I get to say everything. Right now ain't it though.
If you're open to talking about it real quick, if not, whatever. I've talked about the footprints. You've given me shit on it. I'm confused about it. I go by what's been said, and you kind of make it like I'm saying it wrong, or there was. Can you clarify?
Which part
Did
of
they
what?
get? Okay, I've never heard law enforcement say that they had her sent. The only thing I've heard law enforcement say was about the trail that went from gravel to pavement. Ronnie
Right.
Lawson. Okay.
To the driveway to yep.
Okay. Then them other searchers or whoever those people are that were on Ryan's, they said they were standing there and they said they seen the dogs come down beside their driveway. Okay. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. Then I hear Radar say what he said, which it sounds like he wasn't.
He wasn't there when the alleged footprints
He
were
was
found.
not there.
He was told about them.
But it makes no sense for anyone to say, well, maybe they dropped her back off.
Well, honestly, it didn't seem like local law enforcement's too big fans of Radar anyway and all that. And then we'd already had a couple, I'm getting in trouble that seemed to link back to you that were taking TikToks and shit. I'd heard, let's say just overheard, people talking about kicking people off search because they were obviously taking pictures of properties as they're sending it back to little YouTube workers and shit. And, but I will tell you that, Raider wasn't there. And I mean, there are things obviously all was seen, heard, etc. I know that at some point we became aware of footprints, etc. There were certain things that were said to us about them. I know others though, like Don and them, pretend to be oblivious of it, but and I'm sure you've heard me speak on it, Kurt. And I thought Dawn would have already known, and I started talking about the footprints and whatever. And then Don was like, "What?" Acted like he didn't know. That's one of his favorite games. But then he literally, before anything could even finish or fully said or anything, runs up the fucking driveway like his ass on fire, right? And I assume now, obviously, I know now it's to go tell Cher or people, whoever, Squall or whatever doofus they work for, a Mullen, right? And to run back with it. So I don't know at certain points if I actually knew stuff or not. It's like the night the helicopters went up, it was because they found something, and they found it well before dark. And it's not what's public, and all these things, because Andy and I had stopped and spoken to people that were probably waiting on helicopters. I mean, I'm just like,
I mean, because that puts it in a whole different perspective for me.
and then
If there was footprints,
we're told what they, I mean. But I try not to lead to anyone else, because there are certain things, like I say, it could lead to others being targeted, attacked for what they know, their lives destroyed, people trying to get everything, and YouTube ain't gonna stop it. It's just not. And there are certain things like scents and footprints and where things are coming and going.
but
That
okay,
I
to be
think
honest,
others
wasn't there not a road full of people that particular day? How the hell would that happen? With
what?
everybody coming and going, how would everybody miss her? However, if she was running from the house, walking from the house,
Well,
dragged,
the word.
whatever, how the hell did that happen with no one seeing it?
Well, that's the thing. It should, like, And I'm telling you, if that property hadn't been up for sale and the woodcutters and brush cutters hadn't been in there because there were two separate teams, I don't think it would have happened, or if it did, then somebody wouldn't have been arrested within hours. But I will tell you, the woodcutters, like I've always said, cut out early that day.
Yep.
There were but it was so quiet in there, cursed. That's one thing I remember of it. It was just so fucking quiet. And that's what them talking about, the flowers and peppermint bullshit, everything else,
Mhm.
Somewhere outside in Playmate, she'd always sort of like giggle. You'd hear here and there, and even if she was alone or, you know what I mean? And there was nothing like that. And I remember my dogs, because we were not far down from my cabin, right? We never left 25 the property. We weren't down the road anything that day. We were on the, like, a little bit below our cabin on our bank and still on our land, right? And sort of looking after it. And Buffo and Elwood were standing to my right. And I remember them just locking their eyes over there. And this was as we went out after the scream thing, right? And I just remember, and I asked Buffo, I was like, "What's wrong, boy?" And he sort of looked at me with his eyes, and he wouldn't leave my side. Elwood was like that too, but they were just locked on, staring towards 110. And I was like, "What's wrong, buddy?" And Elwood, after a minute or two, started acting like his doofus self and rolling, and he just loved rolling the leaf stuff. And I was like, "Elwood, be quiet," but Buppo would not take his eyes off of 110. And it was like he was concerned about, and it's those things like that haunt, You wonder what my dog hearing, what did he know? Because he went over and played with Summer. So it was like, did he hear something happening? Did he know something? Obviously, because something was keeping his attention, but he still stayed right beside me because he'd just been allowed back around me where enough radiation come off and everything. And he wasn't, plus he'd been getting in trouble for going over there and stuff because some of them had maybe been shooting him with BBs and things. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hurting.
Did he hear it when you heard whatever you heard the scream? Did it get your dog's attention too?
Yes, they went to the cabin door.
It reminds me, when you talk about the scream, it reminds me of the Holly Bobo case.
But that's the thing. Doesn't mean I know it wasn't the boy. You get what I'm saying? Because that was how I did it. I was like, that's not the boys, and I just never thought of Summer, and I'm just, because they keep trying to discern where the scream come from if I say much about it, and it ain't none of their damn business. But
I think that
I don't know, and people think I want to be some sort of like scream queen or something. Man, I hope like hell that Lawson's right. It's just, and yeah, unfounded. You can't disprove. I know that we've been talked to about it many a time, and not in a way that's like, "Oh, did you lie about it?" or anything, but like, hey, and trying to figure out, and see if there's, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, I
like
think
maybe
that's the best way that he could put it. I think that he didn't want to say too much on the subject. That's my opinion on it. I don't think he's going to go out and tell the public what
no.
it is. I mean,
And
how can he say something is unfounded that you, your boy, and your girl, all three of you heard it? How can he say it's unfounded?
Well, that's the thing, and all I can tell you is what we're told. We're told.
Saying, I don't think.
And I'm not gonna say by who or where or what. And don't take and run with it like it means this person that age is anywhere else. But we've been told in the background that there's, I guess, somewhat proof of it, or that it's whatever. But I don't know. We could be being lied to. You know what I mean?
No.
But I'll tell you that no matter what the public thinks, cursed. I honestly hope that wasn't Summer.
I know.
I hope it wasn't. Because I'd hate to think, I don't, who in the hell wants to?
Well, I'll tell you what, I would hope that her soul is at peace instead of her out there being trafficked, Jody. I would rather her be gone. And that's my personal opinion.
I think there are other. I don't know. I
Jody,
don't.
let me ask you this question real quick because this is pretty interesting. So, Killer Look showed a video the other day,
I
and
hate that.
he showed an area. He showed an area that he said that the dogs, that the Wells dogs were going to this area, and it
He said they
wasn't.
were seen
Yeah,
coming out of.
seen coming out in that area, right?
I
But
didn't watch it. I'm not playing on it, so I don't know what area.
well, Winnie just said, I would like to hear Jody tell again about where those dogs went daily, days after Wells' dogs and her dogs traveled to one certain place. Morrison question mark.
I
It
talked
was
about
on Beach Creek.
one days, but all it's gonna do is create more chaos, target innocent people,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
YouTube.
Well, I definitely remember when you kind of talked about that. You said that
It was
because of the,
definitely areas of interest, and that's all I'll say about it.
yeah, and
And
well,
that
you
Candace
talked
was
about,
absolutely. Even others noticed dog behavior, including Summer's brothers, before they were taken, and Candace would shut them down and scream at them and swat at them to shut the fuck up about the dogs, even though they'd noticed the behaviors on those.
right.
So I'm saying, you
Well,
think when the rest of the community were wanting those dogs collared, with GPS willing to donate the equipment for hunting dogs and stuff to do it, and you think if you really wanted your dog friend, you'd be, hey, hook them up, right? Let's see where they're going. Let's see, because obviously they know some are sent better than anybody. Maybe they're, but nope, no, that never happened. What they do? Get them gone. Let Molly go lolly feed them, and let the internet cry for them to be removed. And blah,
yeah,
good
that
going,
was
guys.
really
When you screamed
ridiculous.
for the dogs to be removed, you screamed for some of the best that maybe could have been able to pinpoint locations to just be taken and poofed. Good job, guys. Good job, dear.
That's exactly what they did. They
Mhm.
were absolutely trying to get all those dogs taken away. And of course
It's
they,
content too. Don't get me wrong. The dogs don't need to be there. Candace and Dawn don't need to own animals, but they were also maybe one of the best ways to find something if it was there and to let But instead, the internet thought content shit was worth it more, and
well, I knew
people.
that you had stated a previous time about the dogs' behavior because of the tree trimmers and stuff like that, that because of all that noise that, they're
I had all of the dogs tired, but I'm telling you, Candace and Dawn weren't there that day. At least the majority of them, and they weren't for several days. And all of the neighborhood watched them come dragging back in from places, tired as fuck, and whatever else. But all the dogs that were there never came back. Not all of them. Nope. And
wow.
I think now, even though I thought, well, this sort of mimics the other predatory stuff that's happening in Ben Hill for years, and how the dogs have vanished. And after I had time to think about it, it's like, nah, I'm gonna bet those dogs were dumped off somewhere before DCS was visiting. Because who wants 25 flea-ridden, wormy, starving, aggressive-ish, sometimes dogs running around children with DCS looking, huh?
Right.
So we're talking premeditated.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, they could have dumped the dogs off just so DCS in here, but then had the dogs been there on the 15th, maybe they could have stopped or alerted something, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And people can be like, oh, there's one of our pups. Not all did everything, but still yet I thought, well, okay, this means something. But it took me a long time to realize, wait a minute, those aren't the only dogs in the neighborhood that matter. My dogs matter that day. Other neighbors matter that day. And their behaviors and what I didn't hear and what I didn't see, what others seen and didn't hear and all this. So it ain't just 110 dogs that matter. And behaviors of. And it's like, I know that if vehicles have been parked in certain places, other neighbors' dogs would have lost their fucking shit, and it would have been fully audible in house, cabin, property at any point. You know what I mean? I know that if certain other things were taking place, other neighbors' dogs would have lost their entire fucking shit. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's all I'm saying.
Well, and you never know. Someone, I mean, the protesters came down there and was feeding dogs. They didn't even know if they were Don and Candace's.
Yeah, but then they also, you had some of them throwing dead dogs, bringing them in that weren't even Dawn and Candace's and throwing them in the creek to see if they're home, but also to fuck with everybody around Summer's case with, say that this, you know. And that's some of those that have led Ziggy and him around as tour guides and everything else. It wasn't it Jennifer, I believe, that did that stunt.
I
You know,
can't.
Jennifer Spirit of through there.
I mean,
what kind of fuck is that?
I don't know why she even felt comfortable in that
And she
area.
has a state job. Does anybody ever realize that? That she's a data
Who is
Brian?
she? Where did she come from?
She's related to a bunch of fucker around here as far as certain things go. And
Well,
all
how did Ziggy know that's Kathy Gordon? I seen that, you know, in that video, she followed her down there. How did they get to know each other? Where's that connection at?
that's going to be stuff that, you know, they come into contact with others from other locals and shit they've embedded and inserted in and all that, you know?
Right.
And
I'm
then help.
telling you, this is going to be probably one of the biggest grifts YouTube has seen, in my opinion.
I think so too.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, and on that, it's like, I wouldn't mind a bit if YouTubers are real true crime people made money or whatever, or their career, whatever, if they were genuine about it and they weren't just out here shitting on everybody, destroying the cases on purpose,
yeah,
attacking innocent people, weren't what looks to be trying to attack, target, and direct at witnesses and others and key things, or tamper with detectives, law enforcement, DAs, and everything else in these cases like they are and like recruiters do for them. And I can tell you that because I have proof of it. You know, and how they fuck with everything from the ground up in every agency you could imagine. And if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have a problem with it. And they'll tell you, you know, it's like, obviously people wouldn't know who we are without Summer, you know.
Right.
But I try the very best. It's like, people are like, you know, Jody, you're out here making my channel is no longer my husk because they fucked with me and did fuck shit, well over a year ago now. On purpose, but didn't know it was like, so I just let it go. I could have instantly fixed it, and I was like, nope. And I didn't ever really want to be anyway, but then most of my videos plays music, never really, you know, they can't be monetized.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was talking solely about Summer, I made sure they weren't monetized, etc. But you know, they give us shit. But man, it's our names. Even though Summer's president, like they'll do something titled Summer, right? But then the whole stream is nothing but shit on JSB or kids target this, harass that. Look, as long as you're air user, I don't care whose name it is. They ain't a problem with them coming on a platform and being like, bitch, here's Cash App, here's this, here's whatever. You know, but it's our names, not just Summer's. It's ours. And you got to think this group was hunting us down, and we were being fed out to this group by Dawn and Candace and others in their team well before we were public, didn't want to be public. We even told Real News to go fuck themselves, didn't want to, you know, all this other stuff. You know, so at a certain level, you have to know we were hunted down, targeted. People wanted to make money on us. They wanted our info, our stories, our names, our lives, everything, and they're still doing it. They're making their livelihoods on terrorizing. Even if they've got Summer's name in it, it's everybody else. So they're not just making money on Summer's name. It's all of ours. All of the communities. Everybody there. They're doxing, harming, hurting, losing their jobs, screwing up their lives, defaming. It's all of us.
Mm-hmm.
So when these creators then tell you that nobody that they're doing that to has a right to then, you know, use their own damn name or their own stories, whatever, etc. Nah, I'm sorry, they can go fuck themselves. It's just how I feel about it these days. But, you know, these creators, man, they just...
Well, I wonder why Reverend Donna isn't asking Fred about him saying he had Summer's head in a box. What happened to that?
I don't know. But no, you're not supposed to remember all that.
There's some funky shit with that.
You're supposed to let it all go. And did anybody notice during the first live stream or the video or whatever that Fred literally said it was something about he was down there on the first night recording it or something, and then he changed it and no, he didn't see it till like second day. And it was literally a minute apart for the same night, and it's an immediate wait a minute, you lying motherfucker. But did they call it out? Does anybody? I mean, there's so many. And what little I listened to of that first video they did, I think it was about an hour, is what I listened to on like 2 speed. And I was like, you gotta be joking. Right? But literally, it was like every other thing he said, it was like within a minute, he'd say the exact opposite. I mean, it's all right, like you can't keep up, but nobody on it. And poor Fred Said's channel done retired and left the fucking building. There ain't nobody left. But honestly, that's the thing. The more people come through on Fred Line or build up his I mean, it's a good thing to do, but it's what him and Ziggy want and this group want. And everything about Fred is a nothing burger. It's meant to be a distraction. It's meant to be look at Fred and look at Ziggy and look at all this instead of who those are who are most likely to be. It's, content making. It's horseshit. If I have to hear Andy or Fred in the road one more time, or a head in the box, or what is that other shit they're going on with? I don't know. It's the other thing they do.
Oh my God, crazy!
It's a nothing burger Fred thing too, and it all means nothing, And it's like, for how long did they go with that shit after I outed Cameron for being druggy shit, and then they get Amy Tate on up for the line, all this shit, when we know they're the ones tweaking on the heel. They were on the news with the boys still there, tweaking their asses off at Summer's Vigil. And then they go up here and lie and do all this shit with this group. But him talking about my son. We lived there, dude, and that was months after Summer vanished,
Right.
I'm like, the fuck?
Yeah.
It's a nothing over. It's things to distract. And guess who asks and requests that and calls a YouTuber or something every time something's not nice said about them? And the haters online. Have y'all, Kirst, have I ever called you to create a video or to target somebody that was talking shit about me or whatever? Remain, have I ever asked you to do that?
No.
Nope. Y'all ever heard of me asking other creators to do that?
I've not heard of you asking anybody to do anything like that.
Nope, never have. And I've actually told them background. Like that one that used to follow me around, she contacted Mullins. She didn't have my permission to do so. I've always told people, do not speak for me. Do not go target people. Do not go troll people in other chats. Don't, do whatever. Do not go fuck with people. Not even Andy on my behalf. Don't fucking do it.
Totally.
So, I'll take care of image and what they've done to my family, my kids, myself. But I'm, and it's being taken care of in some regards always. But Summer, I don't care what people think. Summer's first to me. And I just,
No, I get it, Jody.
How long do you think you're going to hold on to YouTube? Just until you've had enough?
I don't know. Like what? They beat me down some more for a few more years? No. Until Summer's found. It may become more sporadic that I'm on here or something like that. But also, I always said that I was over here to call these tragedy pimps out and hunt them down for what they done in Summer's case. That's why I swapped from Facebook to here.
Yeah.
And they'll tell you it's for money and shit, though. But the thing is, I could have monetized over on Facebook and made a fuck ton more money than YouTube ever dreamed of.
Right.
I didn't do that, did I? My Facebook shut down because they fuck with it and try to take it and do all kinds of shit. Every time I open it.
I mean, the minute that you started coming out, even on Facebook, it was like they just went for the jugular. They attacked.
Well, no, they wanted to use me and get things from me until they realized I wasn't going to play patty cake. I didn't need a handler. I wasn't going to give them all the info. And then and when I started figuring out their games and the fake feds and calling them out and they thought they might be in trouble, then shit really went to hell. And when they played that squall, blackmail, 423 chase, all the fuck shit started going down. All hell started breaking. And then I became public enemy number one.
Right.
So, Yeah, but I promised, and it's in a video. I said, "Fuck you, motherfuckers! I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth," and I fucking meant it. So, I mean, I always speak in hopes that others around cases and communities around them can be warned enough time to avoid people, and so they can take legal action quicker, sooner, restraining orders, so that
People
somebody
need to, yes, people need to be educated on things that are absolutely possibly going to be coming their way in
Yes.
different cases like that. They do need to be educated on that and know, that they don't have to sit back and be treated this way and be done this way.
Is almost every case you have people just like us. So I'm not new. There are people just like us who have been attacked, targeted, destroyed, annihilated, falsely pinpointed, all this stuff in every case. And they speak out, but this group bullies them down, blackmails, terrorizes them, destroys their real life till they shut up and go silent and they back off. And that's a problem, and that's what they're used to getting. But I promised when I jumped over here it'd be for hunting them and to speak about domestic violence, which is something, and they can tell you I didn't say boo about nothing until summer ban bullshit on my Facebook and other platforms. I damn sure was calling out what Andy was doing for all the years, was open about their other videos long before summer ban. People who know me know that I had planned always, if ever I got away from Andy, to try to do something for other women, survivors, fighters, to find some way within the world to make a difference. And to honestly, a dream would be to start up something to where it actually helped women up, not just a 1-800 number that leads you in a circle, or for somebody's funding or bullshit, or shelters who only keep you for 3 days long enough to get you in court systems. The woman's further punished, takes off work, men are let go or shit dropped, or, oh, y'all are being petty, you're sitting there, and these children are allowed in shelters in some safe way to where even if they're male children or certain ages, to where women have true help and access to jobs and childcare immediately so they can build a future in life, not have to go back to abusers and, all the shit that a lot of women do.
If you really think about it, they say that it actually takes over
Seven
times.
But a lot of these women would never go back the first time if they had somebody go, okay, well, the car's in his name. Here, we'll help you get a car. This belongs to the shelter, but you can drive it. Or here, we'll take you to get the paperwork you need for you, your children. Oh, well, we're not going to force you into court. We're going to be done this way and that way. Or a lot of times women are put in fear of losing their children because they're simply trying to get safe. That's not right. Or because they're in a shelter with them. That's better than being in an environment where they're abused. But these women are so afraid, and that's often what the system does. It further punishes people trying to survive. Monsters.
There are cases out there where the monsters have actually found the shelter and went there and waited for them to leave and then did something to them.
But they help these women. If there was someone that really helped these women immediately get jobs, childcare, provided access to, even if it's I know there are programs around the country, people donate their old cars and they give them to DV victims or survivors. That is a fantastic fucking idea, or, helping get jobs, to help them up immediately and to get them into a place of their own. That would keep a lot from having to go back or feeling like they had to go back. Or no financial means to these monsters who abuse them and are danger and leave them and their children in body bags. It would take a whole lot less than 7 times if the public would stop viewing it as, oh, well, it's really simple, let's not get involved. Let's turn a blind eye. It's old, deaf, and heard. Or, well, this woman can beat like they do me. Oh, this woman can beat grown men's asses, so she must have laid hands on that bullshit. Bullshit I did. Never fucking did. Except for the first 2 times he ever tried to touch me before I had kids, and he learned he could use that to keep me quiet and take the beatings instead. First 2 times I laid his ass out, because that's exactly what the heroes who raised me told me to. You ain't gonna lay your fucking hands on me, okay? But after the kids come on, we sort of playing thing by him, he knew he could use that to just make me a beating bag. But that does, but it's always that shit, right? And it's not true. And just because, and people want women to speak out and tell their stories, but then they're like, no, shut up and cower in the corner. And, oh, well, if I was a DV victim or an SA victim, I wouldn't be speaking. I wouldn't be out in the world. Well, then how does change get enacted? How do others know that there are other people out there? They're not alone.
Exactly.
How do they know not to compare? You shouldn't ever. If you were hit once and you left, good on you. You got out. You're alive. Do not go, oh, well, this woman stayed for 2 more days or 6 more hits or 3 years or until she found out went back. Don't do that to other women. It makes them die in the darkness with their children.
Yeah, it's
Be
really
glad
sad.
everyone gets out and hope they get out the safest and quickest way they can. That's all you should do. You should hold each other's hands, lift each other up, and lift each other up out of the darkness, not kick each other down and make women and children afraid to report, come forward or speak, or to tell them that if they do speak, then that means they weren't really abused. That's
Right.
not right.
Right.
Jody, never stop
For sure.
advocating for women. You got a strong voice. You're strong, and you can help a lot of women. You really can. You can see that you're passionate about, people being safe and getting out. And I appreciate you saying that, because there's a lot of us, that was triggered today about what we heard with you. And it's heartbreaking because people don't really know unless they've been there,
And I mean, and for that's what bothers me. Those other women who have experienced the worst, sexual assault or
Yes.
violence or domestic or child abuse, and that they often find themselves here, and
Yep.
they down at other survivors and fighters, and they want to see them bleed even further or harmed. Or I mean, women I've seen through the years say that they too were a victim of this era, just like me, but then go, so Jody's lying because she speaks, because she this and she went, and I've been through it, and I'm nothing like her, so therefore she's whatever, right? Or I mean, it's very strange to me that other women do that, or they see it, and then you have those here that fit that marry a prisoner mentality. It's almost like they enjoy the abuse or watching others get abused, or
Yeah, it's weird.
And they latch on, and they often enjoy being around or support abusive men, though they were abused. And I think that has something to do with their trauma, their inability to heal certain things, or not.
Your
I don't know.
self-worth.
It's something there.
It's
Hell, I'm
hard
still
when people don't
all this
heal.
stuff. I've not had time to necessarily heal or do anything with any of it. And I mean, you got most of my life for almost 30 years, and then what's continued online with Andy and this group and him having it done, all these people. I mean, it's still continuation of his abuse for all these years online, even with orders.
It
And
blows
he's
my
had all
mind
these
how Cher acts, and she's been through abuse. It's fucking wild.
She took it wrong, but that's the thing. I would never enjoy seeing others further abused, target harm,
Me neither.
And I wouldn't cozy up around men that I knew were abusive in any way. You wouldn't
Exactly.
be supporting one. I don't support Doug's or ABs or BKs or anybody else that are known to threaten, harm, terrorize their own families, loved ones, children, partners, wives. They ain't good humans. None of them are. Most of
I
the males
agree.
on the platform are abusers. They're single for a reason. They're doing weird shit. They treat subs and women, and those women that I was talking about a minute ago seem to flock to them.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I've not been able to process all of mine, I can still see that there are other people and other women and others who are survivors, fighters who have healed wrong or not healed in way, and there's something about it. And I mean, that's been around since long before even the internet. I think women have a tendency to do that. I don't know why in a healing or what makes it go wrong to where then I think we're all at risk as survivors of ending up near or around or being taken advantage of again or falling for another monster shit, right? And being abused in some way. It's a lifelong risk for any of us, right? And I think like magnets, monsters, and big, it tends to be, like you find each other somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some women, though they've survived it or fighting or whatever, I think there's something in it that they fall for it again, either online or in person or whatever. But often there's no way some of these women, even as community, I was like, there's no way you don't see some of these men in this community or whatever.
That's why men go after women that seem like down and out, or you know what I mean? because they can manipulate them again.
Yeah.
Horrible.
You know, and it's
It's
like,
really
you
messed
know,
up.
yeah. But I just,
Do you have a shelter down that way, Jody? In your area, do you have women's shelters?
like, throughout the years, there was none, and there was a couple. Most, you have to have the number handed to you. There's one that'll end up, you know, at near summer and all that stuff that, you know, I'd have doctors hand me the number. You know what I mean? And they're
Yeah.
private ones that do stuff, but most of these around here even still only allow you for a certain number of days, and not with certain genders and sexes, or if you have children of certain ages or male. And basically, it's really just in and out until you file and go into court, and then you're on the fucking street, and then you're facing actual homeless shelters and shit that probably do not have room for you or will not take certain children or this there. And then in those shelters, you got to think there's all kinds of folks who are volatile, ill in certain ways mentally, that are dangerous, in those, you know, and with you. And a lot of women look at it and go, well, it's better to be going home now and being punched in the face and dropping charges.
I had a friend who her boyfriend was beating the snot out of her, and she went to, we have like a public one that everyone knows about, and then we have one that no one knows about unless you go there. And the boyfriend's sister purposely, I don't know if she had got beat up to make it look good or whatever, but she went to the homeless shelter just to find the girlfriend so that he could therefore go there and find her.
Yep.
And he got her.
It happens.
Yeah.
There was one lady's TikTok I was watching the other day. I don't know, it might be that other platform. I don't know. I'm not real good at those, but it was shared and whatever, and so I was, and it might have been a short hair on YouTube, honestly. Could have been. But it was a woman, and her boyfriend had done the acid stuff on her face, right? And it melted everything but one little pinprick eye hole left to her. It melted all this stuff off. And then she learned through the filters, because she seen him one day and was like, holy shit, I have eyes and stuff again, right? On your phone, you know, on the camera settings.
Yeah.
On the filters for whatever app she was using on social media. And so then she got the idea, she now every day she paints her face on. Like an artist, you know, she paints her lips, her eyes on, all that, contours, you know, has an actual face again. And then she met a guy and got married. They were together flying out, and then he died, I think, of cancer, which is terrible. But yeah, it was, you know, one of those survivor fighter stories that just sort of got to me. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I don't think this is going to get any better. What we're talking about today, I think we're in the dip of it. It's been
Yeah,
going on, and
starting.
yeah, I think we got a little further to go still. There's a
Now,
lot
first,
happening.
you know, this shit won't end until after December, and then there'll be another pickup around the first of the year, because then they got taxes due on all the shit they took in.
Yep.
And then property taxes, and then higher electric bills for the winter. You know this shit.
Yeah.
We're on full tilt right now, y'all. We're on a full tilt.
Yep.
No, I can't keep up with it. I try, but
I don't know, though. Hopefully, certain things move rather quickly, and it's sort of just, I don't know.
Well, I know shit needs to get figured out, because, you know, it's pretty sad when your family can't eat and you can't afford fruits and vegetables or anything else. And
they didn't bag of chips for $7 and something, and I thought, the fuck, that's 3/4 there. The hell you trying to sell me?
Yep.
Craziness.
It's insane.
Al, I noticed that loaves of bread are even smaller than what they used to be.
Have you noticed that? I have too.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have. I'm like, where'd all the bread go? Shit.
That's a big
Oh
portion
no,
of
it's
our
been
month
snowing.
too. It's groceries.
You know, there's no bread and milk. It's milk and sandwich season. There were snowflakes.
What?
Every time there's snow, everybody
Yeah.
goes out and buys the bread and milk. I had trouble.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Craziness. Well, ladies, I adore each and every one of you. I really do. And I've been on here 5 hours and 15 minutes. Jody, I want you to know you always have a place over here you can come and talk.
Yes,
For real.
definitely.
You know, and
It's a
I do
safe place here.
apologize. I know
Hard
that.
telling when Tiffany and Nick come around your place and everywhere else because
Well,
that's
I
when the
hated
driving.
that, and I did not like that. And
Well, it was done on purpose, and his
I
lips and all
apologize for that. I can say one thing. At least they didn't call you the names that freaking Donna did tonight.
Oh, those
That was
bitches are.
horrible.
I mean, for real.
That triggered a lot of people. I see people
Not
posting
that it
about
was
it.
right,
It
because
did.
it was wrong, and I shouldn't have allowed that to happen. I didn't think it was that was what was going to transpire. And
I did. It was very contrived and false and very larpy.
I was
like,
not
what the
expecting that
hell?
from Donna.
No, I wouldn't. No.
That was
Well,
horrible.
me neither.
That was evil. That was
Y'all, they were
evil.
waiting on me. That's what this build-up's been up to, and they're hoping I go live and say things and give more input. And
Yeah,
maybe
don't
I'll
give
go
them no content, Jody.
Yeah.
'Cause you
Don't give
see-
them satisfaction.
Do y'all remember all the way back? At first, when I was first here, the first few weeks, whatever, right? That's why they call me the mayor, because I'd hear creators be wrong about something, they're saying something wrong, getting it twisted, and I'd be like, hey, no, that ain't right. But I didn't realize at the time it was a bullshit, manipulative way to get us to actually give them more info. You get what I'm saying? Or more detail. Whatever.
To actually
And I
correct it
learned
and
that
put it
real
out.
quick.
Yeah.
And like now they love to see if one of us go correct. They're like, if I go correct everything Fred's saying, well, then guess what this group had?
Right.
Or if I have to say certain things in order to be like, nope, then that gives this place or perpetrators more info than need, or those who don't want to get hung and that type of shit, and they don't need it.
Exactly.
They don't need to know who others are. It could lead them to other witnesses, other people. They don't need it.
This is what got me too, because Donna had made a comment that law enforcement wouldn't talk to her or something. But then she had another conversation that I had seen from earlier where she said she did talk to law enforcement. And I'm like, did you talk to them or didn't you?
Right. Didn't she send a very long letter?
She
like a 9-page letter.
And you know what's weird is right before this cycle started, just a few days before they went up for that video, the first one out, because her conversation's been sitting back there right where she contacted me and did all that shit and was asking me questions. You'd think a psychic would know, and I told her such in the inbox. And she tried to feed me the Valo cases, solving it, and I was like, bitch, even the article shows you didn't. Who do I look stupid like the rest of like meth monkeys on fucking Ben Hill? Fuck off.
Yeah.
Didn't like it, but anyway, so certain things were done by Serafina right before that video, the first one come up, and it was like, yeah, okay,
Wow.
I know who's doing what they want. And then they hope I go panel hop and I give info and do things.
Right.
See what's
They're gonna be
shaking or
watching
what.
here. Hi, bitch.
Yeah. I mean, of course we have conversations over here, but I never dig on you to try to get info and stuff, because I know that you talk about what you talk about, and I also know that there's things that you're not going to talk about. And you know what, Jody? I respect you for that. I really do. I always have.
Me too. Me too.
There are things that you talk to law enforcement about that isn't for our ears, and I do appreciate that, for real.
And I get
Me too.
Yeah,
It's
but
always a pleasure when Jody comes up. It is. We love her, Jody. We love you.
I always have good conversations with Jody.
Jody. You don't know. You
This
don't
is a safe
understand.
place.
Yeah. I just
Yeah.
Well,
I get you.
Speaking earlier, Remain, you were talking about the dogs, my feet, this there.
Right.
Look, and early on, when I first made those videos, everything else,
Right.
I did not understand that you had to be extremely nuanced about your language.
Right.
Or the creek to us begins right at the part that goes down, because it used to be full. All right, those of us who have known that road our whole lives, you know, that's the creek. Okay, and I was heading down towards the actual water part of the creek, but I did not wash my feet off in the damn creek. When I did not understand nuanced language, and it should be apparent. But even in my video where I said it, I was like, the dog stopped there, but he was fucking around my dogs, and he only really stopped because the handler sort of stopped him, sort of do things, resituate. The handler was pissed off about other things that had nothing to do with us or 125, and then he was mad dog for sniffing buttholes of other dogs. But it wasn't
Right.
that the dog stopped or hit on my feet. Because I assure you, if that had happened, they would have taken all my clothes, had me ripped down in the middle of the road. They'd be like, "Fuck you, bitch,"
Right.
And I'd been in there like Candace slammed into the car at night and taken for a polygraph. I wasn't. And they put the dogs. Obviously,
I'm
the
glad
dogs
you
are
said
running.
something about washing your feet.
That was squalling him. I guess I had some power dawn with me somewhere, and I just washed my feet. Like, seriously.
Yeah, because we
And
were
if you're
talking
in the
about that the
water,
other day up here. Somebody mentioned it, and we're like, I didn't know nothing about it.
Well, there's
so yeah,
times too when I remember stuff that I know that you've answered, and I really can't remember what you answered it with after all these years.
well, it
So
was Paul that put out half the narratives, like me being clam, washing my feet off, this there, and that's the thing. I mean, y'all don't understand. Law enforcement even check the soles, like of our shoes and the things we were wearing and all that day and
I
everything,
believe that. That's
And
protocol.
Good.
I will tell you right now, and y'all seen it. The outfit I wore still here, unwashed. The damn purse, the shoes. They want them, they can come get them. And I think, obviously, if they thought I had any contact with Summer, you think there'd be skin cells or anything else left on clothing or this purse or the strap where it's rough. They could have
I bet
tested
you're
that.
the
If they
only
thought
one
that
that
was-
kept your clothes and stuff and didn't wash them. I bet you're the only one, Jody.
Yeah, most likely.
Jody, let me ask you something. I've heard Fred say something. Is there truth to it? He has said that you tried to get him to look in the creek that night. Is that true?
Well, no. I mean, I didn't see Fred that night. He came by when he busted through the roadblock. They were giving him shit because he didn't have a license. They let him through the trailer. He busted that, and he makes it now like everybody, come through and told people to move out of his way. No, they didn't. No, they fucking didn't. After my video of the helicopter, he came in a little while later, and then those people you see in front of me and the mule things, like the 4-wheelers and all that stuff, and the search crews and their vehicles and everything, they were there. Fred about hit us in the back of my damn car because he had to bring that trailer so far up in the 125's driveway to swing it a little bit around. Then I was like, Fred, hold on, man. I mean, he was literally an inch from me. He wouldn't even look over at me. He had his hands 10 and 2 on the wheel and was staring straight ahead. And I was like, hold on, I'll move carpet so you can swing. He didn't even fucking respond, right? And he was pissed because, and I'm telling you now, part of the reason to be doing this is to Andy, is because Andy, when he was going back and forth with his uncles, to call his mom and all this stuff, his mom could call the police to do the stuff with Dobbs and everything, and they were all calling law enforcement. That Andy was in one hell of a mood. I'd never seen anything. I really thought, look, but Andy, probably for the first time ever, actually fucking jumped Fred's ass that day in the road on the 14th. Okay? They had fucking nerves because of how Fred spoke to him. I remember Andy came, he's like, Fred can goddamn word up there and fucking run his goddamn mouth to me and blah, blah, and told him whatever, right? So Fred was pretty pissed at Andy. And family has history, and I can't tell you, part of the reason we even moved into 125 before Andy's mama passed was because Fred and all his Rogan ass buddies, and we kept catching them coming off the hill even in broad daylight, stealing all the antiques worth fortunes and everything else. And so
What did you just say? You know what? Fred has turned that one clear.
Yeah, we caught him in backpacks walking off the fucking driveway, telling him to put the shit the fuck back over the year. After he knew Fleeta was gone from property, and if you hear Fred talk, he also talks about being recorders being put around miscodes and all that. Well, that was stuff that was happening to several women on that road at that time. Well, another predator was running amok. It was always blamed on that singular predator. But the recording thing would also fit to maybe stuff and how people were listening to me and Andy in order to send me anonymous gifts and do power plays and shit too. But it's real weird. Fred mentions shit like that and says that Dawn was doing it to miscode. Dawn was not. Somebody was, though, I guess. Or maybe Fred's just pulling what he knows from the other predator out and mentioning it online to make himself look weird. But I know those things are attributed to other predators. It would also put some of the things that were going on during the peep and Tom shit around Andy and the children. And I thought for years, all the time, I thought they were peeping in on me. And I really think because, there's things that it's like Little was the same age, really, as Summer when she vanished when that began. And then when Summer was born, it stopped for a while and it started again. And, somebody had to be close enough to have eyes on us to where they knew when Andy was coming and going, even though they were unplanned trips to see her. Which, by the way, him and Dawn never went to Knoxville together. They never built up together, none of that shit like that. And I have absolute proof and evidence that Dawn would leave out at different times and Andy would do his work stuff. Okay, and that Andy was connected to a certain marina's Wi-Fi and IP. I have all that shit. So Fred can keep it. It's going to bite him and Ziggy and Seraphina and everybody else in the ass. And there's also stuff Fred doesn't realize about Knoxville or Seraphina or Pilo realize about those days. Targeted the last few days for bullshit or allowed Fred to. That's going to fuck them all up. And
they're gonna start bringing that back up. They started talking about that the other night about the lady of the night. She's trying to reach out.
It's already been called out. Even Ziggy knows that was all bullshit. But yeah, here she's doing it still.
Yeah.
And there's things that have been built by Fred because he ferreted and picked up the wrong pieces that mean all of Fred's everything Knoxville bullshit for all these years is exactly that. And anybody playing along with him and feeding out that shit, not just around Andy, but everything, it's all bupkis because what Fred built from was something shiny he thought to pick up anyway.
Oh, okay. That's a good question. So Flies asked that the PO that they were trying to speak on over there, that was the kids were added to your PO, right? Since they were underage? When they were saying something about your son got a PO against Andy or something.
My son had filled out one too, but then we were made so afraid that I didn't feel comfortable with him going back. And I begged him not to go, and it's the reason he didn't continue or go back into Hawkins County because we were pretty afraid of certain things at that point and felt certain ways about how we were done in and around that, and my family watched happen and everything else, and Andy allowed to do whatever, and I told my eldest to not go, and so there's nothing put in. But my minor is definitely under me, and Andy was told even now he is not to be speaking of her ever to anyone because she's not
speaking about her to anybody to start with.
The judge told him not to be, and it was made explicitly clear, even with orders placed, he was, and then that he worked with this group to try to take her and get her. Just fuck me. He don't give a shit about his kids. He never did. I can show you a million messages like, you keep them. Fuck those kids. If it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be alive anyway. All he was ever interested in was taking all the shit about the cars, the TVs, the game systems, everything else for the kids, the jewelry, all the clothes, anything of value. And value to him is monetary stuff, not human beings. And but anyway, yeah, I mean, he don't give a fuck, but once they're worth money, just like he's like, cha-ching, I'm sorry I had to leave you behind. But boys, you can hear the recordings of him fucking with Little one last time over summer, the last time they were forced to have contact, and him blackmailing her, saying, well, if you're, you have to do stuff for me to make it go away, and get, he knew, and he knew what he was doing. And in those recordings are him saying once again, he doesn't give a fuck about Summer, but does anybody out here give a shit? Nope.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Was George Bernard there the 15th?
No. Now, I know that Andy and I, when we were finally let out to go get food that night, which I have timestamps on, there's a video or whatever, but it used to be private, obviously. But we got let out there for a few minutes to get food and cigarettes, not just for us, but for Candace and Dawn too. And that's the money that Fred seen in broad daylight. And we told Dawn to keep this. It was just a few bucks, and it's for the cigarettes they needed that night, man. And anyway, so but yeah, when we were out, we stopped by there, by his parents' house, and they were home. Now, I know that an abundance of other relatives, family members, everybody else in the community, they come in on four-wheelers and everything they can think of when, because down there you can breathe, and everybody on the opposite end of the county is going to know it within 2 seconds, right?
Mhm.
Summer vanished even before alerts went out, everything. Everybody knew it and started coming in to help. All right. And I know those definitely had contact with his parents that day. Now George and them may have driven down to there, but see, that's the thing. Fred's making this story. You remember his first story was though that he seen Andy's dad at the bottom of our driveway. You remember that, Kirst? And he was
Yes.
chewing on a toothpick and all that, right?
Yes.
And people thought he was lying about the toothpicks, but Andy's dad has always chewed on toothpicks, right, to keep from smoking his hair. But
And
he had
that's also
stopped.
a Serafina thing.
But Andy's dad wasn't there, and now it's this whole Andy's dad and parents were never in the road for 20 years. Fred never seen him on bullshit. They came out, hell, they took Eldest to a dentist appointment or something just a couple days before and then after. I mean, they obviously come down there to help care for Fleet and maintain property. They come down there because of other family members, Andy's uncle, to visit, their children, all this other stuff. And then Andy's great grandmother, Miss Hill, up there, where the one that Fred says is went sick now, owned all that land. They took care of her. And this there, I mean, Fred's full of shit. Okay, but I will tell you, and I'm sure y'all know the background. At the time that Summer vanished, Andy's father was like the dude couldn't even make it up the foyer steps at their own house, that crawling. And he ain't, you know what I mean? I hear things have gotten drastically worse since. But the thing is, and he ain't gonna be up to no fuck shit like that. They're all monsters, but he ain't gonna come down and take Summer either. And then their whole, and this is where they they're going on with that trunk thing, right?
Mhm.
The car with the trunk. Well, where they fucked up at is none of our vehicles had trunks. None of them. Not even Andy's parents. They didn't have trunks. So I don't know what to tell them, but whatever they want to build and leave, but it's horseshit.
And any psychic that's going to put 50 red pins on a map needs to go back to psychic school. Really.
Well, notice add certain ones like from like my family members.
Yeah.
Well, what was her? Why'd she? I just don't know this. I'm being nosy, but what the fuck did she have a big problem with Fine Ryan Struth for?
That surprised me too, really.
I didn't think.
I think
that
it's
was a
Andy.
problem.
I think they're
Oh
sorry,
yeah,
Jody,
yeah.
but my opinion is because it's a team thing. It's either you choose this person or this person. And because they are choosing to go with Ziggy and Fred, then they therefore have to be against Ryan. That's just my opinion on it.
Well, I think too, the thing with Andy, we all hate I don't like Andy, but you've got to separate the DB with Jody and the Summer Well stuff. So she just popped down and left. So, but Kirst, I adore you, but I'm getting my butt off here. Jody, thank you for talking with us. You know you're welcome over here anytime.
You know what to do. You can kick me. Go ahead. Thanks
all right.
for having me.
Later, doll.
Later.
Thank you for being respectful. I appreciate that.
As always.
Awesome sauceum. All right, doll. Bye.
Bye.
Jody, again, thank you so much. I got to get off here. Thank you for coming up and talking. Let me say thank you, thank you, Jackie, for the gift and membership. Becca, thank you for your support. Lenny, thank you for your support. Patty Ponytail, thank you so much, darling. That was so sweet of you. That came at a good time for me, honey. It really did. Oh, then she talked good about him at the end of the live. Lord have mercy. Oh, I'm sure she did. Craziness. All right. I adore you guys. Thank you, mods, for being you. You all are so awesome. Yes, we did escort a couple people out tonight, but you know, that's just the way it is. I'm not going to have anybody be disrespected that's on my panel. We weren't here to have an argument with Jody. I'm not going to, I don't have nothing to argue with Jody about. So why would I let any of you start an argument with her? For real. So, but you guys were all so respectful. Hey, girl.
Hey, my phone died. I didn't realize, you know how I am with the battery thing.
Okay.
But I appreciate you having me. But I was just saying that Serafina adds pins in when obituaries of people's family, other shit, or like the name of a street beside Andy's people and Rolling Hills, and it's sort of she's one of the worst psychic frauds. Are very transparent.
Yeah,
but
this was very telling. I think they did this and then they realized that they messed up. That's what I think. I think
well,
that's
you could
why they took it
definitely.
off.
I can tell you for weeks I felt the baiting happen, and I knew the first video I put. I knew what was happening with Ziggy, and so you know. It
Right.
ain't hard for me after this many years. It's like, man, I ain't taking my time because I've been doing things for myself, and other things are moving and shaking, and they want me, but they want to figure out what's going on.
Right.
And honestly, if I am live, I might end up, I just, so. But they're also wanting to fuck with me again, and to, it's been a cycle since all that shit came out on Jinkies. But I knew this was coming, and obviously, I mean, if you couldn't tell, the scripted sort of prepared nature hit all the high notes. Jody Sue's intoxicated, sold the most awful, vile shit.
So stupid.
It was very.
He said that, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
It was basically an amalgamation of all the things ever said about me online that are the worst, right? To try to trigger me to get whatever, to say whatever they wanted to about me, and if I didn't go, I knew it was coming, and I figured that, So it ain't no. I mean, like. But I just want people to remember, A, that none of that shit's true. Nobody sold me, bought me. My dad didn't molest me, none of that shit. Dude didn't even raise me. Seriously.
Right.
And, Ellie had a car accident when I was like, I don't know, 3.5, 4, something like that. And he was in a coma for months. And he had traumatic brain. He was the only one out of it to survive. My mom got away from him then and divorced him while he was in a coma. That's how he got away. But and I remember the police showing up to the house where because he was in a different state next time, but they showed up and were telling us, I remember that night. But anyway, I never really had much contact on him. So all this shit, it's a hell of a psychic, ain't it? For me.
Yeah, that's
implying all this shit, or that this man was around me my whole life. No, he wasn't. And I'm glad he wasn't, because I had so many other better hero figures.
My thing is, why is that her business? And why is she stating things that
she's saying them like they're fact too, not an opinion? She is saying for fact that I've been done this there. You know how fucked that is?
Yep, she sure did.
I wouldn't dare go say something about something. And the thing is, she knows that I've said this is false, and she knows that Laura's the one that made it up for Ziggy and the psychics on Ziggy's channel, much like Fred's made up all the thing. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like Marlena's done, it's just their thing, and it's like the Jose. It's like, oh, they pay them extra in 6 months.
Right.
But anyway, it's like you could tell it was pre-planned, the whole thing, every trigger thing you think of. But it's weird. She's a psychic, but she needs me to answer questions about jobs. Andy got like what 2 years after, and she's got the wrong woman. That would be Hobag over with him, and and it's just like she's one of the worst goofy ass things I've ever seen. Like I know dime store psychics. Look, I'd go out here and have a tweaker on the corner, give them a deck of tarot cards, and they could tell better. You know what I mean? Like, this woman is a mess, and then she wants to accuse everybody else of being drunk or drugs when she knows, and I know she does because she's mentioned our lives, and this is what will fuck her up down the road. She knows I have cancer in the DV. She's even said it in my inbox, things like that. So her doing that and implying that, and when I'm absolutely declared disabled, she is actually attacking, and that's what none of these creators realize. I am absolutely declared disabled. This is not, oh, well, this is I'm in a protected class, and you all have continued for years to be like, oh, her voice, she's slurring, or, you're targeting based on physical attributes. And, oh, yeah.
That was so fucked up.
So basically, any channel or creator that's done it in any of their lives over the years, I can sort of take.
Right.
It's been fun watching them do it, I guess, right? Fun in the sense of not, but wait, but either way, to make it clear to the public, I was not bought, sold, etc., not by anyone around my family or Andy's. That's bullshit, and it's stuff that Laura made up for Ziggy with Ziggy that came out over there, and it's ridiculous and gross and insane. I just want y'all to remember that.
Well, girl, we definitely are here for you, because when I heard it, I was fucking disgusted.
And think about it. I'll say it's not necessarily about me, obviously, though they'll tell you I'm always like, me. But I just want you to think, if the narrative they're driving and all the shit they're saying about Summer and it ever turns out to be true,
yep,
would they have talked to her the same way? Would it have been her fault? She would have been hit, and we know Candace has by this point, and Dawn, all these other things that we know certain truths at this point.
Right.
So is that what they think of those like Summer? Or what if she was found when she's 20? Would they say, oh, well, this has been done to you, been sold, molested, hurt, sexually trafficked in those tones and with that venom? Would they have done that? Exactly. Probably. It made them money. Great. So how much can they really care about this plight of Summer they pretend to care about if those are things that are possibilities for her when they're sitting there making those weapons against others?
Yep. You said it, girl. For real.
Yeah, and you tell me where Summer is in all of it.
Crazy.
Where is she? Where was the care for her
Where
today?
she was at.
No, I mean, just generally speaking, where's Summer? What part of that today helped find Summer?
Right.
What part of it, will help the investigation?
That I've seen what they've said so far has anything to do with finding Summer.
It ain't about Summer. It never was here in this room.
Just fucking dumb shit.
It's the opposite, actually. They hope she's never found and her case destroyed so they can keep doing this for years.
Yeah.
And blaming people. And then see, the problem is for them, when arrests are made, those who they fucked with outside of that erroneously and those who are innocent and targeted by them will then be known by the public and in courts not to be anything harmful, dangerous, etc. to Summer or part of anything, and then it will mean that people can really see them for every fucking thing they've ever owned or had or will own.
Mm-hmm.
And that they don't want that. So if they could, criminals will do anything to get by with shit and not to pay consequences.
Yep, they sure will. All right, babe, I got to get my butt off here.
All right.
Thank you, Debbie. You know you're welcome over here anytime you want, for real.
Well, certain panel hopping tonight, which I'm sure they expected, but Or maybe they wanted me to do my own live, but I
I don't
just don't
think they
see.
expect you to come over here, though. I'm like a little blip on everybody's radar.
Nah, well, you know, I'm sure they want to go live, and probably I don't know. Any minute now, I might just pick up either one of those 2 lives or vids and just I don't know, go over all the content while calling them all bad names, and then they can strike my channel like I'm a dumbass. Right.
All
You
right.
know.
Well,
Anyway,
you
yeah, I
ever
guess.
you ever need us, just holler at us.
Yep,
We're
will
around.
do. Appreciate the panel hopper. And I guess thanks to Curse for being decent tonight and yada yada. And
Yeah, it was a
I
good
think it was
conversation. I appreciate it. I do.
it was what, KK that was up here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Candy
Cupcakes.
Booze.
That's the cupcakes one?
No,
Which
that's
one is
Cotton Candy Booze.
Oh, cotton candy, okay.
Yeah.
The evil one or the good one?
The good one.
Yeah, the one that used to be friends with Cher?
Yeah.
No.
It's not friends
Yeah.
with Cher anymore.
No. Anyway, I'll let I think her and I didn't we once at one time on one of your other panels have worked. I don't know. Can't
I
remember.
don't remember.
I feel like I dropped off because she was it might have been somebody else. I don't want to put something on
That
her
was
don't.
somebody else, darling. I remember. I know who you're talking about, but yeah,
It
that
doesn't
was
matter who ain't we all have words with the same Garrett,
yeah,
but
that was definitely somewhere else.
I'm
So,
getting old. I'm getting old, and some days the memory bank, you know.
oh, I know. I know how you feel about that. All right,
But
babe.
anyway, appreciate it, Remain.
Thank
We'll see
you.
how it goes over time, right?
Yes, ma'am. We
See
shall
what
see
the
what transpires.
Oh yeah, you know they're digging in the handy dandy notebook for the rest of the continuation of play. You know they are. Merry Christmas, y'all.
Merry Christmas.
All right, y'all. Later.
Jody. Thank you, Jody. It's always nice to have you come up and have conversation. Thank you, Kirst. And thank you, KK, and Flies, and Poppy, and we, and who am I forgetting? May May. I think May May popped in, didn't she? Maybe she didn't. I don't remember. And I would name you all over again, but I am tired. I got to take my medicine and get my butt up here. I'm going to turn into a pumpkin if I don't. All right. Love you guys. I do. Thank you. Okay, Zena. They chomping on the turkey neck, plotting their next move. That's what they'll be doing. But no, my opinion, highly, that was the most disgusting live I have seen in a while. So, but we'll talk about it again. We didn't even get halfway through it. All right. Peace out, everybody. Have a great night. Thank you. Thank you all for being so supportive.